about to begin our session in 3 minutes. We're trying to get it at 10 a.m. sharp. So please kindly be seated. Enjoy coffee. You can bring it inside. And for those of you who are still outside, please come inside. We are going to talk about forest fire management. All right. See you in a bit. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? This is the eighth day of COP27, so some of you might already have, a lot to learn already. But hopefully you still have, high enthusiasm until the end of the session later in Friday. Hopefully finish by Friday. So yeah, good morning, and I would also like to say hi to all of you who are joining us online. Halo, selamat sore yang di Jakarta, or from other parts of the world. Good day, good evening. We are still live from Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt at Indonesia Pavilion. This is our eighth day, and this is first session. And we're going to talk about collaborative partnership on land and forest fire management in dealing with climate change issue. This event is organized by the Directorate General of Climate Change and in collaboration with several partners that later will be shared their insights on the matter. And I'm Lia Zakia, will be the MC for today, and I would like to invite all of you who are still outside to please joining us inside. Kindly be seated so that we can later have an enjoyable discussion. Welcome back. And without further ado, before we begin the panel discussion, I would like to invite Insinyur Laksmi Dewanti, MA, IPU, the Director General of Climate Change from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia, to deliver the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ibu Laksmi.
Thank you, Mbak Zakia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May Allah peace, bless, and mercy upon us. A very good morning, honorable speakers, head of Environment Divisions of ASEAN Secretariat, Dr. Fong So, ITTO Senior Project Manager, Dr. Ma Wan Ok. Nice meeting you again. My colleagues, Ms. Ami Dushel, Senior Forestry Officer and Team Leader of Forest and Climate Change of the FAO. And Dr. Nur Masri Patin, the moderators, dear colleagues, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all distinguished participants, speakers, both that who are here in the Sharm el Sheikh or those who are joining this session virtually. This talk, as already mentioned by the MC, is a collaborative partnership on land and forest fire management in dealing with climate change issue. I would also like to use this opportunity to reiterate our sincere appreciations to our partner or donor for their continuous support and cooperation, especially in addressing land and forest fire in Indonesia. I also would like to express my appreciations to colleagues who are organizing these excellent Indonesia pavilions for supporting this event. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that these cooperations and collaborations could contribute positively to our efforts in handling climate change issue, especially nowadays when everybody, including Indonesia as part of the parties of the UNFCCC, are trying to enhance their ambitions in reducing the greenhouse gas emission. I also believe that spirit of cooperation and collaborations that also shown by the Indonesian presidency G20 by saying recover together, recover stronger, could be a very basis for our cooperation, especially in the near futures. So dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, forest fires has risen in the global attention as an environmental and economic issue. It's kind of a challenge that we are facing nowadays. Fires as considered as a threat to sustainable development because of their direct effects on ecosystems, contribution to carbon emission, and impact on the loss of biodiversity. Peatland fire, for example, produce smoke haze which has a negative impact on our health, daily life, transportations, educations, and many other issues in the regions. In light of the forest and land fire, Indonesia has learned from previous experiences in addressing forest and land fires. So perhaps all participants of this talk show still remember back in 2015, there was a forest fire accidents in Indonesia. It's considered one of the big forest fire accidents in Indonesia. How fire damage environment, biodiversity losses, aesthetical damage, economic losses, social and cultural impact, and description of foreign relationship, it was effect and impact of the forest fire. So since then, Indonesia increased prevention with various efforts, including increase or enhancing collaboration and cooperation with partners and related stakeholders. At the time, back in 2015, the President Joko Widodo instructed us to have a permanent solution in dealing with the forest fire, and collaboration and cooperation in one of the elements of solution or permanent solutions in dealing with the forest fire. So dear colleagues, participants, collaboration and cooperation as well as the support from relevant partners, donors, and all stakeholders are very important and crucially significant in order to address forest fire challenges, especially in Indonesia, and I do believe in many parts of the world. The partnership could be implemented through capacity building, technical assistance, financial support, and other kind of assistance. In light of this, networking with partner also should be maintained so that best practices experience, lesson learned can be regularly shared to various and to the broadened stakeholders. In the context of climate change agenda in Indonesia, forest fire management is crucially important. You may heard from other session in this pavilion regarding Indonesia Follow Netting 2030 and our enhanced NDC. Only last October, Indonesia enhanced its NDC target by increasing from 29% to 31.89% with our own resources, unconditional scenario, and we will increase from 41% to 43.2% with international support. Managing the forest fire and our successful in dealing with the forest fire management in Indonesia is a backbone in achieving our NDC target as well as the Indonesia Follow Netting 2030. So again, I would like to reiterate that collaboration, cooperation, networking, work hand in hand among stakeholders is indeed a crucial in our successful in climate agenda. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, I wish the discussion today will be a fruitful one and will contribute meaningfully to our effort here in the Sharm el-Sheikh and part of the solution to the global agenda in dealing with climate change challenges. So, hope you enjoy the discussion and be part of the discussion, and more importantly, let's be part of our collaboration and cooperation for the future we want. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bu Ami. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Ibu Dr. Nurmas Ripatin, the Senior Advisor to the Minister of Environment and Forestry on Climate Change and International Conventions from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So this panel discussion will run until 11:20. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ibu Nurmas Ripatin.
Thank you, Ibu Lia. Good morning, colleague. As it was introduced by Ibu Lia, our session this morning is about partnership. Partnership in managing a forest and land fire in addressing climate change issues. The Director General has explained about forest fire in Indonesia, the challenge we are facing, and the policy intervention and action that we have carried out. Also, emphasis on the strength of the partnership. So, putting into context, let me bring you to the history first, just few minutes. Forest burning in Indonesia with very limited scale has long been practiced by communities using local wisdom, local knowledge for agriculture activities. The problem started when the number of actors using fire for land clearing, also a scale increased depending on the purpose, and the challenge, the impact has been explained by our Director General. We have here four panelists, for distinguished panelists. First, Dr. Israr Albar, the Deputy Director of Forest and Land Fire Management of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. The second is Dr. Amit Tuseli, Senior Forestry Officer and Team Leader of Forest and Climate Change of FAO. The third, Dr. Wan Okma, Senior Project Manager of ITTO. And the last speaker, I'm not sure whether Dr. Fong Sok already here. He is the head of Environment Division of ASEAN Secretariat. With that, I would like to invite all panelists to come forward and take a seat there. So, before we start the presentation, I would like to inform to all panelists that each presentation to be delivered not more than 10 minutes, so that we can give opportunity to a colleague who want to take question or clarification. First, I would like to invite Pak Israr Albar, who will share with us about international cooperation on forest and land fire control in Indonesia. Pak Israr, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ibu Nur. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this Indonesian Pavilion. and good afternoon for online participants, both via Zoom and YouTube platform, particularly Indonesia. In these sessions, I would like to explore all international cooperation projects related to forest fire in Indonesia. So this is the importance of the international cooperations. We can see here that the climate change and land use change are projected to make wildfires more frequent and intense, with the global increase of extreme fires up to 14% by 2030 and 30% by the end of 2050 and 50% by the end of the century. I quote this from the UNEP. And then for the benefits of the cooperation project, it should be improve forest and land fire management, and then enhance fire prevention capability, enhance technical supports, and also for the capacity building, as well as opportunity to develop fire disaster assistance. For the international cooperation, the principle, it must be meet the mutual trust, respect, benefit, transparent, and support the achievement of national development targets, as well as filling the gaps. Oops. This is the forest and fire permanent solution that's already mentioned by our Director General in her opening remarks. So we have to do the climate analysis while monitoring the weather, and also the regional analysis, and one of them is the weather modifications operations. And then in the operational management, we do the integrated task force, we do the early detections and early warning systems, and then we do also the fire care community, how to optimize the fire care community. It's when we have about more than 11,000 across the Indonesia. And last one is the landscape management. So we do the peatland management governance, because we know that the peatlands will trigger the peatland fire. And this is the examples, the land and forest fire in Indonesia. Starting in 82, we have 3.6 million of hectare. It's tropical rainforest, particularly in East Kalimantan was burned. And then in 97, this is also the big fire, where 11 million hectares also burned. And then 2006, 3.8 million hectares also burned in Indonesia. And then the tremendous one is in 2015, when 2.1 until 2.6 million hectares also burned, particularly in Kalimantan and Sumatra, in fire-prone provinces. And then the last is 2019. We also lost about 1.6 million hectares because of the fire. This is JK Forest Fire. So the JK has a long story for the cooperation with the forest fire in 92, and at least 20 years, since 96 until 2015. So there are 4 phases with the JK cooperation with the Ministry of Forestry at the time, now Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And starting in 2015, so I make the line here, we change our policy, we change our paradigms when we focus on the preventions, not only for the suppressions. And then now we are starting a new project with the JK. We call it the Project for Community Movement Program on Forest and Land Fire Preventions. So this is the long story about forest fire with a JK Cooperation Project. The ITT also has a long story. So we noted that they have a project in 88, at the time still with the Department of Forestry. And then they also developed the national guidelines on the protection of forests against fire, integrated forest fire management. So that's a thick book that resulted from this project with the Directorate General of Forest Protection and Nature Conservation and IPB University. And the last one is the capacity building on forest and land fire management in Indonesia that we just finished last June, and we report this completion project in ITTC 58 last week. This is the KFS, Korean Forest Service project on forest fire. The title is Development of Forest and then Fire Management System in South Sumatra. So this is in preparations. So now we are in a discussion about the letter of agreement. The objective is develop fire monitoring center to support early response activities in the primary fire-prone areas with state-of-the-art forest fire management technologies as well as related system of Republic of Korea that use information and communication technology. So we have this center. This training center will be the regional center for the training for the fire brigades in Sumatra. And then another one is before the pandemic COVID-19, we have the cooperation project with the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta to send some our fire brigades in arson investigative technique programs at the International Law Enforcement Academy. But due to the pandemic COVID-19, we're pending these activities. So this is the summary of the project on forest fire, starting in 92 and 93. You can see here, the green one is the prevention and control or management activities. And the red one is the underlying causes project, then done by several agencies here and also with the multilateral sector. And the cooperation project in forest fire initiated after episode during 92, 93, and 97, 98. So I would like to inform about the Land and Forest Directorate of Land and Forest Fire Management. This directorate established in 2001, so it's 20 years. And then we have also the regional climate change agencies in 5 regional in Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Maluku, Papua, and also Java and East Nusa Tenggara. And then just 1 year after the establishment of the directorate, we also established the Manggala Agni Fire Brigades in 2002. At the time, this only in 5 fire-prone provinces in 21 local fire center. Now we have about 34 local fire center. So this is the local fire center that we have now. It's 34 local fire center in about 11 fire-prone provinces in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi. Because these 3 main islands is the fire-prone islands that's almost annually occurs the fire. And we hope the cooperation project could be directly strengthen fire brigades at fire-prone areas with its capability in fire prevention, suppressions, and also post-fire activities. This is the goal of the cooperation project for the all cooperation project related to the forest fire. So you can see here in 2015, there's about 180,000 active fire, or we call it hotspot, and then it decreased to 24,000, and then decreased to 17,000. But in 2019, we have a little bit higher. It's about 90%, but still, it's about less than 50% comparing to the 2015. And then this year, we only have let's say 7,000 of the active fire or hotspot. This is the newest data until November. And then regarding the burn area in Indonesia, we also calculate the burn area starting in 2000. And then you can see here in 2006, as I mentioned earlier, this is the big fire. And then 2015, 2.1 until 2.6 million hectares. And then now, until October, we only have less than 200,000 hectares of the burn area. So I think
2 minutes, Bapak.
yes, just finished. So that's all my sharing information related to fire project in Indonesia. I thank you for your attention. Back to you, Ibu Nur. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Israr, for very good management of time and also for the presentation. I recognize that Dr. Fang Sak already with us, so I would like to invite Dr. Fang Sak to join at the panelists. Colleague, the second panelist will be Ibu Dr. Ami Dusele who will share with us about the FAO program in Indonesia.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having FAO at the Indonesia Pavilion. You've had a really wonderful program of events over the past week and a half, so we appreciate the participation. So today I will be talking about a new initiative, a joint initiative by FAO and the UN Environment Program, UNEP, the Global Fire Platform. So a bit of background on this platform. As many of you know, FAO has supported countries on fire management for decades, providing analyses and guidance. And very recently, 1 month ago, at FAO's 26th Committee on Forestry meeting, one of the agenda items focused, for the very first time, in fact, on forest fires and the global fire management platform. This platform was first announced at the 15th World Forestry Congress jointly by FAO and UNEP. And we are collaborating together to bring global experience, knowledge, and networks together, and really using the UN mandate of serving our member countries to provide demand-driven support and tools for integrated fire management. So why a focus on wildfires? I think we've already heard from the previous speakers that the risk that wildfires pose to people and the environment is increasing. Many of you may be familiar with this report, Spreading Like Wildfire, that was released earlier this year. It was led by UNEP, and FAO contributed quite a bit. And it really shows the rising threat of extraordinary wildfires globally. And when we're talking about these kinds of wildfires, we're talking about the really big uncontrolled ones, and not the good side of fire, which is also important. We know that fire management is also used by foresters and farmers and local communities worldwide to also for their land management and food production. So in this case, we're really talking about the new and uncontrolled wildfires that are affecting ecosystems and people. We are really trying to promote integrated fire management, as I mentioned before, that puts a big focus on the preparedness and the prevention and the review and analysis phases of fire management, and not a sole focus on the response measures, which we often seen with the helicopters and the water and the firefighting. Of course, this is also important, but we're really trying to draw policy attention, financial support, technical support to dealing with wildfires before they even begin. So we know that wildfires are widespread on every continent except for Antarctica. And really that they're persistent, and I think this map nicely shows prevalence of recent wildfire activity in the period of 2014 to 2019 with the red dots of the increase in wildfires globally. So why a platform? There are a bunch of platforms out there. There's the Joint Research Center of the European Commission's Global Wildfire Information Center. There's the Global Fire Management Center out of Germany with a lot of information. So why another platform? Well, as I mentioned before, the UN really comes in with a very different mandate, and we're constantly approached by countries for support. And what we're trying to do is create a more coordinated way of responding to those demands. So understanding that strengthening fire management is required, and really leveraging the existing partnership between FAO and UNEP as aligned with our work in the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. So what will this platform do? I mean, it will link with these other initiatives, definitely. and really provide sort of different pillars of support. One of those is on fire risk assessment and early warning. So, kind of supporting countries with the very best risk assessment methods and tools, including focused on damage and loss. A knowledge hub, and so really linking to the global wildfire fire management center that already has a lot of knowledge on integrated fire management, accessible technical advice and information, and stimulating collaboration and contribution. And then, of course, policy support. So really thinking about integrating integrated fire management into national and subnational policies, and learning from countries like Indonesia, where this is really quite well developed. And so trying to promote this exchange between countries as much as possible as well, and thinking of other future modules and pillars as this develops. So it will engage, FAO current resources and UNEP current resources, such as the Global Forest Resources Assessment, the FRA, partnering with the UN Decade on ecosystem restoration, the UN RED program, and using technical developments such as FAO's big open access national forest monitoring platforms such as CIPOL, and there's a fire monitoring module in that would also be available. And working with partners, again, such as the Joint Research Center and the Global Wildfire Information System. And one very practical way that we will start implementing this is through a new project that is funded by the Korea Forest Service. Also, this is the Assuring the Future of Forests Through Integrated Risk Management, a firm that was launched at the 15th World Forestry Congress in Korea earlier this year. And the objective of a firm is to design and establish an internationally applicable mechanism to reduce damage and loss by large-scale forest disturbances through implementation of integrated risk management practices. This is a 4-year project, and we will be working with AFOCO, the Asian Forest Cooperation Organization, to pilot a firm in Cambodia, Laos, PDR, and Vietnam. And it would be very nice, Israr, to connect with your project in Indonesia, including because a lot of the focus of this is knowledge exchange and sharing lessons. And so I think there's a really nice opportunity to connect there. And the idea there is to begin with wildfires and over time think of other risks that also affect incidents of fire, such as pests and disease, floods, landslides, and severe weather damage. So my last slide here is, on the components of a firm. So really focused on the risk assessments first in the 3 countries. Focus on risk reduction activities. So in the case of fire, that's fuels management, fire prevention, enhanced fire detection, and then of course suppression. Connecting to other risks and other activities as appropriate, and then really supporting countries in formulation of integrated risk management plans for forests. So thank you very much, and my contact information is on this slide. Thanks.
Thank you, Ibu Ami, for sharing with us about the FAO UNEP initiative on forest fire management platform at the global level. And the next is, I think, will be similar, but this one from ITTO. Dr. Wan Okba, time is yours.
Excellency, dear colleague, dear friend, it is my great pleasure to join this important talk show from the ITTO side. My presentation will focus more on the tropical region, how to address the tropical forest issues. So my organization, ITTO, we are located in Yokohama, quite a city, but very some serious mission to promote sustainable forest management. So my presentation may be focused on the policy work as well as some of project. We work in some of the tropical countries, so I will move that direction. So already two previous speaker emphasized the fire, extreme fire is more the coming. So I learned from the Indonesia, this the third Indonesia, the PUR, the report indicate 1.845 gigaton of CO2 equivalent, including particularly came from the land use sector. In Indonesia case, petroleum forest fire is the most significant source of the greenhouse gas emission. But I would say tropical country, land use is more important than any other energy or other sector, transportation. That is very clear. So the extreme fire is inevitable, so we need more the critical effort to how to avoid through the systematic application of the integrated fire management system. So ITTO, we 35 years experience, but ITTO fireworks start from 1982, 83, El Nino the phenomena. Already Dr. Isra pointed out Indonesia's history. So we start 1982, almost 40 years ago. We started some of the issue, and then we bring up such the collective effort, best practice into the first from national the guideline to the global guideline. So this is the available. I believe that this the guideline applied the tropical forest. I would say the regarding of vegetation type, I think these guidance are still the very valid to promote. I'm very pleased the senior advisor of the Madam the Nuru Marsben, like senior advisor. Also, this the guideline assisted by our colleague, the Dr. Eprangja, like that way. So ITTO, like other organizations, we are trying to also promote, this is application of integrated forest management. So we are very much eager, not only the policy work, but the capacity building at the national level, local level. I think the local level is so important. So this how do we enhance the capacity building is so important. So we need more the action on the ground. So this is what we tried out the best. So we learn so many things. Community forest management, community forest fire management system is very crucial. So we try to promote some resilience ecosystem from the not only ecosystem but also community. How to enhance their some social livelihood. I think that this is more the integrated approach will allow the more the attention, more full participation local community. This is very clear. Not only the forest fire, we have seen a lot of the project, but successful story are really important. The effective participation or full participation of local community important. I forgot also ITTO, promote with the global like the fire management platform, what other. I think that we also work with the ITTO member of the International Rising Committee of the International, each 4 year we participate. Actually, there are many members, including ITTO, FAO, UNEP, also U.S. Forest Service, Australia. We work together to share a lot of information. So next year, 23, the May, 8th Wildlife Fire Conference will held in the Porto, in Portugal. So we are working together, our partner, how to promote some kind of the global framework for cooperation. So far, we are so much that we had the global fire management platform, whatever, but something more the international framework to increase the cooperation. That is the next year the challenge. So just quick, I'd like to introduce some of the action on the ground. This is some example. Also, I used to work some project in the other Africa and Latin America, but this is some example. Two cases. In the one is the working with Peru in Serpo. The other one is what Dr. Isra, the first speaker, mentioned about here. So we work together. So it is under the Japan government, also emergency fund under the Japan, to address the global issue. So this is 2 years ago we start, and we are almost finalized. We're looking for more the second generation, second phase of partnership. Just some, I think, the forest fire is not only the Asia, Pacific, Latin America, but this one example in Peru. We started 2 years, and then somehow, I think that during the COVID-19, we some limited activity, but we focus a lot of the network and some exchange of the all. I think that online the platform was very much the activity. This is the Peru case, also Amazon Peruvian Amazon side. We concentrate four sides like the Ucayali and the Union. So one of the interesting the experience from the Peru fire is like some cultural aspect. I think the indigenous community, that was some interesting to compare to any other region. Now come to the Indonesia Ministry of Environment Forestry project. We focus on the three project sites in the Sumatra and Central Kalimantan and South Kalimantan. I have been some of the place and I had pleasure to see how all the actors working so hard on the ground. So this is the project site. We had some association with the local fire station, and then also, particularly I was very pleased to see the underground, particularly the Mangala Agony Fire Brigade. I think they professionalized, improve. That was very impressed. And then also we work with the police and some institution. Yeah, a couple of things. The outcome of the partnership, particularly we try to some of the guideline, the module. I think this is somehow we had a lot of action on the ground, but somehow how to compile such the good things. So we make some the module. We are training the module. So this is development zero burning practice, not zero burning, but reduced burning. I think the Indonesia, Brazil, all tropical countries, main cause is like land clearing. I think that is very clear. So we try to minimize the land clearing without fire. So we had the module and also demonstration, and then somehow the livelihood, like aquaculture. I think that some of the agriculture crop, like the pepper and the avocado, somehow the mix so that the community they can concentrate the fire, the prevention. That was interesting. And then also, like other case, we are also concentrate our effort to enhance the capacity of particularly the fire brigade. I think that was also very impressive the work with the main partner in the the project site, but fire brigade and also voluntary the community association also there. But we try the fire brigade is so important to promote. They are really the task force to manage many things. Yeah, we also try to some support certain the fire equipment is not sufficient. Somehow the fire, the clothes and the shoes, etc. Even if the mobile, the oxygen, and some of the motorbicycle, I think like Ibu, the woman also. I saw the role of women also increasing in the fire protection. So we try to promote some of the certain material, and our Excellency here, very pleased to see some of the webinar to promote all the cooperation during the COVID-19. It was great. So Asia Pacific, beyond the Asia Pacific, we had a lot of the partnership with there. So my last slide, and I think the lady, Dr. Isra and Annie also mentioned about the extreme the fire will increase year by year. So we need more the action on the ground. So how do we increase the support program, project? I think that we are really looking forward. I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Okma. Our last speaker will be Dr. Van Sok, who will share us about the partnership engagement in ASEAN region to mitigate fire, forest fire in ASEAN region. Please, Dr. Van Sok.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's a great pleasure to see you all today for your interest in the haze and peatland management. The peatland is quite important, as you may have noted from my previous presentation and different sort of pavilion. So it's not only the peatland for itself and for the community and biodiversity, but also importantly for the transboundary haze issue. So I'm going to present this about the partnership engagement in ASEAN region to mitigate forest and land fire. So I'm really quick because I need to run another session. So I the presentation, I hope that will be distributed. So if you have any sort of question, please feel free to reach out to me or my colleague from ASEAN Secretariat. So first of all, also thank you to Ministry of Environment and Forestry and Ibu that lead the team on this initiative. I think it's really important to shoulder together to address the climate change and transboundary haze issue. So in fact, we have ASEAN region is a unique region that we have ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution. It's a global model that brings people together to discuss about the transboundary issue of haze, and that way we have to find common ground to work together. Of course, the challenge is still ahead. And then I also would like to present some the opportunity. So I may go quick to flash that, but I really apologize for a short presentation from my side. So this is about ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution, which is the master document to guide our cooperation in ASEAN region, that ASEAN 10 countries have to come and address this challenge issue. So this is all about that sort of obligation and area cooperation. As you may see, it's really fit to the previous speaker well about the area of cooperation, monitoring and assessment, prevention, preparedness, mitigation, emergency response and assistance, and technical cooperation, scientific research. That's why we welcome for all the partners to join us to address this transboundary haze, whether from the peatland or from the biodiversity land. Thank you very much for that point. So this I just present you all that flash, and then I finish my presentation, and I apologize for that short introduction on that transboundary haze. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fongsak. Colleague, Indonesia is part of Association of Southeast Asian countries, and how serious we deal with forest and land fire issue in the region. We had agreement transboundary haze pollution, where each country has made the commitment how we work together and also individually to best trying to prevent fire incident in our own country, also in collaboration with all ASEAN member states. So colleague, we still have enough time to take a question from the floor. If there is any question, and please state your name and institution or country, and to whom the question is directed. So please, who will start the question? Who is willing to be icebreaker in this case? If not, I will start with the question with to the three panelists. So giving more time to colleague here to prepare the question. So my question to all panelists. So you have shared with us how, for example, ITTO and FAO develop your program globally and also at the regional level to help countries in dealing with forest fire. And for Pak Israr, how you will use our existing partnership, not only outside for regional and global level, but also from the local level to build synergy with initiative that is developed by international organization like ITTO and FAO. Who will start first? Maybe Bu Ami, then Pak Okma and Pak Isra.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Sort of as I mentioned in the remarks, the focus of FAO's work on integrated fire management is really demand driven. So it's about, first of all, we have a fire management strategy at FAO that's focused on what we call the 5 R's. So this starts with review and analysis, risk assessments, readiness, response, and then recovery including through forest landscape restoration. And so first is really trying to, disseminate those principles of the 5 R's. And as I mentioned, really trying to shift the attention from only response, that 4th R, to the other R's. Especially those that are involved in review and analysis and preparedness for fire. And so that's sort of the one point, is really, making very clear the message of how FAO is thinking about integrated fire management for our members. And then the second part of that is being available for technical support to countries and helping countries also leverage finance for integrated fire management. And that's really done on a demand-driven basis. So for those listening here, please do approach us. We're here to support you and to share the experiences. And I think the other point of that is, again, we're in the Indonesian Pavilion, and there's so much experience and know-how in the country. And, really, Indonesia makes its own connections, but sometimes an organization like FAO can also facilitate that. So if we hear from a country that's interested in learning, we can help connect, and we're doing this quite a bit, and that will be one of the focuses of the fire management platform as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Today, this event agenda, or the topic is collaborative partnership on land and forest fire management. I think it's very, very crucial in the international climate change framework. I believe many organizations, FATT, other organizations, we are promoting the collaboration, but I believe this is more the enhanced effort will be coming up. And one point when you talk about climate change, some previously NDC, how to integrate the first fight the NDC, that's the first point. And then also ITTO side, we are also very interested capacity at the local level, how to materialize the national guideline to under the ground. I think that was fundamental, was important. What I observed that many parts of now the member, I seen some small action make a difference. So small but big impact. So we need more the support from our donor partners to action on the ground. So we had a certain platform. I'm very pleased to FAO now the global platform. As under this platform, we can work together. But in some change on the ground, the transform, particularly I mentioned about the livelihood of local community, and then the action on the ground, I think that make impact, and the sustainability will continue. I think this is what I like make the comment. I think action we need with more the support from our partner and donors. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Ibu Nur. Regarding the questions, I think in my personal opinions, I have 2 key answers. The first thing is the stakeholders. So in dealing with the forest fire management, you have to involve all stakeholders, not only the international, but also regional, and also the important thing is the local. So the partnership is also the key, and you have to deal with the government, local government, and then NGO, the private sector, the academics, and scientists. Yes, we have to do a partnership with all the stakeholders. And the second key answer is the preventions. So we have to focus on the fire preventions. It's including the monitoring and also the extension, the awareness of the people, education for the children and the youth. So I think the two key answer is the answer for your questions, and we hope we can do what we call it, the cooperation with all stakeholders, not only in local, I mean in the regional, but also in global. And the second one is how to focus in the preventions. Thank you, Bunu.
Thank you, Pak Israr, Pak Okma, and Ibu Ami. I think we have gentlemen at that side, and then the second Ibu at that side, and the third from here. So, and fourth. If we have 4 questions for, please give your question short and focus. Please. Yep. No. Pak, over there, please.
Hello, I am Hamad Al-Shawatfi from Al-Watan newspaper. How are forests fires you face off the fire in forests and how two countries face off these fires in South Asia? What about cooperation between the countries about forest fires?
Yeah, okay. Yeah?
Another.
Yep. Okay, I hope the panelists could take note, and we will collect first all questions, because maybe the question are similar. The second is Ibu over there. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dipetoho Anita Lokoa from Botswana. I'm a son living in the Okavango Delta and also sandwiched by Moremi Game Reserve and Chobe National Park. So mine is not actually a question. It's just to share with you that maybe also you can consider us involving us in some of the work that you do with the communities. The government has a program of community-based natural resource management that is operating our communities back in Botswana. But there's no trainings and, to advocate the communities. The only thing that they do when there's fire, they come collect the community to go and stop the fire. So we need programs that will educate our people so they can know how to manage their land and adapt to the climate change. So I'd love to have maybe I can share more of the story with them from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, sir, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much. My name is Bona Desa from Ethiopia. I'd like to thank all the presenters. Maybe my question goes to Dr. Esrar Alvar, Deputy Director of Fire Management. I want to have additional elaboration to get experience, especially in terms of institutional arrangement pertaining to forest fire, specific pertaining to forest fire management from national to lower level administrative tiers. So the available legal specific to forest and the land management and how these legal instruments are active in the implementing tires. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the lady here.
Donc, merci. Je me Noura Fatima Jibrilla, vice-présidente de la plateforme nationale de la société civile sur le changement climatique et le développement durable. Donc, c'est pour un partage d'expérience. Someone can... Donc, I said that c'est un partage d'expérience. In my country, nous avons le dispositif. C'est un programme qui est rattaché. Il y a un partenaire qui finance. Donc, les ONG sont financées dans le but de prévenir. Donc, c'est pour faire les bandes pare-feu et la sensibilisation afin d'éviter les feux de brousse. Donc, c'est ce partage-là que je voulais faire avec vous. Parce que nous, on fait tout pour prévenir. D'autant plus que, surtout, on n'a pas beaucoup de terrain au Niger. 3/4 de notre territoire sont désertiques. Donc, il faut tout faire pour préserver le peu qui nous reste là. C'est pour cela qu'on fait la prévention contre les feux de brousse.
Is there anybody who could help to
I said
translate?
that in my country, Niger, one program which is with the cabinet of Prime Minister. It is called dispositif. This dispositif finance NGOs in order to sensitize people on les bandes pare-feu to dig. On creuse afin de...
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I think I hope the panelists got the message at least. Okay, we take one more question. Yeah.
Muna Ali from Sudan. My question is, what is the main role of civil society organization in reducing forest fire?
Yep.
The main role.
Yeah, thank you. I think many questions for Pa Israr, so I would like to start to invite Pa Israr to respond, and then Pa Okma and Ibu Ami.
Okay, thank you, Bunur, and thank you for all the questions that's already arise to us all as panelists. Maybe the first one is the cooperation country, South-South. I'm not sure about this, but you know, we also funded and sponsored by NASA in scientist field, in scientist or research program. We call it SARI. It's South and Southeast Asia research for the forest fire. This is a host, University of Maryland. So we welcome all the South participants to involve in this project. This project is not only for the forest fire, but also for the agriculture, for land use cover. So I think that's that I can answer about this in South-South. And the second one is the Botswana. I think it's working with the community and advocates the community. Yes, this is also one of the key success of the fire management, as also done in South Africa with the working on fire, because they are involved the communities in fire management. So this is also what we done so far in Indonesia, where we developed the fire care community in all fire-prone provinces. So now, until now, we have more than 11,000 of the members of these fire care communities. And the Ethiopia, sorry, I'm not mentioning about your name. It's the national how the national level and also illegal legal instrument works. And for the national, for example, Indonesia, for the national level, we have the regulation, we have the law, and the ministerial decree, such as number 32, that's particularly regarding the land and forest fire management. So in this law, in these regulations, all stakeholders, it's national and regional, provincial, until the regions level also involved. So that's the instruments about the legal instruments. I'm not sure about the Nigeria because I'm not so understand about what you're asking. You are asking, but I think the fire also, the fire in some countries also it's not prohibited because that's also the habitat management. You need also fire in some countries, but Indonesia we have regulations that zero burning. And the last one, I think the main role of civil society in fire. Yes, as I mentioned before, the community also the key success of the fire management, not only Indonesia. We have a lot of fire in Indonesia annually, but also in other countries. The developed countries such as Canada, Australia, Turkey also, and then Italy and Spain, there is experience a lot of fires annually. So we need also the involving of the communities, the local stakeholders. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much. The various question. I also very much supporting the Dr. Isra mentioned. The first, I like to also mention first like the what I understand like South-South cooperation. I'm cross-learning. I think this is also very important. There are a lot of network like the Southeast Asia, the Fire Monitoring Center, also Asia South Monitoring Center, and the West Africa like Ghana, where the West Africa South, the Fire Monitoring Center, Latin America. So I believe this is some of the example how do we learning, together. So we are not only one country, but working together. I think it's some existing network. I think under the platform or other, we had a lot of existing network that will be very important. Sharing. In order to avoid any similar mistake, I think that would be important. And I appreciate the Ghana, our colleague from Ghana, the shared experience. Also, we used to work a lot with the Ghana FORIC. We worked a lot, and then the FORIC scientists. I know a lot of the good work. So national guideline there, and then we fully agree. Like community fire management, forest fire management, so much important. I fully share. And then I think that should be there. The lady, I could not digest your question, but I understand some of top level of the commitment, but action on the ground take time. Yeah, farmer behavior not easy to 1 month, 2 months. They also continue. Yeah, sharing. Yeah. And the last question also, I fully share the role of the civil society. Many roles I think that they can do, particularly the local community empowerment, empowering local community and empowering women. I think these things can be facilitated by the civil society. So I think this for society as well as others. So I believe also science. I think science-based, some supporting the figure, also convincing the local, also national level. So I believe the role of the civil society, role of the women, role of the also academician are so much important in order to collect the effort to address such a complex issue. I will thank you very much for such all the questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I think the colleague here nicely articulated the many networks that are out there that are really promoting fire management knowledge and information. And I think what we're trying to do from FAO's side is really help consolidate a lot of that information, knowledge, and support into one place through this new initiative with UNEP. And it's very nice to see the colleagues from African continent expressing the need and the experiences and the need for support. As we saw from the map, this is a continent where, there's more fire incidents than anywhere else and increasing under climate change. And so I think FAO's new we've done a lot of country level support on integrated fire management, and now we're moving into a bit more of regional and more programmatic approaches. So I showed an example from the Southeast Asia region with the AFFIRM mechanism. And I should also say to the colleague from Botswana that we're working in South Africa, a regional program in Zambia, Botswana, Mozambique, and Angola, sort of through different means. And so we can discuss that, as well as in South America, both in the Pantanal region and also the Amazon region. FAO's new fire management officer, her name is Lara Steil. She's from Brazil, and she actually led Brazil's national fire management program for 16 years before joining us just a few months ago. And so she'll really also be supporting work in the South America region. And then I should just end with the civil society and the importance of that. One of the things that we're really valuing in this global fire management platform is community-based fire management and indigenous knowledge. I think that wasn't really mentioned explicitly here, but really understanding that indigenous peoples have incredible, historical knowledge and experience with integrated fire management, and really trying to elevate that knowledge in the context, including of national, and regional responses to fire. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all panelists and also all participants for a very productive interaction. I think I just want to bring up here one key message about the central role of partnership, both at the national level and regional and international level. At the national level, the support from international community could strengthen our effort in dealing the forest fire individual country, and then because of the increasing trend of global forest fire, I think regional and global partnership is very important. Thanks once again, and this is the time for us to close this session. Give the next opportunity.
Thank you, Ibu Nur, and also distinguished speakers. Would like to invite all the speakers and moderator to stand in the center of the stage to take some pictures. And I would also like to invite Bapak Nur Ardi Wardoyo to hand over the token of appreciations. Yeah, could you please stand in the center of the stage? And we're waiting for the token of appreciation. Like the gifts, where are the gifts? Yeah, okay, so maybe if Pak Adi can also step on the stage. Monggo Pak Adi. All right. Thank you very much, Ibu Nur, Pak Adi, and also distinguished speakers. And I would like to inform the audience we're gonna have
masa silam, Kalimantan kerap digambarkan sebagai pulau hutan hujan tropis lebat yang dihuni aneka ragam hayati. Ragam kekayaan dan keindahan yang ada di dalamnya bak percikan surga yang jatuh di bumi Borneo. Sebagai salah satu wilayah yang memiliki luasan hutan terbesar ketiga di Pulau Kalimantan, wilayah Kalimantan Barat merupakan salah satu provinsi teratas di Indonesia yang berkontribusi terhadap emisi GRK dengan rata-rata deforestasi tahunan sebesar 132.500 hektar. Demi mencegah kerusakan yang lebih parah, pemerintah berkomitmen untuk mengurangi emisi GRK sebesar 29% dari tingkat business as usual pada 2030 dengan pendanaan sendiri. Dan sebesar 41% dengan dukungan internasional hanya dapat dicapai dengan melindungi hutan. Melalui Forest Investment Program 1 atau FIP1, yang merupakan bagian dari rencana investasi kehutanan Indonesia yang didukung oleh program FIP yang dikelola oleh Asian Development Bank atau ADB dan International Finance Corporation atau IFC. Proyek ini fokus pada kegiatan-kegiatan REDD Plus atau Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation berbasis masyarakat. Implementasi program FIP1 ini dilaksanakan di 5 desa di wilayah Kabupaten Sintang dan 12 desa di wilayah Kabupaten Kapuas Hulu, termasuk di Taman Nasional Betung Kerihun dan Danau Sentarum atau TNB KDS. Mengingat tingginya potensi untuk mengurangi emisi GRK dan kemiskinan, Kabupaten Kapuas Hulu dan Sintang dipilih sebagai daerah sasaran. Salah satu desa yang melaksanakan program FIP1 melalui kegiatan agroforestry di Kapuas Hulu adalah Desa Uluk Palin.
Sebelum program beroperasi, kita sudah ada pernyataan, semacam pernyataan di mana lahan yang sudah kita tanam, kita pelihara, tidak akan bisa lagi seperti berladang atau dibakar seperti petani tradisional pada waktu itu.
Dalam rangka meningkatkan pendapatan masyarakat dan meningkatkan fungsi hutan, FIP1 memfasilitasi kegiatan pengelolaan hutan berbasis masyarakat antara desa dengan KPH yang mencakup lahan seluas 17.000 hektar dan memperbaiki 1.880 hektar lahan terdegradasi dengan peningkatan sistem agroforestry berbasis masyarakat. Selain Desa Uluk Palin, kegiatan agroforestry juga dilakukan di Desa Senangan Kecil di wilayah Kabupaten Sintang.
Kemarin BIMTEK kami disampaikan itu pelatihan mulai dari kita pasang.
What is it now? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before noon, before 12, let's call it morning. So how are you? This is our seventh or eighth day. I lost track of time. But we're still live from Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, at Indonesia Pavilion at COP27. And welcome for those of you who have been here before. I hope you enjoy our program so far, and we still have a lot of sessions until Thursday. So and today I'm happy to kind of MC the next session with the topic of promoting local leadership for stronger climate actions, and organized by the Directorate General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership. And I would like to invite the audiences that are still outside of the venue. You can bring the coffee or tea or the snacks inside and enjoy our discussion, because we're about to begin our session very shortly. And this event is also in collaboration with the Forest Investment Program 1, Rico FTC, I hope I pronounce it correctly, and Green Leadership Indonesia. And without further ado, because we have limited time, I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Ms. Atia Ramadianka from the Green Leadership Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ms. Atia Ramadian.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, not good afternoon, but good morning, because the MC just said that it is not 12 yet. So, okay, good morning to everyone. So, yes, we are in the session about promoting local leadership for stronger climate actions. And for the next 80 minutes, you will be here with me, Atia Ramana Herunisa from Green Leadership Indonesia, and I will be the moderator for the session. Now I invite the 4 speakers for this session to please join me here on the stage, please. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yes. After this, before we proceed, the Director General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership would like to deliver a pre-recorded brief speech. So, okay, please start the video.
Distinguished delegates of UNFCCC member countries, distinguished speaker, representative of the international institution, representative of the partner committee of the Pavilion Indonesia, participant, guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all in the talk show promoting local leadership for stronger climate action. Last year, we had the honor to host an event in Pavilion Indonesia from Indonesia that parallel to Pavilion Indonesia and COP29 UNFCCC at Glasgow, United Kingdom. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the delegates of the UNFCCC, member countries, speaker, committee, and all our participants that attend today, both virtual and virtual. Your participation is very important for the discussion and sharing of information on social forestry and climate action. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, from the climate change perspective, Indonesia, which has an area and a strategic location, including the potential and its forest area, is considered very important in effort to mitigate and adapt to global climate change. Social forestry plays important role in reducing greenhouse gas emission level from the forest sector. Globally, this contribution is implemented through effort to reduce emission from deforestation, forest degradation, and increase carbon stock at a community level. The social forestry program is a part of a large and long narrative of the government of Indonesia effort to democratize community-based forest management to decrease poverty, reduce deforestation, and end forest land conflict by providing opportunity by local communities to manage their forests and developing sustainable livelihood in and around forests. And in 2022, the inclusion of the social forestry in the Job Creation Law number 11/2020 and its implementing regulation on the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Decree number 9/2021 regarding social forestry management has been focusing more on the community welfare and to ensure fair access and sustainable forest management with the principle of ecological balance, economic equity, social justice, and community well-being. From the initial target of the forest area for the program was 12.7 million hectares, the achievement of the social forestry program has been increasing significantly every year. As of October 2022, more than 5 million hectares of forest area have been distributed to be legally managed by more than 1.1 million households. By granting legal access, it is hoped that the forest community could improve their welfare while increasing the quality of the forest. Social forestry is provided in a form 5 social forestry schemes, namely community forest, village forest, community plantation forest, forestry partnership, and adat forest. Community who have received legal access then establish business group called social forestry business group to conduct business such as agroforestry, silvofisheries, silvopasture, agroforestry, and environmental services. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the site, the local forestry community has implemented sustainable forest management practices that support climate change mitigation and adaptation action through, first, reduction emission from deforestation, second, reducing emission from forest degradation, the third, conservation of carbon stock, and the fourth, sustainable forest management, and last but not least, increasing forest carbon stock. Through social forestry, the rate of deforestation that changes land use from primary forest to non-forest area can be reduced. Likewise, with the degradation which can be suppressed because of the community can manage the area sustainably. Thus, the quality of the forest is relatively maintained even though it is used by the community, and in the end, it can be reduced greenhouse gas emission. The success of social forestry practices to protect forest area and effort to reduce emission, of course, cannot be separated from the role of the local champion as a catalyst that strengthen community social capital. To present of the local champion who is trusted by the local community also play important role to gain trust along community member to community group. However, social capital also become the source of adaptive capacity. The local value of the community is still important for social capital that can enact and gain awareness among community to preserve their area. Ladies and gentlemen, in the context of social forestry in Indonesia, there are several types of local champion. The first, we have what we call as environmental warrior. We call it as Kalpataru, which is a local champion that already had acknowledgement from the President of the Indonesia. The second, social forestry facilitator. The third, forest community leader, and many more type of social warrior in terms of social forestry. They act as a motivator, mediator, and companion in managing areas, institutions, and community business activities. Ladies and gentlemen, local champion possess strong dedication in helping to realize fair forest and land planning. Those local champion is not seen as a superhero, but they have a commitment to equality in managing their forest and its ecosystem. And in order to strengthen the link between social forestry and the issue of the climate change, the great potential of this local champion can be opportunity to strengthen the capacity of the natural communities to carry out mitigation and adaptation effort. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as importantly, I would like to take this opportunity to show my sincere appreciation to the speaker who have responded to the invitation and confirmed participation in this exciting event. I would like also to extend my special thanks to organizing committee as host of a Pavilion Indonesia for their tireless and active support to make this important event happen. And I hope this talk show will enhance our knowledge, information, and be a good start for further partnership. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. So that is the keynote speech from the Director General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership, Mr. Bambang Supriyanto. And without further ado, we already have our 4 esteemed speakers here. And before we proceed, please just allow me to introduce them one by one. The first one is Ibu Catur Endah Prasetyani, from the Directorate of Enterprise Development of Social Forestry, and also acting as the executing agency for Forest Investment Program 1 or FIP1. And then the second one is Regan Pairo Mahaket. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. She is from the Senior Program Officer on Landscapes and a Changing Climate RICOFTC, or the Center for People and Forest. And the third speaker is Mr. Bambang Trisasongko Adi, the Team Leader Project Implementation and Supporting for Forest Investment Program 1. And then our last but not least is Mr. Dingo Marcus, the local champion from Kapuas Hulu, Tanjung Village, West Kalimantan. And just a brief explanation, the Forest Investment Program or FIP1 is one of the foreign state grants partnerships or hibah luar negeri between the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Republic Indonesia with the Asian Development Bank. And this is a program that has been running since 2017 until 2023. So before we continue, I would like to remind all the esteemed speakers here that each of you have 10 minutes to present your materials. And I will remind you when you have 1 minute left. Okay, so without further ado, I invite Ibu Catur Endah to join me here.
Thank you, Atia, as a moderator, to give me a chance. Good day, ladies and gentlemen in here, and good afternoon for ladies and gentlemen in Jakarta who watch with who speak English. Glad to see all of you today, and allow me to present about social forestry with the title is the role of local leadership of in social forestry, mainstreaming, institutional management, area management, business management for social forestry community. Okay. The social forestry program is a corrective action in the policy of economic equality, already said by Mr. DJ, because there are inequality of access to land, human resources, and inequality will be an effective opportunity. The background of this condition, like we know Indonesia forest area is 120.7 million hectare, and there is 25,853 villages are located around forest area, where 36.7% of the population is poor, and there is tenurial conflict is around 2,100 cases with causes urban-rural inequality. The government has launched a massive social forestry program with a target 12.7 million hectare. Beneficiaries are communities whose daily needs depend on the use of forest resource and are still below the poverty line. Through 5 schemes, and we know already said by Mr. DG, village forest, community forest, adat forest, community plantation forest, and forestry partnership. And we all know with Salam Lima Jari, Salam Perhutanan Sosial, high five. Okay, social forestry is an economic equality policy with the objective of providing access to legal management for 35 years, opportunity for access to capital, and increasing to capacity of human resources for social forestry permit holders. The aim is to reduce poverty level, particularly rural poverty, and reduce tenure conflict. Currently, in November 2022, the realization of granting legal access to social forestry is about 5.1 million hectares with a total 7,814 permits for 1,139,354 families to spread in 33 provinces have been distributed to the community. Of the 7,000 permits were formed 9,887 social forestry business group based on commodities are timber forest product, non-timber forest product, and environmental service. We also make 4 classification based on ability of social forestry business group to adjust the facilities that can be given. The classification is blue, silver, gold, and platinum in order to achieve the expected goal of becoming an independent farmers. The government has to responsibility to provide assistance facilitation, especially in business development after the issuance of approval for social forestry management to improve the welfare of farmers. To encourage the independence of forest farmer group, it is necessary to accelerate the management of social forestry. 3 focuses on accelerating social forestry management, namely 1, first, expanding legal access, 2, increasing business scale, and the third, optimizing collaboration in mentoring. The acceleration strategy is through the development of integrated area based on social forestry by synergizing public, private, and people in a partnership pattern that can increase the economic scale of social forestry business group. To increase the scale of the regional economy based on social forestry, an integrated area development or IED is needed. Synergy and collaboration of the parties like government, university or academic, private sector, civil society, and mass media must be carried out, and we call pentahelix. The most important factor for successful collaboration is the synergy of the task, function, and authority of the parties, including social forestry business group. Meanwhile, the supporting factor for the success of collaboration is the alignment of policies from both the central government and regional government so that overlapping regulation can be harmonized to realize the acceleration of social forestry management. Currently, existing policy support in promoting social forestry program include from the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, and the second from Ministry of Environment and Forestry, of course, and the third Ministry of Home Affairs is in the form of circular regarding an appeal to the government and region, and the last, provincial and regency government policies in supporting social forestry program. So now is the time of implementation. Like the theme of this COP27 conference, together implementation. The synergy and collaboration of pentahelix elements in encouraging the participation of the parties has both medium and long-term impact. You can see in the following slide where the ultimate goal is increasing forest area cover and increasing the scale of regional economic based on green economy. Acceleration of social forestry management through the development of integrated social forestry base area IED with the aim of increasing regional economy of scale and increasing product added value both inside and outside forest area. For example, in Lumajang district at Java province, there is an acceleration of social forestry management such as acceleration and expansion of access to social forestry management from 940 hectare to 4,189 hectare. Through the development of the agro-silvopasture, the fulfillment of cattle fodder from forest area so as to produce quality dairy milk that can be accommodated by the off-taker like PT Nestle, this increases farmers' income, and the farmers then form a joint venture cooperative through strengthening their institution. In the agro-industry, there are various processed products such as banana, taro, etc. that process raw material into finished material and then can increasing the product value chains. In sub-program, the ecotourism, interconnection manage tourism outside and inside the forest area. One of the important things for the development of community social forest business is the sustainable of farmer economic institution currently highly dependent on external factor in the form of a growing and broad market share. Therefore, it is necessary to innovate on internal factors such as product diversification, business process changes upstream to downstream industrialization. Sorry, maybe the next. The following is an example that social forestry also has a role in the development of new and renewable energy, starting from the utilization of livestock manure into biogas and organic fertilizer. This is in Lumajang too. And so that the social forestry not only improve the economic of the community around the forest area, but also contributes to the reduction of carbon emission due to the increase in forest area cover. Social forestry plays a role in climate change mitigation action, among others, increased forest area coverage, reduction of carbon emission, and diversification of food crops to support food security forest product tubers. Finally, integrated area development is an example of the implementation, synergy, and collaboration of the commitment of the parties in the management of social forestry in order to improve the welfare of community, as well as the preservation of forest function as a form of achieving sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ibu Catur Enda, for giving us a comprehensive explanation on the social forestry program and how the program and the acceleration program, along with the crucial importance of collaboration and also the Pentahelix participation. Okay, so now I invite our second speaker, Regan Pyro Mahakech, to the podium. The 10 minutes is yours.
Yes, please. Thank you. So thank you very much to the organizers, to MOEF, and to the Directorate of Social Forestry for inviting RECOF to be a part of this important panel. There it is. So I come from RECOF, and RECOF is the Regional Community Forestry Training Center for Asia and the Pacific. RECOF was founded some 30 years ago as an intergovernmental organization to work with governments to support their social forestry and community forestry programs for greater social impacts as well as ecological benefits. And Indonesia is one of the 7 countries in which RECOFT has an office, and we're very pleased to be working with our colleagues in Indonesia. My discussion today is looking at social forestry from the perspective of adaptation benefits. And while everyone is well aware of the mitigation benefits provided by sustainable forest management, we talk less about the role of adaptation in the forestry sector, with much greater focus on agriculture and disaster risk reduction. So perhaps I would like to come at it from the angle of how community forestry can fit within a landscape approach and contribute to adaptation outcomes. When we talk about the link between forests and adaptation, in fact, there's 2 different angles that we can look at this from. Number 1 is how can forests support communities and human populations to adapt to climate change? And we know that there's many ways in which they do this. They support hydrological cycling services. They support improved soil fertility for agricultural purposes. We know that they support livelihoods through both timber as well as non-timber forest products. And we know in a lot of cases that communities rely heavily on forest products for food and for the biodiversity for medical and other reasons. In addition to the ways that forests can support communities to adapt, there's a lot that we can do to consider how humans can help forest ecosystems to adapt as part of the forest management structures, allowing the forest composition to move either to higher altitudes, higher latitudes, as required in order to maintain the functional integrity of the forest ecosystem. So maybe I will start first with a little bit of a description on what a sustainable landscape-based approach is. And I think it mirrors very closely the previous speaker's discussion of integrated area development. I think that there is a lot of the same objectives. Integrated landscape management has a few key principles and dynamics required in order for it to proceed. One of these is the fact that it's multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder based. You have some sort of a platform that allows smallholders, private sector, state actors, coming from different sectoral perspectives to discuss jointly and to have a shared understanding leading to some sort of a planning process and common vision of what that landscape can look like, ultimately leading to some sort of implementation of this plan, and a necessary component, of course, being the monitoring of how any sort of activities within that landscape look like. I would say from RECOF's perspective and experiences, where we have 10 priority landscapes in Asia over our 7 focal countries, is that where landscapes are aligned with administrative boundaries, whether it's districts or another form of jurisdiction, it makes it much easier to consolidate that multi-stakeholder platform and to seek subnational government levels of support in the landscape implementation plan. And again, as the previous speaker mentioned, integrated landscape management is with a view to achieving sustainable development goals and climate change goals that should cross-cut multiple sectors. Apologies if I skip slides. I would just like to So if I can just pause briefly and share a little bit about the basic premise and theory of climate adaptation and how we understand vulnerability. Because in fact, if we are seeking to implement adaptation strategies, these strategies need to be aligned with clearly defined vulnerabilities. And so we need to have some framework through which we assess this. Sensitivity reflects how sensitive you are to climate impacts. Do you have enough resources at your disposal? How close are you to the river that is going to flood? How close are you to the coastal areas? Exposure is a function of flooding, rainfall, what those climate impacts actually are that you're experiencing. And then adaptive capacity, we understand adaptive capacity to really reflect your sustainable livelihood assets, physical, human, natural, financial, and social. These coming together provide you with an integrated bundle of livelihood assets. These are your adaptive capacities. And when you take those adaptive capacities and you look at how sensitive you are to these climate impacts that you're being exposed to, that gives you a sense of what the vulnerability is. And that allows you to plan from a landscape level on how to respond. I'm not going to go into this in great detail, but just to give you an idea of how we're envisioning this within a community forestry landscape approach. RECOFT has previously been rolling out and implementing community forestry adaptation strategies. Now we're trying to broaden this to community forests nested within a landscape. And so why? Well, part of the reason is we know that you don't live in isolated units. We're connected, we're touching, we're adjacent to other communities. If you have an issue like water shortage, groundwater availability, or riverbank erosion, and one community takes action, those interventions could potentially have negative impacts on the neighboring communities. So there's leakage. If I protect my community by stabilizing my riverbank, in fact, the river could erode my neighbor's riverbank. Therefore, we're seeking to look at this from a higher level of multiple communities within the landscape. 1 minute? Oh. Okay, if that's the case, I have 1 minute left now, I will just go back quickly to a brief case study, which is in Cambodia, Prey Lang Forest Landscape, which is 3,600 square kilometers and about 115 community forests. It's a collection of both community forests as well as community protected areas. The red ones are community protected areas, the green ones are CFs. The circle that I have here reflects what we call a sub-landscape upon which we've conducted a vulnerability assessment and assessed how community forestry interventions can contribute. So, in the case of Prey Lang landscape, what are some of the climate impacts? I think these would be familiar to many of you. Changing seasonal calendars. And they are highly dependent on rice farming because while there might be community forests, people are first and foremost farmers. And this impacts both their ability to secure food as well as to have income. Severe flooding, because this is in areas adjacent to the Tonle Sap lake. Invasive species, grass, snails, insects are affecting rice cultivation. And the increases in temperature prevent people from being able to work the same amount of time that they normally would. Dry season is much drier than it used to be. And an interesting function of that is increased electric storms and people finding themselves in their houses and their livestock affected by lightning. People are now much more afraid to go out during an electric storm for fear of being struck. So I'll just very briefly mention some of the recommendations for interventions at a CF level to respond to these forest landscape vulnerabilities. Increasing community forest patrols and the funding needed for communities to be able to undertake basic community forest monitoring, particularly for the increase in forest fires. Creating, extending, investing in fire breaks to protect those forest resources. Water management is vital. Vital for the forest, for the dryness, for the communities and their overall sustainability and livelihoods. In addition, increased restoration activities and finding drought-resistant, flood-resistant species to restore with. Increasing trees within the community as winds are growing. And enterprise development and income generation is really fundamental part of that, because that is part of the adaptive capacities that will allow you to respond to those climate threats. And finally, the valuation and protection of biodiversity, and considering within that community forest, what are ways that people can see direct and indirect benefits, because otherwise the incentives to protect biodiversity can be limited. And that's it. Thank you very much, and sorry to go over time.
Thank you very much, Regan, for your very deep explanation on how the social forestry from adaptation benefits. And now I will call Mr. Bambang to the podium. 10 minutes, Mr. Bambang, thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Atia, the moderator today. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think it's now already past 12, so I should say good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bambang, the same with TG, but different complete name. I'm from Forest Investment Project 1, which is, as already mentioned by Atia, this is a cooperation between Asian Development Bank and Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and then Mr. Bambang as the DG is the executing agency, and Ibu Catur is also the executing agency for the project. The project implementation supporting unit is a team who assigned by the government and the ADB. And hello everyone in Jakarta, in Bogor, who is also PISU team and PMU team who also watching the sessions here in Sharm el Sheikh. So I think we have to be proud that FIP1 finally can attend the COP27 and share the experience of the project. I will start with the strategy of the project itself. I think it is important to mention briefly about what the project has initially to develop the strategy, and then from there I also will share you the experience on how the project is implemented in West Kalimantan, Indonesia, and how the project is actually to contribute to the reducing deforestation and degradation, and also to support the climate change action. And then the achievement of the project in terms of three aspects: forest government, forest governance, and then community business development, because this is the second part is very important, related to the social forestry or community-based forest management in Indonesia, which become a national program, as already explained by Mr. DG and also Ibu Catur previously, and also how the project is actually support in strengthening the institution of the community, of the village organizations, and also in the local government in terms of climate change. And then at the end, I just want to share what action that FIP1 has contribute related to the SDG goal. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a commonly aspects of how the project should think about the strategy, which is talking about what is the risk of the project in the village level. What is the capacity of the village community? Because I think it is very important to understand exactly what is the capacity of the community, capacity of the local government, so that the project investment and intervention can really address the gaps, if any. And then also we have to understand quite well about what is the measurable indicators of the project from the beginning, because otherwise the project can go quite broad and not really addressing the indicators of the project. So these indicators should be understood by all partners, because you know this project is actually managed or implemented by 6 different government institutions, from the social forestry perspective, from the forest production management perspective, from the national park, and also from the climate change issues. So it is very important to make sure that everyone has the same understanding of the project goal. And then of course the more important thing is also considering the safeguard requirement, because this project is internationally funded, and then it's respond to the international and national standard for the safeguard. So it has to be make sure that a social safeguard, grievance redress mechanism, gender conflict is all also included or integrated in the project design. From there, then we start with the implementation of the project. So this is the process that we have implemented in the FIP1. So started with the preparation of the work plan, and then there are some physical constructions we also conducted in the project, such as construction of village road, clean water facility. But as you can see in the slide, that also we implement quite a lot of land-based program, which is agroforestry. Previously, we have talked about agroforestry in the previous sessions in this Indonesia Pavilion. And then also we introduced the new approach of land rehabilitation. We call it assisted natural regeneration, covering 6,000 hectares of forest area, which is mid and low level degraded area, while the agroforestry is targeted for the heavily degraded area. And then also we have the target of directly protecting 5,000 hectares of forest and land within the national park. And then also, as previously mentioned by Ibu Catur, that the project also targeting 17,000 hectares of community-based forest management. And in this project, or in Indonesia, we translated into the social forestry program. We have 17 villages as a target, spread in 2 districts in West Kalimantan. And in addition to output 1, we will talking more on output 1 on this slide, but we also have output 2 and output 3, which is the strengthening the capacity of local government related to the RED Plus project, because this is a RED Plus pilot project in Indonesia. So we hope that FIP1 can be scaled up. Yeah, the lesson learned from the FIP1 can be scaled up on how we also improve the readiness of jurisdiction in the provincial government of West Kalimantan related to the RED Plus. So institutional setup, and then readiness on the regulation, readiness on the capacity of the local government, as well as the safeguard instrument. And then the output 3 is more on how the central government recognize and consider the natural resources modality in the local government, and how that will be supported by fiscal policy budget allocation from the central to the subnational level. This is just an example of our program in West Kalimantan. So we support community with rubber plantation covering more than 600 hectares in 17 villages. And also the project develop permanent nurseries which will support the agroforestry and other planting activities by local government. The nursery can produce more than 1 million seedlings to support the project. And then the agroforestry will also support community in their livelihood. So this is the lemongrass plantation and also pepper plantation. And the project not only supporting in planting the lemongrass or pepper, but also supporting the processing house, which they can process after they harvest the lemongrass and pepper into this processing house, and we also link them to the market. And then this is the livelihood and also road construction in the village. And this is also very important in the provincial level, where the project also construct a gallery for forest product, and we target that the community will have the MOU with the gallery operator, which then the community can sell or market their product into this forest product gallery. This is the kind of achievement of the project. So for example, we have the target of 17,000, but now the project has exceed the target of CBFM until 25,000 hectares. So and then the business development, we have developed some business for the community based on the agroforestry product. This is just an example on how the project also contribute to the reduction emissions. So we have set up the baseline, and then we measure the achievement, the performance of emission reduction every 6 months, and we should meet the target by end of the project or by 2026 by 3.7 million ton CO2 equivalent. And this is how the project can also contribute to the climate actions, so clean water and renewable energy, climate resilience, and then carbon finance partnership. They also try to link the project with the additional funding to make the project continued by other organizations. So I guess that's my presentation. I hope it can provide you with learning from the FIP1 project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bambang, for explaining us the risk, the implementation, and also the 3 outputs, and sharing us the many products of social forestry program. And now I invite our last speaker, Mr. Dingo Marcus, to join me on the podium. Mr. Dingo here will deliver his presentation in Bahasa Indonesia, but his presentation slide will be in English. Silakan Bapak Dingo, 10 menit waktunya.
Terima kasih, Atia. Saya Dingo Markus dari Desa Tanjung, Kecamatan Mentebah, Kabupaten Kapuas Hulu, Kalimantan Barat. Desa Tanjung terletak di kawasan pegunungan Muler, Swaner. Sumber daya alam yang melimpah belum dikelola dengan maksimal. Pekerjaan masyarakat adalah petani atau ladang berpindah-pindah sehingga mengakibatkan hutan rusak. Pada tahun 2010, pemerintah desa menyusun rencana pembangunan jangka menengah desa sebagai acuan pelaksanaan pembangunan desa. Membuat peraturan desa dan juga pengelolaan sumber daya hutan yang secara berkelanjutan dan perlindungan. Kemudian zona lindung kami arahkan kepada penghuluan sungai, perbukitan, dan juga hutan utuh. Zona pemanfaatan kami laksanakan di kawasan yang terbuka. Tahun 2011, Percep Indonesia dan WWF Indonesia membantu mendampingi kami dalam pengelolaan hutan dan perlindungan serta penanaman kembali di kawasan yang terbuka serta membantu kami menyusun atau mengusul hutan desa ke Kementerian Kehutanan. Pada tahun 2012, Desa Tanjung mendapat SK hutan desa seluas 2.520 hektar. Berkaitan dengan hal tersebut, Kepala Desa bersama dengan tokoh agama, tokoh adat, pemuda, dan kaum perempuan mendorong masyarakat bekerja sama untuk menghijau kembali kawasan-kawasan yang sudah terbuka, dan ini diperuntukkan untuk persiapan generasi-generasi yang akan datang. 2019 masuk program FIP 1, Kepala Desa membentuk kelompok KUPS. Tahun 2019, 10 kelompok dengan luas 120 hektar. Tahun 2020, 2 kelompok luas 30 hektar. Dan tahun 2021, 5 kelompok dengan luas 63,3 hektar. Dan kegiatan ANR ada 500 hektar di kawasan hutan desa, dan juga dilanjut dengan program rimba kolektif. Kami sudah membantu dunia, kami juga mohon bantuan dunia. Akhir kata saya sampaikan, bukan hijau sembarang hijau, alam indah bukitnya tinggi, dukung penuh desa hijau, masyarakat desa. Kami ulangi, bukan hijau sembarang hijau, alam indah bukitnya tinggi, dukung penuh desa hijau, masyarakat sejahtera, hutan lestari. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak Bapak Dingo atas waktunya yang sangat baik. Thank you very much Mr. Dingo for your very good time, and maybe I would like to translate a bit on what's the meaning of Mr. Dingo's poem at the end. With his poem, Mr. Dingo expressed how a green environment means that there are many various types of plants and endemic animals. And for Mr. Dingo, a beautiful nature means that there are tall hills and high hills, just like in the Tanjung village where Mr. Dingo lives. And therefore, because Mr. Dingo and the local and adat communities in Tanjung village have helped the world, they need the world to help them now. And therefore, a full-blown support is needed for a green village, because a prosperous society equals to a sustainable forest. Thank you all very much for your presentation, and I was informed that there will be a short video before we start a Q&A session. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please hold until the video is finished.
Desa Tanjung terletak di Kecamatan Mentebah, Kabupaten Kapuas Hulu, Provinsi Kalimantan Barat. Desa Tanjung memiliki hutan desa seluas 2.520 hektar sesuai dengan Surat Keputusan Menteri Kehutanan tentang penetapan areal kerja hutan desa Tanjung. Penentuan jenis komoditas kopi sebagai salah satu produk unggulan desa Tanjung dikarenakan tekstur lahan yang cocok untuk tanaman kopi. Agroforestry kopi ini juga dapat meningkatkan cadangan karbon hutan.
Kopi yang berkualitas itu dengan cara memetik kopi yang benar-benar sudah matang, warnanya merah. Setelah itu kami jemur. Setelah dijemur dalam beberapa hari, dalam proses pengeringan itu, kami bawa ke rumah produksi. Kami mesin, kami olah di situ menjadi bubuk. Dan bubuk tersebut kami masukkan ke dalam kemasan dan jual langsung di masyarakat sekitar.
Maksud program FP1 itu adalah untuk merehabilitasi hutan dengan tujuan untuk meningkatkan taraf hidup masyarakat di sekitar kawasan hutan.
KUPS Hutan Desa Tanjung telah berkomitmen untuk mengembangkan usaha kopi Oki. Dengan dukungan dan fasilitas dari proyek FIP1, dukungan KPH, dan pemerintah daerah, petani kopi telah terlatih menggunakan peralatan pengolahan kopi untuk meningkatkan produksi kopi Oki di Desa Tanjung.
Rumah produksi kopi ini pertama-tama itu disortir. Nah, kita juga sudah punya mesin sortirnya yang dibantu oleh FIP1 kan. Kemudian setelah itu mesin pengupas basah itu nanti dikeringkan, diolah lagi di mesin pengupas kering. Baru ada mesin pengonseng. Setelah itu baru dimasukkan ke mesin tepung. Setelah tepung ya baru dikemas. Setelah itu kalau mau dicoba boleh. Itu sudah siap konsumsi.
Dengan program FIP1 di Desa Tanjung ini, kami sangat berterima kasih dengan pemerintah karena sangat mendukung program desa untuk mensejahterakan masyarakat di kawasan lindung.
Harapan kedepannya, kopi Oki di Desa Tanjung ini bisa dinikmati penikmat kopi di Indonesia, khususnya sekalbar.
Kopi Oki ini agar bisa menjadi produk unggulan yang terdepan daripada ekonomi kami. Kami terima kasih banyak kepada program FIP1, juga kepada lembaga-lembaga yang mendamping kami, kepada kelompok kami agroforestry.
Proyek ini atau program agro ini bisa berlanjut ke depan, yang bisa membantu masyarakat di sekitar kawasan hutan. Tepatnya mungkin di Desa Tanjung itu sendiri.
Kita ciri khas kopi itu kapas dulu. Mereknya Kopi Oki dari Desa Tanjung. Rata-rata sini mahasiswa, pegawai, anggota dewan minum di sini, maupun Pak Wakil Bupati pun ikut minum kopi pagi-pagi.
Warung kopi, kafe-kafe yang mungkin ke depan memang kita dorong untuk kopi ini, karena kalau kita melihat peluang bisnis sepertinya memang ini menjanjikan sekali.
Bukan hijau sembarang hijau, alam indah bukitnya tinggi. Dukung penuh desa hijau, masyarakat sejahtera hutan lestari.
Okay, so that's Kopi Oki or Oki Coffee from West Kalimantan. So if you all love coffee and would like to try the coffee Oki, please go to West Kalimantan. Now I open a round of discussion, and are there any of you who would like to ask a question or give a comment or respond, please? Any remarks or comments from the floor? Anyone?
Thank you so much for the chance. First of all, I'm just so impressive by the last video. It was so amazing. And I just have a question in my mind. If there's investment happen in the village, the investment could be like a big factory, which could be affecting the environment or the forest. So what do you think you can do to prevent or like sustainable the forest? If you understand my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before that, can you please identify yourself and to who you would like to?
To the last speaker, and I'm Salma Asim from Sudan. To the last speaker, I'm Salma Asim from Sudan. I think that's enough.
Okay. So to the speakers, please, I give you the time to answer.
Okay, maybe can answer by Pak Bambang, because Pak Bambang is his consultant for FIP1.
Thank you, Miss from Sudan. I try to answer your questions, and I just also talk to Pak Dingo. I think your question is for him, yeah, the last speaker. It is actually the design of the project to leave something important in the village level, which is under the program of social forestry. Then it is not only providing the access to the community, legal access for them to utilize forests, but also to assist them in developing their business. So it's a community-based forest management means not only about planting, about land rehabilitation, but also providing them with alternative livelihood, which is, we hope that by this program and the threat from the community or other external factor to the forest will be reduced. And this is also the link with Ms. Chatur presentation about integrated area development, where in the district level, we try to, right now, we are trying to assist and providing support to the district government to have an integrated approach of several clusters of livelihood economic based on different commodities. The coffee is just one example, but we also have, as I mentioned, the lemongrass and then pepper, rubber, and also in one of the national park where people living within the national park, and this is a lake national park. So their main business or livelihood is cultivating fish or harvesting fish from the lake. And the program providing them with equipment that can make them having a better product of fish, and also providing them with training on how to get the permit from the government of their product, so that the product is nicely packaged and also has a legal registration. And also because we are in Indonesia, so halal food is very important. So we also help a community to get the halal certificate so that it can be widely accepted to the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other question? If yes, please identify yourself and tell us to which speaker who you would like to answer. Any remarks, any questions, any comments? Yes, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Rayan Abdel Fattah. I'm from Sudan. I would like to ask about what are the factors of success to such program? Can you share us this?
Can you please repeat the question one more time, please?
What are the factors of success to such a project, about the coffee project?
Facts of success?
Yeah.
From the program?
Yeah.
Okay, so to which speakers who you would like to answer?
Well, I
all.
think to Mr. I don't know his name.
Okay. So to Mr. Bambang or Mr. Dingo, maybe what are the facts of the success story?
Yeah, thank you. I will try to answer your question, and I think later on Pak Dingo and Ibu Chatur will also contribute to the response. So this project is a challenging one because, but this is not that challenging because we focus on the 2 districts only, while compared to other projects, it can spread to different provinces and it's quite widely distributed in the geographical area. So the key factor that I think contribute to the success of the project is first, of course, collaboration. So it's a collaborative approach from, as I mentioned, there are 6 institutions and there are also interests from local government as well. So we try to link the project goal with what is needed by the local government.
in the provincial level, and also from the local community. So we have conducted quite intensive consultation on what they need, what species they want to plant, what product that they want to produce based on the commodity they have, based on the culture. The culture itself is very important because we deal with quite different culture in West Kalimantan. So there are two main ethnical groups. So Dayaknis is the local community in West Kalimantan, and also the Malay. So they live together and they have quite different culture. So we have to understand and learn on those cultural aspect. And we step by step, to try to engage people to involve in the project. We all, of course, have the challenge. Sometimes they, in the middle of the project, they pull out from the agreement, and we have to find another group. We have to identify another land. But because we understand that their knowledge, their capacity is very limited, so the way they express to the project for disagreement is also quite different. So sometimes when they disagree with just one small thing, they respond is, I'm pulled out from the project. But we should not take that seriously, because that is the way they express their concern. With another approach and discussions, then finally they can back to the project and support the project. So that's actually just one of examples. So there are some other strategy that we do so that the project is successful. Maybe Bu Eeng, Bu Catur can add more, please.
Okay, thank you. Already said by Mr. Bambang. Maybe I just make a conclusion about success from this project. It's true because the synergy and collaboration between the parties. The parties actually the government, from the central government, province government until the district government. And the important thing is we know, or we make a socialization to the community. What the potential of the community? So the project focus in the output or in the goal, and we can make the solution. And through the social forestry program, the community can active to what they want and what the project want. And the good synergy and collaboration with the parties, it make the good achievement. So the project is can success because the output of the business from a community can increase, and like Pak Dingo can respond about the benefit with the program. Ya Pak Dingo? Maybe Pak Dingo, you can talk, and then Pak Bambang can translate. Mbak Atia.
Baik, terima kasih. Kunci keberhasilan kami nanti ke depan kami, pertama, harapan kami pembinaan kepada kami masyarakat, dan juga dukungan di berbagai pihak tentang pengembangan hutan desa, termasuk di KUPS, supaya masyarakat nanti tidak berladang berpindah-pindah, tetapi punya penghasilan yang tetap, dan akhirnya punya penghasilan keluarga, dan nantinya mereka akan sejahtera, hutan tetap lestari. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okay, so to summarize what Mr. Dingo just expressed, he mentioned that the key success is the need for assistance from many parties, and the requirements of multi support from many parties in developing the forest village. And even if the communities move, they live in different parts, they move, but they can have a stable income. I think that's it from Mr. Dingo. Okay, one more question, please.
Hello everyone, Malati from India, and thank you very much for the very informative and insightful presentations. It's actually inspiring, you know. The question is for Mr. Dingo. How would you like to manage the biodiversity of your region with the business? So how do these two will be for the future, to be sustainable? Business and biodiversity, their connections, how do you want them to be in a manner which is sustainable for the biodiversity as well as for your livelihoods?
Thank you. Pak Dingo.
Pak
Mungkin
Dingo still
Okay.
translate for Pak Bambang.
Okay.
Maybe I ask from the policy how to manage biodiversity and business in social forestry program. Exactly, we make like agroforestry. Agroforestry, it's mean we plant the forest plantation, and we plant the agro plantation, and then from the forest we can make the economic from the forest. So we still can manage biodiversity and sustainability, because there is beneficiary from for to impact. Pak Dingo already.
Terima kasih. Untuk supaya hutan tetap terjaga dan juga ekosistem atau binatang-binatang dan juga ada kaitan juga dengan kegiatan masyarakat, kami ada dua hal. Yang pertama, di kawasan-kawasan lindung yang sudah ditetapkan oleh desa perlu dijaga dengan maksimal, itu memang kami jaga, dan binatang-binatang di area itu juga kami jaga. Kemudian masyarakat supaya tidak mengelola seperti binatang segala macam, masyarakat diupayakan untuk beternak dan juga peningkatan segala ternak dan lain-lain supaya mereka tidak mengganggu ke sana. Kemudian supaya mereka tetap punya penghasilan tetap, maka dari hutan desa yang di kawasan yang sudah terbuka, kita prioritaskan untuk kegiatan-kegiatan penanaman yang bisa menguntungkan nilai ekonomi bagi masyarakat, baik yang jangka pendek maupun jangka panjang. Sekian, terima kasih.
Allow me to translate, Mbak Atia. So Mr. Dingo said that there are two things that him and the village people try to make the balance between the biodiversity, ecology, and community economic development. First, with the village forest, one of the social forestry program, there are protected area that has been kept, and there is a village regulation that is already established and is socialized to the community, where they cannot touch this protected area within the social forestry program. There are also in the Tanjung village forest, it is actually part of it within the protected forest. and then another part is in the production forest. So that in the production forest where they can utilize the forest, non-timber forest product. And then also people need some protein, right? And previously they hunt animal in the forest. So what Pak Dingo has tried for the community is that the community should also doing husbandry for the some animal so that they can get the protein from that animal that they can keep in their house and not doesn't need to hunt. And then also additionally, there should be an alternative livelihood developed in the forest so that they can sustain and they don't need to come to the forest, cut the trees and sell it to get the money. There are some activities already implemented in the forest, and I think, as previously mentioned, he still needs support. So there is an ongoing challenge, and it's not easy to shift the behavior of community to that balanced approach. But as he said, he needs a continuous support from outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer and for your question. And I think I'm sorry, but that is all questions that we are going to receive for now. Thank you for all the 4 esteemed speakers and to you all, ladies and gentlemen, who have given us questions. And I think as a closing, I would like to speak about Mr. Dingo's poem once more. Bukan hijau sembarang hijau, alam indah bukitnya tinggi. Dukung penuh desa hijau, masyarakat sejahtera, hutan lestari. Thank you very much for all your attention.
Thank you, Atia and distinguished speakers. I would like to invite all the speakers and moderator to come to the center of the stage to take some pictures. And we are going to have a break for 10 minutes after this, so please come back at 1 p.m. Thank you. We're about to begin our next session, so please kindly come inside. For those of you who are still outside getting some coffee or lunch or snacks, you can bring them inside, no problem. We're about to begin in around 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you very much. And welcome to the Indonesia Pavilion COP27. We are on our 7th day in this beautiful pavilion, and I would like to say hi, welcome to Indonesia Pavilion, and also say hi to the audiences who are joining us online from Jakarta. Good evening, and also for those of you who are joining us from other parts of the world, good day, good evening. We're still live from Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt. And we are on our third session of the day. I hope you already have some lunch. If not, then probably after this you can grab some bites outside of Indonesia, Indonesian culinary delights. So it's a great pleasure that we are all here to join the Indonesia-US partnership for the implementation of Indonesia's Follow NetSync 2030. So this joint session will be talking about the potential partnership between the US government and the Indonesian government on natural capital and ecosystem services. That includes forests and other land uses, and mangroves and ocean, in related to the Indonesia's Follow NetSync 2030 target. I believe we have all of the speakers and moderator here with us. So let's just start by inviting our moderator for this session, Dr. Suryo Adi Wibowo, the Senior Advisor to the Minister of Environment and Forestry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Suryo Adi Wibowo.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for coming to Indonesia Pavilion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. In bahasa good afternoon is selamat siang. And then today, for this session, we have so-called the the joint discussion. Joint session for term of reference, the cooperation between Indonesia and the United States, in particular, the Indonesia-US partnership for the implementation of Indonesia's Volunet Sing 2030. So, our discussion much focus on how we want to develop the term of reference for the cooperation that you all guys who attend this session can also have insight how we create a partnership for the particularly for Indonesia, the Volunet Sing. So any kind of activity actually under the umbrella of climate change should be conducted through collaboration, should be conducted in cooperation each other, take and give simultaneously. So for this session, I would like to invite you to go to the stage. Dr. Agus Justianto, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Would you please give applause to Pak Agus Justianto? And then I would like to invite also Ms. Christine Dragišić, the lead for Partnership Initiative, the State Department of the Office of Global Change, the United States of America. So this, I think both of you also can discuss each other because of my question, and also the audience can also asking, comment, and give remarks. So because this is the cooperation that already set up since I think the last 1 year I think, so it's not settled down, it's not operational actually, but it's still developed, it's still constructed, the ideas, the concept, the objective, and the operational means. So would you like to explain first, Ms. Christine, about what is actually behind this idea of cooperation, and then followed by Pak Agus Justianto, please.
Happy to, thank you. Can you hear me well? Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation to be here. It's an absolute pleasure to talk about a partnership with a country who is important to us as Indonesia is really a huge opportunity here, and I thank you. We were also able to discuss our joint work briefly last week in another session with Norway and the United Kingdom and Indonesia, and I think that's another sign of the strength of both our partnership and the interest in working on the Volunet Sing here in Indonesia. Today, I'm really happy to have the opportunity to dive into a bit more detail about the work that we're doing on forests, on mangroves, on coastal ecosystems, and other land uses. But I did want to start by saying, I wanted to start by saying I'd be remiss if I didn't place this in the context of a much broader partnership that the United States and Indonesia have. And just as one key milestone, we just signed today with a number of partners, Indonesia and the United States, but also Japan, Canada, Denmark, the European Union, France, Italy, Norway, the United Kingdom, and a whole series of private sector partners. A partnership that will mobilize $20 billion to support Indonesia's energy sector, and very specifically Indonesia's goals of beginning to reduce emissions from the power sector by 2030 and to reach net zero within this sector by 2050. So again, just a sign, I think, of the importance we place on this relationship and the real value of partnerships as we think about the work that we can do. That, of course, is in addition to all of the other work that we've long done with Indonesia around everything from sustainable forest management to MRV, maritime protection to smallholder agriculture. We've had other large-scale investments through agencies like the Millennium Challenge Corporation, Debt for Nature swaps with the U.S. Treasury Department. There's a memorandum of understanding between USAID and KLK. And then technical cooperation with agencies like our U.S. Forest Service, our NOAA administration, and our Department of the Interior. So this has really been a rich and broad partnership. The U.S.-Indonesia bilateral working group on climate change, of course, was announced over the last year, as you said, and there's really a chance to bring this cooperation into a new phase and really to focus much more deeply on climate change issues. So under this working group, we've had good cooperation and good discussions focused on ambition, on energy, looking at ways to support the transition away from coal towards the deployment of renewable energy systems. And that's really exciting. But what to me is most exciting, at least, is the opportunity to focus on forests and coastal ecosystems and other lands. And so we stood up, as you obviously well know, the Task Force 2, as we call it, which is focused on natural capital and ecosystem services, forests and other land uses, mangroves, and oceans. And we set out at the beginning 2 core objectives. The first one is to support Indonesia's efforts to transform its FOLU sector into a net sink by 2030, and to enhance the net sink and resilient coastal ecosystems. And then the second objective is sharing best practices and lessons learned that will facilitate increasingly ambitious climate targets in each country, while maximizing the contribution of ecosystems to resilient economies. And I want to pause for a moment on that, because Indonesia is a country that we as the United States have a lot to learn from. There's a lot that's been done in Indonesia over the years that informs our work on things like mapping, MRV, management of forests and other areas, restoration of peatlands and wetlands. So this really is, we hope, a two-way exchange, and we're hoping to learn as much from Indonesia's experience as we might contribute. Over the last year, we've had a number of very good discussions under the working group, and it's been very difficult to narrow down the issues we want to focus on. There's so much interest. But we've identified a series of 7 areas where we'll focus our collaboration in 2023, and then we'll seek to expand work from there. So very briefly, first, we plan to look at finance and investment models that can help direct agricultural production to unproductive lands, support economic activities on rewetted peatlands, and support reduced emissions forestry models. Second, to support efforts to reduce emissions from fires and peat decomposition, we'll support a series of technical exchanges on peat rewetting and production, fire prevention, detection, and management. Third, in support of blue carbon coastal economies, we're looking at fully incorporating the coastal ecosystems within Indonesia's national greenhouse gas inventory, as well as supporting long-lasting efforts to restore mangroves. Fourth, we'll support efforts to build greater capacity to address forest-related crime. Fifth, we're planning a series of technical exchanges on the emerging international landscape for carbon markets and results-based payments with a focus on this sector. We're looking to underpin future work with a 6th activity, focused on syncing up carbon mapping with mitigation activities. And finally, we're going to explore technical cooperation on sustainable forest management. So this is a really ambitious program of work. We have a lot to do. We plan to start with technical discussions in the next few weeks and really get going, ramping this up. And just to add, we're looking at drawing on a wide range of partners within the US government. A few of them are present here today, but really working with other partners, as I noted at the beginning. So we're extremely excited for that, and we look forward to discussing it.
Thank you, Christine. And Mr. Agus Justianto, that because of the wide range of the support for FOLU Net Sink 2030, so what is your priority in particular the priority of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry with regard that kind of, do you have services that's so wide-ranging, and do you prioritize what kind of priority that you will prefer to take this kind of opportunity? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Bowong. Yeah, as mentioned by Christine, that we have a long story of partnership, yeah, on especially in the environment and forestry sector. And now, after we have a memorandum of understanding between the Indonesia and US, that focusing on for Indonesia Follow Netting 2030. So, if there is a opportunity, I would like to have a presentation. Is it possible?
Yes, please.
Test. Yeah. In this session, I would like deliver my brief presentation about the follow netting by 2030. The specific focus on the sustainable forest management. Distinguished guests and participants. Next. Recently, Indonesia has submitted the enhanced NDC, yeah, to the UNFCCC Secretariat, reflecting an increase in emission reduction targets from 29% to 31.89% unconditionally, and then 41% to 43.2 conditionally. As a transition towards Indonesia second NDC aligned with the long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience 2050 as a vision to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. Yes, regarding fundamental changing policies towards long-term strategy, low carbon and climate resilience 2050, there are several policies and program implementations that will continue to be reinforced and improved to address challenges faced by the forestry sector and the impacts of climate change. Among the policies and program implementation that have been come through significant, not yet, yes, that have come through significant changes and progress include, first, regarding the reorientation of forest management, and then second, consideration of the principle of environmental carrying capacity in forest schemes, and then the third, prevention of biodiversity loss within and outside conservation areas by preventing further damage to landscape of the conservation area and by enriching species. Fourth, the incorporation of economic and environmental balances will be able to create new job opportunities for communities. And the fifth, the provision of community access to forest utilization. Next. I want to reiterate that Indonesia Follow Netting 2030 is achievable, as it was developed based on more than 7 years of corrective action experiences. Indonesia considers forestry and other land use of follow is the main sector in achieving our NDC target. As you may aware, most of Indonesia greenhouse gas emission reduction will be fulfilled by follow sector, and after conducting of thorough analysis, we are confident to implement our strategy and will be in a net sink condition for the follow sector in 2030. Next, as a part of our long-term strategy, low carbon and climate resilience, Indonesia Follow Netting 2030 uses 3 working modalities, comprising sustainable forest management, environmental governance, and carbon governance. Starting from COP13 UNFCCC held in Bali, Indonesia is putting forward the emission reduction coming from the FOLU, especially in finding its most applicable strategies. Therefore, the strategy to achieve FOLU netting 2030 is classified into first, the strategy to achieve that is avoiding deforestation by limiting plant deforestation. And then second, reducing forest degradation is mainly driven by harmful practices. The third is protecting and restoring the peatland, and then accelerating afforestation and reforestation of degraded forests and lands. Indonesia performed consistent efforts in controlling the rate of deforestation to pursue the NDC target. During the last 3 decades, Indonesia has reached its lowest rate of deforestation from million hectares per year to only 113.5 thousand hectares in the period of 2021 to 2022. During the period 2020 and to 2021, Indonesia has succeeded in reducing fire events and preventing transboundary haze through using weather modification technology since 2015, and then capacity building and improving forest and land fire control activities, and then improving the fire community or MPA program, fire care community. Based on these experiences, Indonesia believe that the achieving Indonesia FOLU netting 2030 will be highly possible. Distinguished participants, in achieving Indonesia FOLU netting by 2030, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry developed multi-business-based forest management to obtain greater benefits. The multi-forestry business concept includes forest area utilization, timber and non-timber forest product utilization, and environmental service utilization to get major advantages, particularly in the protection and production of forests. It's become an entry strategy to achieve optimum forest utilization and green investment development, which is also significantly increases the economic value of forests, increase forest cover, improve forest productivity and forest product export, and escalate job opportunities. Moreover, community plays a vital role for the Indonesian government in implementing sustainable forest management practices. Therefore, we are continuing our effort to develop a social forestry program and bolster the climate village program. Furthermore, in the context of achieving Indonesia FOLU netting 2030, we are convinced that restoration and rehabilitation of watersheds and forest ecosystem play important roles and provide significant contribution to emission reductions. Therefore, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, supported by all stakeholders, will continue the effort on peatland ecosystem restoration, with a total area of 13.9 million hectares, has potential carbon storage that could reach from 13.6 to 55 gigatons carbon. And then mangrove ecosystem rehabilitation. And also forest land rehabilitation. We developed the rehabilitation program also for supporting food security program in disaster-prone areas, increasing community income and increasing awareness of the importance of planting tree. Forest biodiversity conservation is also our main concern with this. This may include designing and analyzing data in conservation areas and outside the state forest and on nature conservation, and then management of biodiversity, species and genetic conservation, environmental services utilization in conservation areas, and environmental quality improvement program through conservation management. Moreover, forest biodiversity conservation also covers natural forest outside conservation areas with protection function, with a medium to high priority index, which includes 6.9 million hectares and 2.2 million hectares with a high to extremely high priority index. Law enforcement is also one of the major factors that will succeed in the achievement of Indonesia Voluntary 2030. There are three interrelated instruments imposed on forest crime cases, that is administrative sanction, civil lawsuit, and criminal charges. Administrative sanctions are applied to companies that do not comply with regulation. They include warning letters, government coercion, administrative fines, suspension of license, and revocation of business license. And then criminal sanction consider that the principle of subsidiary, that is criminal law as the primary solution or primum remedium, or as the ultimate solution in law enforcement or ultimum remedium. Distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Indonesia and the government of United States of America have long story partnership, as I mentioned by Christine, that for the past few years we also have a discussion forum with the US government, the bilateral climate working group task force 2. The climate working group task force 2 has been relaunched, and we are looking forward to scaling up from discussion forum into joint activities. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry is proposing joint activities with US government in 7 thematic areas. That is increasing the carbon sequestration of land and system by maximizing the use of unproductive or low carbon land use for the development of forest plantation and other land use. And then reducing emission from fires and peat decomposition by improving peatland management system. The other thematic is blue carbon development in forest area, and then strengthening law enforcement, and of course assist in carbon market implementation, reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation through strengthening partnership with the community and private sector, and sustainable forest management. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry very pleased have to further this communication and cooperation with the agencies within the US government. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agus Justianto. With regard with your the last 2 slides, there are 7 priorities that you propose to develop collaboratively with the support from the government of United States. So what is your response to this kind of deep but also focus of activity that proposed by the government of Indonesia? Would you, Miss Christine?
Thanks. It's interesting because this actually is a much more focused plan of work than we started with. And I think our challenge really is that there is so much to do and there is so much interest. And I think both for the government of Indonesia and the United States, we have so many ministries and so many agencies who want to be involved that this is the prioritization. So we are pretty confident that we can do these activities in the course of 2023. And from the United States, we are going to be bringing in our partners throughout the government. So it won't simply be our team, the State Department, doing it. It won't simply be USAID. My colleague Evan Notman is sitting in the front seat. But our colleagues from the National Oceans and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, for example, will be leading on the blue carbon inventory, mangrove restoration. Our U.S. Forest Service has a lot of experience both with forest fires and management and prosecution, but also working with other agencies on the enforcement angle of that. We have colleagues who are working for a number of agencies on finance and investment. So it is a prioritization. All of this is a priority for us. But then within the team, each ministry or each agency will be focusing on specific activities in line with their competencies.
Do you think that among the 7 priorities that carbon trade, governance should be more prioritized than the others? Because as the presentation by Mr. Agus, Indonesia showed the most significant decrease in forest degradation and forest concession. Yeah.
No, and that's exactly why we are so excited to work with Indonesia. It's that history of success in recent years in bringing down deforestation so significantly that shows us that there's a will to do this, there's the capacity to do this. So the ability for us to add a little bit of extra support on the partnership side, I think hopefully will help deliver that even more. Governance in my mind is an underpinning current to all of that work. So we hope to bring it in, we hope to adopt it. And I'm sorry, the sound is a little bit bad, but did you mention carbon?
Yeah, about the carbon trade.
Carbon crediting, exactly. So there is a line of work that we're looking to explore. We know that there is a very active discussion in Indonesia. We are very involved in a number of international discussions, both cross-cutting on some of the global frameworks, but also related to opportunities in the FOLU sector itself. And so we're happy to help bring in those connections to the international discussions we're having and then support Indonesia's domestic discussions where that might be relevant.
Mr. Agus, if I ask to you, what is the highest priority among the 7 issues that you're willing to propose to cooperate by the U.S. government? 1 or 2 or 3 priorities?
Yes, you know that Indonesia has a long history about deforestation. So we do hope we can maintain on decreasing our deforestation. And of course, this effort need a support, not only from in Indonesia, but also from the international, including US. So another areas that could be more that will be prioritized regarding the reducing emission from fire, fire, and also peat decomposition. We have a long history and project because I'm involved in the project of forest health monitoring in a long time ago. That is very useful for us to calculate, what regarding our reduction of the greenhouse gases emission. So we do hope we can continue that focus, and also regarding the blue carbon development in forest area, because in the forest area we have also areas specifically on mangrove and peatland. And as we have cooperation with other countries, for example with Congo, for example, we have established the International Tropical Peatland Center, and we do hope that the US can support that center, because we need also support from other countries, not only the initiative countries. And of course, we will discuss further with, as we have working group task force 2, what is the priorities and also the concrete action for further implementation of the Indonesia Follow Net Sink.
Thank you. Participant, ladies and gentlemen, because this session only 1 hour, so I will ask one more question, and then perhaps you will also want to give some remarks or opinion to this kind of cooperation. My last question to you, all, both of you. The wildlife trade, illegal trade, this is a big issues, in particular in Indonesia and also among Southeast Asia countries. So, do you think it should be important to address the wildlife trade? Because this kind of activity are what you call it cross over the countries to Southeast Asia, to China, and to United States, and even to Europe. So this is need cooperation. Do you think that this should be addressed also in the term of reference?
Thanks for the question. No, very much so. So we do have an area of work that we've identified as a priority on forest-related crimes. And so the enforcement against these crimes is going to be a priority. You are absolutely right that those crimes are all interconnected. Illegal logging, wildlife trade, and a number of other illicit activities go together. And in the United States, we've actually been enhancing our efforts to address these crimes with specific partners. And internationally, there's a large global partnership that we've helped stand up to help address these issues. But we are very cognizant of the links between the different criminal networks and the interrelationship between those crimes on the ground. And so we do hope to be able to help address those in a much more holistic way to help both on the illegal loss of trees, of forests, but also on the wildlife trafficking side.
Yes, I think we also concerned about the wildlife illegal trade because as you mentioned that this is a transboundary crime, so we have to control that. We have experience, for example, regarding the illegal logging. More than 10 years we have already set up or established the system. We call it the Timber Legality Assurance System. And we have also cooperation with the US on that. So I'm optimistic that we can develop the system to control the wildlife illegal trade as well.
Thank you. And now I will ask the floor whether comments or opinion from you and the others? No? And then please.
Hello, my name is Sahar Hussein. I'm from Iraqi Minister of Environment from National Climate Change Center. I'm sorry. I just interesting about some point that you reduce about the legal framework. Do you have some legal framework to protect the area of forest in Indonesia? And also I'm interested about the partnerships finance, the money from where? From US or from the GCF or some maybe fundings from UN, FCCC. Also, I'm interested about your NDC. You mentioned that you have already achieved some reducing of CO2 from the NDC. How many percent that you put it in the NDC in the first step, and how many percent you achieve it already? I'm sorry, my language. I try to speak clear about that. And also I have some presentation maybe yesterday about the wetland and mangrove. You mentioned that you plant tree like a mangrove. It's the same, the peatland of mangrove. And what about the other kind of trees that you have already planted or not? And in the final, how you are calculate the reducing of CO2 from trees? Because in my country we have some guidelines from IPCC, some kind of trees we can calculate the CO2 until you already plant maybe 8 years. Then you are already calculate the CO2. In your kind or your situation, how many years that you need to calculate the CO2 and what's the methodology you use to calculate it? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of questions. Yeah, one by one. Yeah, actually, as you mentioned about the illegal trade, I can inform you that we have successful to establish timber legality assurance system, but you know that it's not so easy. Even we have already, for example, agreement with the European Union through the flag TVPA, but still there is a challenge. Yeah, and we do hope that we can make a broader market recognition, not only with the several countries. So we do hope we can invite other countries to, for example, to make what we call global flag tea, for example, that can be supported by other countries, including from the Congo. And regarding the emission reduction, yeah, I've mentioned that we have a target, but I could not say what is the achievement up to now. Yeah, we still calculate that, and we have developed the system. Yeah, it's not so easy to because reducing emission from other sectors is not so easy to calculate, but we have already established the system. For example, now we have a system, we call it the national register system. Every carbon entity should be registered in the national register system. So we can make sure that all effort to reducing emission greenhouse gases emission can be recorded and monitored through that system. And we also develop the monitoring, reporting, and verifying system, MRV system. That's our effort to calculate. But I'm so sorry I could not say the exact achievement. Our target no, but I've mentioned we have enhanced NDC. Yeah. Previously, we have a target to reduce emission reduction from 29% to 31.89% unconditionally, and then from 41% to 43.20% conditionally as a transition towards. And we do hope that we can achieve that through the volume netting by 2030 to have contribution for our target on net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. And regarding the peatland and mangrove, yeah, we have policy, main policy on peatland and mangrove, because I agree with you that the potential areas of peatland and mangrove in Indonesia, as we have a large area of peatland and mangrove, will be our main effort to reduce greenhouse gases emission. For example, we have already planned for during 3 years to rehabilitation of mangrove areas, about 100,000 hectares, yeah, until next year. And we have already rehabilitated the mangrove areas, about 150,000 hectares. And we optimistic that we can achieve our target because that's very potential to improve greenhouse gases emission reduction. And the last one, what is your question? I'm sorry.
I asked about the finance of the partnerships.
Oh, finance, yes.
Yes.
Yes, of course, the finance for reducing greenhouse gases emission is our challenge. Yeah, yeah. We have any efforts to get the finance. Yeah, for example, for the Indonesia volume netting by 2030, we have calculate that we need about 14 billion US dollar. And we have some cooperation and to, for example, with the Norwegian. Yes. Yes, of course, we would like get a support from the US government. Yeah, for example, we have get a finance from Norwegian, from World Bank, And of course, there are some projects related to the climate change with the US government, and we do hope that we can continue our effort to get the budget on our policy, especially on Volunetsing 2030.
Maybe if I could just add on that last point, that's exactly right. And we're really looking to help identify sources of investment and finance to support this work. So I mentioned the model that we've seen in the energy space, where the United States and Indonesia and a number of partners came together around this sector. There's the potential to think about something in the land space, maybe. But this is part of why one of our core areas of work is to look at finance and investment models and think about what the opportunities are to really bring in finance, to bring in support for these core activities. So we're looking to help identify the priorities on the ground and then help connect those to financiers, to investors. Some might be from the United States government. We have different tools for investment. But there might be other partners that we want to bring in as well and that are really excited. So that's part of why we made this a core priority of the working group itself, is to work on this area.
Okay.
Let me understand. Sorry, I ask a lot of questions, but I just want to understanding. This means that our money, you give it, the U.S. government to Indonesians, is a grant or investment or what exactly?
So we have many types of support that we provide. It's not one thing. So we have some technical assistance projects. Some are done through grants. Some are done through investments. We have a Millennium Challenge Corporation. We have a Debt for Nature swap. We're looking to help bring in private sector partners. So it's not one thing. It's many things.
Okay. Then I think the time is limited right now. The last question is from me. When the cooperation will be implemented? Is that next year or the next 2 years? Both of you can answer.
Yeah, actually we have already the MOU between Indonesia and US. And based on that MOU, actually we are now discussing about the concrete action and activities and also the implementation. I do hope that we can do it as soon as possible. After we finishing our plan of activities with the US.
I'll just add that I think we identified a series of the activities that were captured in the PowerPoint to start in the next few weeks. So very fast implementation once we all return home. And then the rest of them in the first half of the year. So we have a sequence built out already in the work plan.
Thank you. Because I think this is a long cooperation between United States and also Indonesia regarding the natural management and environment. Now, it is also a good opportunity actually for both of Indonesia and the United States, how collaboration to tackle the climate change issue will be conducted not only between South and South, but also South and North. Thank you for both of you. We wish you success for the cooperation. Thank you also for the participant and audience. Thank you so much. And I close the session. Thank you so much.
Check. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was it. The joint session between the government of Indonesia and government of the on the implementation on realizing the net follow net sync by 2030. So we're going to have a break for 10 minutes before we go on to our next session, so you can enjoy our coffee and tea and refreshment outside before we begin our next session. Thank you very much. gentlemen, hello. Welcome and welcome back to the Indonesia Pavilion at COP27. This is kind of like really famous for picture background for a lot of people, both from Indonesian government, delegations, also from others. I'm Lia Zakia, the MC for today. We are still live from Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt. I would like to say hi as well to audiences that joining us online. In Jakarta, it's evening time. Selamat malam, good evening. As well as for those of you who are joining us from other parts of the world, we are going to start our session shortly. Right now, I believe we have all of the speakers and moderators here with us. We're going to talk about local government roles in actions achieving Indonesia Volume Netting 2030. This event is organized by the Environmental Department from East Kalimantan Province in Indonesia in collaboration with private sectors in East Kalimantan Province. So I'm happy to be here. I welcome you all, not only those of you from Indonesia, but I noticed there are also several audiences from outside of Indonesia. Hopefully you can have some learning here. There will be question and answer later on. And this session will run until 3:30. We have a really tight schedule, so hopefully later the presenters can deliver it in a concise manner. And without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator for today's session, Insinyur Stepi Hakim, the Governor Special Staff for Environment and Climate Change from East Kalimantan Province. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Bapak Stepi Hakim.
Tes. Tes, tes. Okay. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nice to be here. And welcome to Indonesian Pavilion. So, again, actually, this session actually we have the purpose. Why? Because we want to celebrate our East Kalimantan province, which is basically we just received advance payment about 20 million US dollar for the emission reduction under the FCPF. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, today we have really special speaker. We have the member of House Representative from Indonesia, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Patan Subhi. So he will be the speaker, but unfortunately the second speaker, our governor, is not available now because last night we heard that he told me that he has really urgent matter, has communication at the same time now with his supervisor in Jakarta. So he apologized. He could not join online because he is also online, the meeting. He's in here, but he could not attend for this important discussion. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's not only the House of Representatives will come. I would like to also invite other speakers, which is basically the person, all these people who are contribute to our efforts to reduce emission in East Kalimantan. Later on, after the speaker, there will be our head of the East Kutai Regency. And then after the head of the East Kutai Regency, there will be a speaker from Secretary Province of East Kalimantan. Later on, after that, there will be our guru, Professor Dadi. He is our guru from our province who teach us and then also facilitate us for the climate change in the province. And then also we will have the last one from private sector. This is basically really big mining company from in our province. I think it's maybe in the world, I suppose. Okay. Let us quickly, because I know so many people are really want to know the progress, what happening with our local government to reduce emission relating with the Polluting 2030. Please welcome the speaker, Mr. Patan Subi. And then also I would like to input other speaker to sit down in the front. Please will ask Bupati, the head of the Iskutai, to have the seat here. And then Miss Secretary Province, Miss Sri Wahyuni, and then Professor Dadi, and then also Miss Louis. Mr. Patan, you time, we just only have 10 minutes, Pak. So please give the main points for us, and then time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, hello, the people, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Excellent, dear Honorable Member of the Lion COP delegation, good afternoon. It is such an honor for me to deliver this keynote before you all on this wonderful occasion. Delivering this 27th conference of the Party of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change here in LC Egypt at the Indonesian Pavilion. Right now, humanity, all of us, is facing a real pressing challenge. This is the planetary crisis, a crisis notably induced by climate change and biodiversity loss, both of which threaten the life of us now, the life is our children, the life of future generation. Therefore, it is right choice for COP27 summit to carry implementation front and center, the COP of implementation. Dear excellent ladies and gentlemen, it is crucial to share here the following three emphases, and this is to reconfirm the position of the Republic Indonesia at COP27 summit as Vice President Republic Indonesia, His Excellency Maruf Amin, addressed in his national statement on Monday last week here. First, the implementation shall be our focus, and the same time is not separable from the level of ambition need to be able to meaningfully tackle our common challenge of climate change that humanity is facing. Second, Indonesia is part of global solution together to have synergy and thus collaborate with other nations. And third, Indonesia seek to lead by example. Ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, these 3 points are deeply connected to the ongoing policy development in Indonesia at this time. Please allow me to bring your attention to a public policy innovation that has the potential for significant global impact for humanity. This year, Indonesia just enacted an important law for the new fiscal relation between the central government and the subnational government, the HKBD law, Undang-Undang Hubungan Keuangan antara pemerintah pusat dan daerah. The 11th Commission of the National Parliament of the Republic Indonesia is the Parliament Commission that led the drafting of this law in partnership with the Ministry of Finance. It is the Parliament role of the 11th Commission in matter related to finance, banking, and national development planning for Indonesia. I was assigned by the 11th Commission to lead the working group for the drafting of the HKBD to its fruition as is law. Among several substance of this new fiscal relation, one of which is about the fiscal transfer to subnational government. The fiscal transfer include a general purpose transfer or DAU transfer, dana alokasi umum, for your perspective. DAU transfer is a block grant and representative Indonesian most important fiscal transfer by amount. The DAU transfer plan for next year in 2022 amount to about 26.6 billion US dollar. This new fiscal transfer law also entail way to calculate fiscal need of subnational as recipient of the DAU transfer. In this calculation, one of the broad indicator to be applied is the regional characteristic or characteristic wilayah. Further indicator under this will be detailed under a government regulation, peraturan pemerintah, which is now in the course of being finalized. Dear excellent ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, as we all attempt to address climate change here in Sharm el-Sheikh, we are delighted and also proud to announce a good news from Indonesia. Right now, the Ministry of Finance of Republik Indonesia is seriously considering forest cover to be indicator for regional characteristic for DAU transfer for province, districts, and municipalities nationwide. The forest cover indicator under the regional characteristic indicator will be to subject to a government regulation that operationalize transfer from national government to subnationalis. The excellent ladies and gentlemen, we shall certainly embrace this a good news for humanity. First, Indonesia is home to one of the world's largest tropical rainforests. A protected tropical rainforest at the significant scale should allow us to stabilize global climate given the foremost importance of tropical forest contribution to climate. Second, a fiscal transfer of general purpose like DAU that consider forest cover arranged under a government regulation will position Indonesia as one of the first two countries of the world with India. That is the world's most transformative fiscal transfer policy to protect forests and give incentive to subnational jurisdiction that choose to keep their forests. This regulation will positively have direct impact to 37 provinces and more than 500 districts and cities all Indonesia. Third, the innovation as we see in fiscal transfer policy that consider forest cover is an example and concrete case of leading by example in being part of a global solution. To put in our noble expression, it is a gesture of Tuturi Handayani from Indonesia, the word for humanity, for peace, and for prosperity. Their Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely hope the board as representative of the 11th Commission of the National Parliament, the representative of the Fractional National Awakening Party, or Fraksi PKB, like same the Green Party, if the National Parliament, we continue to push for this good thing in becoming a concrete public policy, this policy innovation for DAU transfer that consider regional forest cover can serve an enabler that is well targeted for Indonesia in its effort to save the volume net sink in 2030. We also hope that in future policy innovation for general purpose transfer that consider forest cover can be reported to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change as part of the nationally determined contribution of Republic Indonesia. Distinguished and honorable member of the COP delegation, my all collective effort to create a better and sustainable future for our and younger generation receive continued blessing from the Almighty God. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Please have a seat, Pak. Thank you very much, Bapak Patan, as the member of our House representative. This is very good news. We will have the forest financing. So it means if there is the province who has a lot of forest cover, then they will receive a lot of money, Pak. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Wow. So Papua and West Papua, that will have a lot of money then. Including Kaltim, Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now I would like to actually, just a moment, I just received many questions here. We have the question actually not only today, the previous day, there are some many questions about this seminar. So there are some questions for those speakers. Especially this is question for the head of the East Kutai district. East Kutai district, Bapak Haji Adlan Shah Sulaiman, he's responsible to manage the region. But again, all regulation will be up to him. There are some question from him actually. Oh, again, hang on. Okay, there is the question for Pak Bupati or the head of the regency. It's about what is the challenge, Pak, and the efforts, and then also the strategy of the East Kutai Regency to handle climate change. And then what will be the agenda, the next agenda of the East Kutai Regency in reducing deforestation and degradation. This is really related with our effort for Lunetsing 2030. Please, Pak Head of the Regency, you have time, 10 minutes. I'm glad that you can explain to us what will be your policy relating the question. Thank you. Please, time is yours, Pak.
Thank you very much, Pak Hakim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to try to answer the questions that Pak Hakim make many questions. First of all, about the challenges, and then about the strategies to handle climate change, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, the first about the challenges of the East Kutai Regency. The first is monitoring capacity, for the wide covered area in East Kutai Timur Forest in terms of appropriate between the land zone utility, special plan, particularly for protected forest area and other land usage area. This is the first challenges. And the second is community empowering and economic transformation, especially those surrounding protected area. And the third, in East Kutai regions, Indonesian sustainable palm oil and roundtable sustainable palm oil certification compliant for palm oil planter and corporates. We have discussed long ago. And fourth, civil society participation to enhance practice of high conservation value toward reducing carbon emission and the greenhouse gas effect. So, Pak Hakim, this is the 1 and 4 answer about the challenge that you have right from the question, from the other question. Now, the next question is strategies to handle it. There are many strategies that the government of East Kutai, first of all, the first is we have performed about the Declaration for Sustainable Jurisdiction in Palm Oil Production. Yeah. And strategies, the second strategies and effort, capacity building training for reporting the mitigation action plan for the government, and not only for the government, also private sector and cooperative small business unit personnel. This is the by GIZ HGPOPP. Yeah. And the third is village level regulation, which include the village protected zone, and this aligned with the district spatial plan. Yeah. Beberapa desa itu kita siapkan untuk masuk di dalamnya. Ya. This is bahasa Indonesia. Ya. Okay, and the fourth is strengthening small-scale cooperative business regarding good farming practices and training for for members of cooperative small-scale business and planters to complete ISPO and RSPO standard. So we have a standard with the ISPO and RSPO. And the next 5, development of sustainable plantation plan. As you know that East Kuta region, they are approximately 800,000 hectares of plantation palm oil. Yeah. And the sixth, development disaster risk assessment plan and protocol. Yeah, challenges, strategies, and what? And the next question is, what about the progress that can be done by the East Kuta region? The first, we decree about the protection of indicative high conservation value. Yeah. We have decree, it is about 48,993 hectares. Yeah. And the second, green supply chain was agreed and implemented in form of partnership between cooperative small-scale business and corporates. And the third, the progress and result that we have, palm oil mill influence was utilized for organic fertilizer and electric generation. Yeah. And fourth, establish sustainable village business, especially for community nearby protected forest area, such as Klulut honey cultivation, eco-friendly fish farming, cultivation of forest medicinal plants, and the sign of Tepian Trap Eco-Village. The fifth, the governor of East Kalimantan province has decree in 2020 number 522.5. It is about establishment of indicative ecosystem area map with a total area for East Kutai. It is about 600,099.110 hectare within 5 sites: Masangat, Wehia, Kars Hulu, Kars Pesisir, and Teluk Sangkulirang. Yeah. And the next East Kuta region was elected as the representative region to implement terpercaya indicator in achieving sustainable jurisdiction. This will be presented before G20 Investment Forum in Bali. And the last one, the question about a plan and agenda. The first is enhanced community participation, especially those living nearby the area of protected forests, has high conservation value and high carbon stock. And the second, improve multi-stakeholder contribution in an effort to reducing emission for deforestation and forest degradation. And the third, empower community economic transformation, shifting from business as usual to become sustainable income. And the last one, secure and monitor implementation Indonesian sustainable palm oil and roundtable sustainable palm oil certification for planters, cooperative small business unit, and corporation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Pak Bupati, head of the East Kutai region. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I think you have a lot of questions you want to ask, but please be patient. We will have some questions that we will ask them directly. After that, I will give you the time to have the question and then raise your hand, name, and then after that to the speakers. But let me finish first with them. After that, we have some question from you. Okay, the next one that will be Miss Sri Wahyuni. Miss Sri Wahyuni is the Secretary Province of East Kalimantan. She is the highest position of the government official. She is responsible all the regulation administration. So if there is a governor has another duty, then she is responsible. So at the moment now, we have some question. This is basically the question from NGO. Okay, so the NGO asking about the oil palm. You already heard about presentation from the head of the East Kutai district, right? Where is the effort of the district to handle how reduce the deforestation. Now we want to listen from the Miss Sri Wahyuni how the policy at the provincial level to reduce deforestation in terms of the oil palm plantation. Because we know so many sources of deforestation. One of them, not only oil palm, but lot. Mining, whatever, or another thing, illegal logging. But let us hear directly from Ms. Sri Wahyuni, what will be, this is this question, what will be the, I'm sorry, my handphone, it's really slow. What will be the strategy of the government of East Kalimantan in oil palm or estate crops to handle to reduce emission, especially on the regulation? 10 minutes, Ibu. Time is yours, please.
Thank you, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to answer the question, please allow me to explain a little bit the experience from East Kalimantan Provincial Government in the effort to reducing greenhouse gas emission through the management of high conservation value areas, especially in plantation areas. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, East Kalimantan has 1.5 million hectares of plantation, and 89% of these plantation areas are palm oil plantations. And this number is equal to 7% of 16.4 million hectares of palm oil plantation in Indonesia, which make Indonesia as the top countries in the world as a producer of vegetable oil. Now, regarding to the plantation development, we try to address the strategic roles to support the sustainable development, especially in plantation development. And one of one of the strategy that we implement is management high conservation value areas, especially in plantation development. Since 2017 until now, the East Kalimantan province already consistent to stipulate and to implement the policy, the local regulation as a legal protection, as well as inspection, technical procedure for the plantation business actors to manage the high conservation value areas in accordance with their roles, their authorities, and their responsibilities. Actually, the initiative is begun on September 11, 2017. In this time, East Kalimantan Provincial Government, together with the 7 district, cities and regencies within this province, has been committed, agree, and declare for the development of sustainable plantation in East Kalimantan province. The sustainable plantation in East Kalimantan province is to protect the high carbon stock values of 640,000 hectares and peatland of 50,000 hectares by 2030 in plantation designated areas and land with plantation business permits. After having the commitment between the regencies, then what we do next? In 2018, the government of East Kalimantan stipulated the policy, which is called the local regulation, concerning with the development sustainable plantation. The article on these local regulations, the article of this regulation says that plantation business actors are accountable for managing environment, biodiversity, and also socio-culture. And then also, we carry out a study and spatial analysis to identify and to inventory the number, the type, and the location of high conservation value areas in special pattern of plantation in East Kalimantan province. And based on this study, we get the number. We obtain data covering an area of 645 hectares, 645,000 hectares, which was indicated as an area of high conservation value areas with different types, from types 1 to types 8, from type 1 to type 6. And different types has its own characteristic, and different types of high conservation values need to be treated and managed differently. And after this, after the study, the East Kalimantan provincial government also stipulate the governor decrees, which is concern the establishment of indicated map as mentioned by the speaker before. And with this indicative map, it is also is also utilized by the relevant authorities as a guide and factor for giving recommendation and awarding plantation company permits and land rights. It also governs who is in charge of managing high conservation value area. In areas without license, then the East Provincial Government has responsible for this area, while in the areas with management permits, the high conservation value area will become the obligation of the concession holder. And then, in 2021, the East Kalimantan Provincial Government also stipulated another regulation as a policy to support the high conservation value area. This governor regulation concerning on high conservation value area management, which govern high conservation value area indicative maps, high conservation value area management, and monitoring plan till their execution and reporting. For plantation business actors, this kind of regulation also help them to fulfill the requirement on Indonesia sustainable palm oil and roundtable sustainable palm oil procedure. And the teams from the provincial government also regularly offer support, direction, and oversight to plantation business actors in the management and protection of high conservation value area in their concession areas. And then what we have after the policy implemented so far, according to calculation made by the East Kalimantan Province MRV team, the plantation sector's management of the high conservation value area has resulted in emission reduction of 6.73 million tons of CO2 equivalent, or 32.35% of the total emission reduction outcomes attained by East Kalimantan. To conclude, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that what the government of East Kalimantan province has accomplished so far can be replicated throughout Indonesia. And to that end, we also continue to advocate for policy changes with the central government to enable the management of high conservation value area in the plantation sector to be established throughout a government regulation, allowing the plantation sector in all provinces to contribute as much as possible to Indonesia reduction in greenhouse gas emission. It can also serve as a reference for local governments as they mainstream high conservation value area management goals into their respective regional development plans. In the end, the government of Indonesia is able to gather data and information on the performance of high conservation value area management as a means of holding the company accountable for meeting the goals set forth in the National Medium-Term Development Plan for 2020-2024 and Indonesia Follow Net Sink 2030 target. That's all the experience from the East Kalimantan Provincial Government. I hope that this information will answer the question and also give you insight what has been done, what experience from the East Kalimantan Provincial Government. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow. Excellent. Thank you, Ibu. Well, see, not easy. Every step there is the regulation, there is improvement. You can see the East Kalimantan government try to keep the high conservation value. They have the target, 640,000 hectares, ya Bu? Amazing. So that's the reason why the World Bank really happy to give award, to give compensation to the East Kalimantan. That's the point. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not only the effort only the government, but also non-government organization or the development partners also involved, reducing or involved to help the government to reduce emission. So, I would like to invite Professor Dadi Ruhyat. He is the chairman of the DDPI, or in English, I'm not really good in English, chairman of Regional Climate Change Council of East Kalimantan. So his role is coordinate all the stakeholders in the province. We want to listen, we want to hear how he can coordinate all the multi-stakeholders in East Kalimantan together, work together with the government to reduce emission. Time is yours, sir. 10 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Chairman. I will try to respond it. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. One of strategic steps taken by East Kalimantan provincial government is to establish a coordinating body to reduce greenhouse gases emission. Established in 2011, this coordinating body is known as Regional Council for Climate Change of East Kalimantan Province, simply called DDPI. DDPI is more like a multi-stakeholder forum. Its members consist of several government institutions, the NGOs, private sector, some academicians from local university, and some other community element. As shown in this slide, the slide please. Yeah. Okay. As shown in this slide, members of DDPI, especially from the NGO group, have working area spread across all districts of East Kalimantan Province. Each has their own working interests, but of all of them give response to the emission reduction program of the province. And several results from their collaboration will be presented right now. Slide, please. Yeah, I will start with activities in Central Mahakam region, where 90% of peatland of East Kalimantan province are located. In years 97, 98, around 95%, around Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I will start with the activities at Central Mahakam region, where about 90%, 95% of peatland of East Kalimantan are located. In years 97, 98, peatland in Mahakam region were burned, and through the subsequent development, the degradation is increasing mainly due to illegal logging. GIZ initiated an improvement toward a sustainable peatland ecosystem by involving many stakeholders, including 10 provincial agencies, and 6 at district level, also 3 NGOs, and 1 university. Ongoing activities include inventory of 14 peatland ecosystem units, preparation of peat ecosystem protection and management plan, mainstreaming peat management into planning documents, and capacity building for human resources, social forestry, and alternative livelihood for the community. Next is about the mangrove restoration in Mahakam Delta. With an area of about 113,000 hectares, mangrove forest at Mahakam Delta has an important ecological, social, economical, and cultural function. In 1990, however, when the culture shrimp price was very high, there was a massive deforestation by the community for the development of shrimp and fish ponds. Until 2013, deforestation has reached around 54% of the total forest in Mahakam Delta. Community farming shrimp is not sustainable. As soon as the pond production decrease, they will move and start to clear forest again elsewhere. Mangrove forest restoration activities in the Mahakam Delta were initiated in 2014 by Delta Mahakam Forest Management Unit and Mangrove Lestari Foundation. The implementation is in collaboration with many parties, including several provincial government agencies, also local university, especially from the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, also some local oil mining companies, and several NGOs. Restoration activities carried out include planting, forest protection, forest fire prevention, social forestry, and also alternative livelihoods for the community, including aquaculture with silvofishery techniques. Now I will talk about forest area planning and management of APL in East Kutai district. APL is an area outside forest area designated for development activities of non-forestry sector. The right to manage APL is in the hand of district government. Apart from being a buffer for environment, APL can also function as source of economic for local communities. For forested APL, which still has a high biodiversity and environmental services, it is necessary to strengthen its management. In this regard, since 2017, CAL4 project, in collaboration with a number of government at the provincial as well as at district level, and also a number of NGO and universities has strengthened the planning of APL forest management, covering an area of around 180,000 hectares in East Kutai district. What the collaborative work has done so far, mainstreaming consideration of forest ecosystem, services, and biodiversity into policy and decision-making processes for forest area planning and management. Another thing that has been done is the development of demonstration on forest management outside state forest area, including HCV in East Kutai district. Another product is pilot project for the implementation of several incentive mechanism to reduce deforestation rate for non-forestry sectors. Well, the next result is about village development through Sigap Sejahtera program. In order to involve village communities in managing forest resources, the Sigap program has been implemented in 99 villages in Berau district. Sigap is a community program, an assistance program in recognizing the potential and strength of village to form a prosperous village. Sigap contains of 3 components, namely village governance, natural forest management, and village economic development. With respect to the natural resource management component, the results achieved up to 2021 are 8 villages have obtained village forest management right for the Ministry of Forestry, from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, with a total area of 68,000 hectares. Other product is 10 other villages are in the process of applying for social forestry permit. One forest smallholder has received a forestry partnership permit, and one village cooperative has received a community plantation forest concession permit. Regarding the second question of our chairman today about challenges, some challenges in integrating of activities of partner institutions with activities of local governments are: first, partner institution programs have sometimes been formulated at the national level and do not always match the specific need of the local government. Second, the working area of partner institution is limited to 1, 2, sometimes 3 districts. And other challenge is that the working period of partner institution is often shorter than that required by the region. And another challenge is the contribution of partner institution is generally focused on certain activities that are following their main text. I think that is my response to the question arise from our chairman. Thank you for kind attention. Selamat sore. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Professor Pak Dadi. Ladies and gentlemen, so East Kalimantan also supported by a lot of project from outside and also project from inside, and then the local NGO. The professor just mentioned about some challenges, how to synchronize all those programs between national and the local level. But at least there is contribution from the partners to the government to reduce emission. Just a couple minutes ago, I have got text from the governor. He asked me to say you have to tell the audience about how much money actually distribution from the World Bank to the province. So I have to tell you, okay, so East Kalimantan province just received advance payment from the FCPF 20.9 million US dollar. What is the allocation now? So the allocation about 5.2 million that will be for the operational cost. Operational cost is not only the province, but also operational cost from the central government, like the Ministry of Forestry and also Ministry of Finance. And then also for the provinces, and then also from the districts. We have 7 districts and 1 city. And then the biggest one, 13.6 million US dollar, that will be allocated for result-based payment, which is basically all the users who actively reduce emission. Who are they? They are like national park, conservation agencies, the forestry service, provincial forestry service, who facilitate the communities, and then also ocean and fishery service, which is basically for the mangrove area, and then also estate crop service. Just Madam mentioned how they protect the high conservation area, and then also the district and city government, 7 districts, and then another 2 million US dollar. This is basically special for community and indigenous people as award. So the award, basically, this is special for the community who can protect and restore the forest since 2006. So if the villages, they can restore and can prove they can protect the forest since 2006 until now, they will receive the reward from the from the provincial government. So that's the message from the government. Have to tell the audience how the money that will be used for the beneficiaries. Okay, the last one we have Mrs. Louise. She is from the private sector. She is from mining. The question is, how mining contributing to emission reduction? Let's see, we want to hear what is the role of the Kaltim Primaco, not Kaltim Fried Chicken, eh? Oh no, okay, so Kaltim Primaco. 10 minutes, Miss Louise, yours time.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Pak Stefi Hakim. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished participants. Thank you for the questions, and I would like to try to share with you what is our contribution as a private sector, especially the coal mining company, in supporting the Follow Net Sing 2030, which is engaging the community to mitigate climate change. At a glance, we would like to know what KPC. KPC is a coal mining company located in East Kalimantan province, specifically in East Kutai Regency, with 61,000 hectares of operation area, permit until 2031. And then we have like 30,000 employees, including the subcontractors. And also there are 27 villages in the surrounding districts, 4 sub-districts, which is in the Ring 1, and 250,000 populations in the 27 villages. And we have a commitment of $5 million US per year for the community development activity. Yeah, the mission and policy on climate-related mitigations from fuel efficiency and carbon absorption by revegetations in 2020 only, total GHG reductions is 91 million ton CO2 equivalent. And we have like an internal environment management innovations, including the energy, water, air, biodiversity, hazardous and non-hazardous waste. And next one, what is our position in the role of the global climate change agenda? Actually, we are one of the stakeholders, as mentioned earlier by all of these speakers, that we are one of the stakeholders of the East Kalimantan governor and also the East Kutai region, that we especially engage in mining as part of the stakeholders of this government to support the Green Growth Compact launched actually by the governor in 2016. It's to support the Polo Net Sing 2030 as an important part of national determined contribution. The company becomes a global partner in reducing emissions caused by deforestation and forest degradation through sustainable management that is covered by the principles of the good mining practice. Actually, the good mining practice is a sustainable legacy for the advancement of local communities and global communities through its responsible coal mining operation for sustainability. We continue to the next explanations that to support the climate change mitigations, especially in supporting the GGC in East Kalimantan, the corporate and community engagement in climate change mitigation include the collaboration with local partners, subcontractors, and the village near mining operation area. We have the Proclaim Climate Village program and restoration rehabilitations, also cultivating local trees, needs seeds for the reclamations, and coordination with regional emergency response and rescue team to mitigate the forest and land fires. Okay, these following are corporate efforts in collaboration with the community to help reduce emissions, especially in the Polo Net Sings 2030. Through the program, we have seen here that's 6 programs, especially the first 3 one is related with the waste management. It is the Village Community-Based Waste Management Movement Program, Integrated Eco Waste Program, and Village Women Empowerment Program in Climate Village, and also the Local Plant Seeds Program for reclamations. We also have the mangrove rehabilitations and with the community and the Kutai National Park and the Forest Fire Rescue Team. From this program, we can see that the benefit is including the economic development, the zero waste program, and also the climate change mitigations. As you can see also that there are some transformation by the program before and after the program in each of the program. So I will explain to you probably one of each program that here. First program is the community waste-based management. This is from the scheme that we can see the program using the Sustainable Development Program paradigm and environmental leadership as a key approach, character building the house of community character development. Then it has key goals of multiplication agent, community mobilizing agent with 3 outcomes, which is the eco-waste management model, the eco-health community model, eco-enterprise business model. And those give impacts of the replica model of the Kampung Bersemi pilot project with key benefits to quality improvement community life of Sangatta City. In the right area, in the right slide, you can see that the diagram here shows that environmental benefit of trees planting in several villages in 2 municipalities around the Ring 1 of the operation area, and the social involvement of all community level. This involves school kids. We involve also 30 schools, and also no plastic bag actions in 4 city markets. Involve the 1,070 volunteers in the villages, and also generating of region regulation about the waste. And in economics side, we have the waste banks, recycle of plastic and newspapers, composting centers in 2 locations. And the process here, as you can see, It is campaigning, assisting waste sorting, crafting of recycled waste materials, and also some community events like a competition of clean environment. And the second is the Sangatta City Waste Incinerator, actually the integrated eco-waste program for the Sangatta City. As we know that before this program was conducted, we have a 70 ton per day waste of the city. And as you can see in the diagram, that the resource of the city is waste coming from the households and all the facilities. And then using 30 to 50 tricycle riders, it is actually community. They go into the incinerator, and the waste is divided into organic and non-organic. And the organic one is going for the community also to be used as compost and maggot. And then in the non-organic, going to the furnace, and the bottom ash can be used as paving blocks used by the community operating it. So actually the benefit of this program is reducing 70% of the local waste in the city not going into the final dump, which is actually 30 kilometers northern of the city itself. In 2023, we are holding with the government also, and also with the community, of how to reduce and start the downstream effort of reducing waste from homes in some pilot areas. We go to the climate village. It has a roadmap from 2010 until 2025. In the initial stage, we do the enhancement institution management, and then assistance to community learning, visit and making a composting house, plant cultivations and waste bank, and also in collaborations with the government and corporates and community. And by next 3 years, we hope that there will be a self-sustaining and to be replicated to other villages. Here we can see also the other community-based waste management integrated programs. Actually, this program initiated by the waste problem itself that is used as an opportunity by a group of youth not working and looking for ways to be managed, which then produce compost and is distributed in the sustainable food house of Dasa Wisma. They are operated by the ladies or the women in the village, and then it turns into fertilizer for the needs of the vegetables for the area in their living places. That used also for support of food security and improvement of nutritional status. The benefits obtained from this program are sustainably compassed, as you can see in the right side. There are environmental, nature, economic, well-being, and social. And then the next program is the local plant seeds for the reclamations. Actually, this program has been running for 15, 16 years, where we engage with the local community, partnering with them to develop local plant seeds so that they can absorb by the companies for the reclamation in the mining, in the ex-mining area. So its sustainability compass shows that local seeds are conserved, economically it becomes people's income, and had reduced unemployment. There is an improvement in life and other social benefits, providing education for local school children to appreciate local seeds by finding and preserving them. And the next one is restoration and rehabilitation of the mangrove. During the last 1-2 years, we are actively involving the local Kutainese group and also the village people to support the GGC CAL team to carry out the restoration and rehabilitation of the mangrove. As you can see that like 10,000 trees we planted this year and also last year. We have a lot of stakeholders' involvement in planting the mangrove to restore and to rehabilitate them. And lastly is the mitigating the risk of forest and land fires. This is finally we see how company plays an active role in handling forest and land fires around the mining area. In an emergency situations, local coordinations with the East Kutai Task Force, especially with the Bapak Bupati and the Gugus Tugas to cooperate with the SAR team. We have the 5 stage of doing this by planning, mitigating, level of preparedness of system, natural disaster, and recovery stage. So to answer the moderator question of what is the challenge of all of this program, as we can see here that first is the mindset change, needs time and patience for transformation. So it needs commitment from every parties and system connectivity with the community and synergy with all related parties, including the government, corporates, and other parties. The benefit is not only the economic value, as we can see in the sustainable compass, but more of that is the social awareness and system that is built. Next plan is to support the emission reductions in East Kalimantan, at least with the current program that's already running, such as the climate village, community-based waste management, and protecting the forest and land from fires, where all parties get involved in the campaign and actions. To conclude, here we can see that involvement of all parties is very significant in achieving Follow Net Sink 2030. With the motto of more than mining, it is the motto of our company, Kaltim Prima Coal. We implement the good mining practice. So you can see that establishing and spreading the positive goals of Follow Net Sink is entire community can realize the importance of controlling climate change today for future conservation partnership. Finally, we know that it is possible if we collaborate. So let's get involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lois. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know the time is very limited and then the MC already remind me. I want to close, but I think there are some participants who like to ask. Is there any question or there is no question? Oh, there is question. One, two, three, and then only 3 questions? Okay, so she asked me only 3 questions. Okay, ma'am, please mention your name and the institution, and then the second one, that will be the guy from here, and the last one, the lady over there. Please. Just use this one.
Hello, my name is Sahar Hussein. I'm from the Iraqi environment. Hello, my name is Sahar Hussein. I'm from the Iraqi Minister of Environment from the National Climate Change Center. I ask about the high value area. I don't know if this area is classified from the UNESCO, like a protected area or heritage area or not. And also I ask about why you are treatment the forest land like mitigation benefits, and also about how reducing, but you don't think about it like adaptation benefits. What the adaptation sector? Why you don't talk the forest like in Iraq we treat the forest land like mitigation and adaptation sectors, but every slide and presentation that you have, you treatment the forest like mitigation sectors. I ask why you don't look for adaptations.
Thank you. Your name, sorry, Hussein. Sahad Hussein. Sahad Hussein. Okay, thank you. From the Ministry of Environment. Second one, Miss, not Miss, Mr.
Okay, my name is Setiawan from Indonesia. Very excited. The all presenter already present to all of us about the contribution and participation between province government, regency government, and also NGO and also private sector. Very excited, and probably we applaud for the presenter or presenter. The question very simple: how to create and then collaborate between private sector with the regency, because Luis already explained about the challenges, because the government is the mandatory for the to develop regency. How to collaborate about this program to about the emission, reducing emission. Thank you.
Your question will to address to Ms. Luis. Okay, and you to, sorry.
Sorry, you talk about the fires. Okay, I ask about these fires happened because the increasing of temperature in your Indonesian and the drought, or because human activities, the activities of local peoples in this area.
Actually, your question to whom? To Ms. Luis or to everyone? Everyone can answer your question. Okay. The last one. The last one. Please, the last one.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm Rosita from C4Alls and also from Indonesia, but I'm here delegated for the UN Energy. I want to ask, I want to congratulate to the East Kalimantan, congratulate for the first ever carbon decisions that you get. We are so proud also have a woman leader here. I'm so admire from the Ibu Sri Wahyuni. But I want to ask something that all the your presentations, call it the private sector and government sector. I'm curious, how about the East Kalimantan government involve the ingenious people to the table of the policymaker? Because when the Mr. Luis side is a community, we're working with community, but I didn't find anything from the Secretary East Kalimantan talking about how to encourage the indigenous people to be a part of the policymaker. And the second question is to the Bapak Diansa Sulaiman. I'm so proud of all of your work in the presentations. I think there's no one perfect. And then I want to ask, what is the biggest challenges in the Kutai? As we know that Kutai is the biggest city and the beautiful city. What are the biggest challenges to get all your achievement? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Once from the Sibu, the last one. She's steering me. She said that no question, but I will give you one. I know you are handsome.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Ali from the Iraqi Ministry of Environment, the Mitigation Department. My question is Iraq. Iraq, yeah. My question is, in the slides of the total achievement of CO2 emissions reduction in 2022, it was from rising of peat groundwater level. My question is, what was the methodology that has been used to calculate these CO2 equivalent reductions? And that's all. What was the methodology that has been used, to calculate the CO2 equivalent reduction?
Yes, okay. Who will answer the question? First about indigenous people, about methodology, about why mitigation and why there is no adaptation. That's the main question. Okay, I will give to Professor Dadi to answer the question. Whatever question you want to choose, it's yours, sir.
Thank you. I just want to give response to the question related to indigenous people. Yeah. Indigenous people and as well as local communities is not neglected in emission reduction program in East Kalimantan. Before the programs started, we have conduct an FPIC program in many villages in East Kalimantan. Through this FPIC program, then each of indigenous people and also local communities have received comprehensive information about what is FCPF program and how can they take a part in that program, what kind of benefit they will receive if they join the program. I think they also have a same opportunity to another, same as another entities of FCPF program, yeah. And for your information, from this FPIC program, more than 90% of the indigenous people are agreed to be involved in the FCPF program. but they need an assistant, yeah, to conduct its program of the FCPF program. Thank you.
Okay. The last one, the answer, who will ask about, okay, Ibu Sri.
Okay, thank you. I want to respond to Madam and about the high conservation value area. This is the initiative from East Kalimantan provincial government. What we means by the high conservation value area is natural forests and peatland. So every plantation development should consider this area. If they already permission, business permission, and then map mentioned that part of their area is high conservation values, that the company should protect, should manage that area, should keep the natural forests. So until now we have around 645,000 natural forests as a high conservation value areas. And this initiative from East Kalimantan province government, and we hope that this kind of, it's kind of mitigation for natural forest. It's kind of how the land, how we mitigate the high conservation value areas for keep the natural. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I think we use how we identify the high value, the criteria of high value conservation area. We use the national indicators, yeah, Pak, because this is initiative from. Yes, we use the national indicator for this. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that's the indicator. So basically, you have to follow what the national government decide the indicators, right? So that's 640,000 hectare. Actually, it's not the total. It's the area inside the private companies. Okay, so the company who has license, oil pump license, they have to conserve the high conservation area. The standard determined by the national government. But not only the government consult with the stakeholders, including NGO, academia, so they decided the indicators. And then they have to follow that instruction, comply the standard. They have to maintain the area where they indicate the high conservation value area. So that's the commitment. Okay. The last question, I can answer your question actually. You can just visit FCPF website, the World Bank. So we follow methodological framework from the World Bank. So all the calculation, all the methodological approach that are inside of the website, the FCPF, the World Bank, Forest Partnership Carbon Facility. I cannot remember the stand for, but anyway, yes. You can see that there is the methodological framework, and then there is clear instruction how you do it. But if you have difficulties, you can consult with me. I can go to your country. No worries. We can help each other. So this is the message from us to the world. We can save the world. You can get compensation from the carbon. Okay? This is the proof. East Kalimantan proved the world. Okay. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers. I will give it to the MC, please. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Stepi, and also distinguished speakers. May I have you in the center of the stage to take some pictures, and would like to invite there will be a token of appreciation to be given to the speakers. There will be any, nanti ada juga. And ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to start our next session immediately because we don't have any break. All right. Yeah. And for the one who asked the questions, you can claim your gift on the booth outside of the pavilion. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly uh, keep at your place because we're going to start our next session immediately. So for those of you who are just coming in, welcome back to the Indonesia Pavilion COP27. We are going to talk about Forest Carbon Partnership Facilities Emission Reduction Program in East Kalimantan, about progress and lessons learned. And I would like to invite the audiences to please kindly be seated. We will start our next session right after this. Welcome to Indonesia Pavilion COP27. How are you so far today? I believe you have your lunch already and probably some bites here and there. Enjoy your coffee. And here we are on our 5th session of the day, on 7th day of Indonesia Pavilion at COP27. We're still live from Sharm el-Sheikh. Hello, for those of you who are joining us online from Jakarta or from other parts of the world. We are going to talk about Forest Carbon Partnership Facilities Emission Reduction Program in East Kalimantan. We're still in East Kalimantan right now. And more focusedly on progress and lessons learned. This session is organized by Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. And without further ado, because we're running a little bit late, we're going to invite our moderator, Ms. Herlina Hartanto, PhD, the Executive Director of Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. Please welcome Ibu Herlina.
Thank you so much. Honorable Laksmi Dewanti, Director General for Climate Change, the Ministry of the Environment and Forestry, Honorable Agus Yustianto, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, who also serve as the Indonesia Pavilion Coordinator, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for participating in these sessions in person and also virtually. It's an honor for me to welcome you all to these sessions. So the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, Carbon Fund, is a global partnership of the government, businesses, civil society, and the indigenous peoples organizations focused on REDD+. In Indonesia, the program aims to reduce at least 22 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent between 2019 and 2024. Early this month, Indonesia received an advance payment of $20.9 million, which made Indonesia the first country in the East Asia Pacific region to receive such payment. So, if you want to learn more about what FCPF is all about, the journey that the Indonesia and East Kalimantan have undertaken, the key success factors and lessons learned, you come to the right sessions. And we indeed have a line of great speakers today, and I would like to invite them to come to the stage one by one. First of all, Professor Dedi Ruhiat. He is the Managing Director of the East Kalimantan Provincial Climate Change Council, DDPI. He is also the professor at the Forestry Faculty of Mula Warman University. He holds a PhD degree in social science and forest nutrients and master degree in silviculture. Professor Dedi, please come to the stage, Prof. Thank you. We also have Mr. Andre Aquino joining us virtually. He is the lead environment specialist at the World Bank. Based in Jakarta, Indonesia, he works as the program leader for sustainable development in Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Andre has nearly 20 years of international experience in natural resource management and environmental issues. Andre? Hi, Andre. Good to see you. Can you hear us okay?
Selamat malam.
Selamat malam, Andre. Thank you so much for joining. Then we have Reni Cortez, the Global Director of Natural Climate Solutions, NCS, with the Nature Conservancy, providing strategic leadership and coordinations of NCS field teams. And prior to her current role, Reni was the Conservation Director of the TNC Global Program on Conservations in partnership with indigenous people and local communities, and the Chief of Party of the Mexican REDD+ program. Welcome, Reni. Last but not the least, we have Maria Elena Herrera Ulgade, the Forestry Engineer and National REDD+ Strategy Director with the National Forest Financing Fund of Costa Rica, FONAFIFO. With more than 20 years of experience in the forestry sector, she has been part of the Costa Rica's negotiating team for the World Bank FCPF, Green Climate Fund, and the LEAF Coalition's initiative. So a very warm welcome to Prof. Daddy, Pak Andre, Reini, and Maria Elena. And thank you so much for taking the time to participate in the sessions. We are also honored to have Ibu Laksmi Dewanti, our keynote speaker, who's going to give us a context of the Indonesia's government's commitment and policy on climate change mitigations and REDD+, and the general overview of the FCPF implementations in Indonesia. Without further ado, Ibu Laksmi, please.
Thank you, Ibu Helena. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May Allah bless, mercy, and peace upon us. A very good afternoon, distinguished delegates, all the panelists, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is my pleasure for being here with you today on the occasions of the Indonesia Pavilion workshop on Forest Carbon Partnership Facilities, Carbon Fund, Emission Reduction Program in East Kalimantan, Indonesia. So we're gonna to learn progress and lesson learned from this project. I should also thank the Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara for arranging this important workshop and discussion. So distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, role of forest sector in Indonesia's commitment to the Paris Agreement has continuously increased. Since the adoption of the agreement, in both nationally determined contribution or NDC, that the first ever NDC we submit back in 2016, and we update our NDC only before the COP26 last year, and we submitted our updated NDC together with a very important documents, long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience 2050. And Indonesia has set an ambitious target in forestry and other land use or FOLU sector through a transformations to net sink by 2030. And just before we come to Sharm el-Sheikh, as part of Indonesia's commitment in enhancing its NDC's target, we submit our enhanced NDC. And in the enhanced NDC, Indonesia has increased the national target on emission reduction from 29% to 31.89% for the unconditional scenario, and from 41% to 43.2% for conditional scenario with the international support. So among this target, forest and land use contribute 17.4% to 25.4%. So it's very significant for Indonesian NDC. Of course, we would like to achieve the target in FOLU sector through forest rehabilitation, mangrove restoration, and peatland management. Among mitigation action in forestry, REDD plus play an important role in achieving our NDC and most importantly to achieve our FOLU net sink 2030 targets. So dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Paris Agreement acknowledges the importance of policy approaches and positive incentive for REDD+. We are talking about Article 5, where parties are encouraged to take action to implement and support, including through result-based payment based on the existing framework already agreed under the convention. For Indonesia, the result-based payment is already part of our carbon pricing policy. Last year, we issued the presidential decree on carbon pricing to support the NDC's target. So, and result-based payment is part of the 4 mechanisms that we implement and we promote to be implemented in Indonesia to support our NDC. In the context of REDD+, Indonesia had gradually progressed in REDD+ implementation from readiness, transition, and has entered the full implementation since 2014. With a long story of engagement in REDD Plus negotiation at the international levels and the implementation at the national levels, Indonesia has shown the ability to achieve REDD Plus objectives. Despite REDD Plus huge potential in Indonesia, its implementation is challenging institutionally and methodologically. Indonesia has addressed these challenges, including through many things and many efforts, especially when regard to the fund or fund management. Indonesia then established so-called Indonesia Environment Fund back 2019 to ensure that the money received by Indonesia from the result-based payment will be delivered to all the beneficiaries and to all the stakeholders that contribute to the achievement of the target. We also putting into effect regulatory measure which support REDD Plus implementation and continuous improvement of the methodological structure, such as the MRV framework system, our national registry system, safeguard information system of REDD, and also the investment plan of REDD Plus for Indonesia. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from the past few years, Indonesia has received commitment on REDD Plus result-based payment, namely from Green Climate Fund and bilaterally from Norway for pre-2020 results. FCPF Carbon Fund in East Kalimantan Province for result, I think it's already mentioned by the moderator, with 2019-2024, and the biocarbon in Jambi Province for the result between 2021 to 2025. So we were so much believe that the REDD Plus and the result-based payment mechanism, it's implementable and it's such an incentive for our effort in Indonesia, especially in the follow sector. The implementation of the FCPF-CF in East Kalimantan has made a very encouraging process. Ministry of Environment and Forestry as a national management unit and East Kalimantan provincial government as sub-national management unit of FCPF-CF has been established to manage a daily operations, and in addition, high-quality technical document for REDD Plus implementation, including emission reduction project document or ERPD, safeguard, measurement, monitoring and reporting, and benefit sharing plan document has been issued to ensure that the implementation will be fully taken into account in place and to ensure that all stakeholders will receive their benefits. From the signing of the emission reduction payment agreement back in November 2020, it was agreed that the East Kalimantan province will reduce a total of 22 million tons CO2 equivalent. Indonesia has submitted the first emission reduction monitoring report to the World Bank for emission reduction of 34 million tons CO2 equivalent for the reporting period of 18 June 2019 to 31st December 2020. Progress continued with the validation and verification by independent auditors. So while we are waiting for the validation process by the independent team to be completed in the next few months, I hope, I'm still crossing my fingers, we can say that this is a very significant reduction that can be testament of the province's serious commitment to the support NDC. And I'm pleased to inform you that recently, as also I have already mentioned by the moderator, we received the advance payment from the World Bank, 20.9 million US dollar. So we hope, yeah, we can clap it. We hope to receive the rest in next few months, hopefully no later. I hope Andre take notes from the World Bank. Yes, Andre, we hope that by next month or in a few coming months, we receive the completion result of the validation process, and we are ready to receive the remaining amount of money. So it is a very encouraging milestone for this program. This is an international recognition of the collaboration to reduce emission among the national and local government, communities, NGOs, and private sector. This is exactly what the Paris Agreement would like to have, because since the Paris Agreement, the implementations of the climate change agenda is not merely on the national government or only the government. The non-party stakeholders, the including local government, academia, private, NGOs, community, and many other stakeholders, it's very important. So this FCPF just has one of the examples that we be able and we could work together as a nation, both the parties and non-party stakeholders, and we receive a payment for our performance. So again, I would like to underline that the result-based payment, it's part of the carbon pricing mechanism in Indonesia, because for Indonesia, carbon pricing is not only trading the carbon or offsetting the carbon, but the result-based payment under the Article 5, it's also important. So dear colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to end, I just simply wish the discussion provide us a very fruitful deliberations and recommendation to enhance design and implementation effective and efficient REDD plus policies and action in FCCE program, but also could inspire other program to more engage into the REDD plus scheme. So I thank you, and again, thank you for coming, thank you for having this different. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So thank you so much, Ibu Laksmi, for providing such an excellent overview for our discussions with the panelists. So to kick off our discussions, I address the first questions to Prof. Dadi. So Prof. Dadi, first of all, congratulations for all the great progress made so far. Back in 2015, East Kalimantan actually started designing the emission reduction strategies, then followed by the implementations. Could you share with us one or two emission reduction strategies that contribute the most to the emission reductions? And second, what are the challenges that you face in the implementation of those strategies?
Thank you for the question, Ibu Herlina. Some of strategy that East Kalimantan province use to reduce emission through FCPF Carbon Fund program is first to strengthen the regulation and policy that supporting the mitigation activities. Second is to integrate FCPF program activities into planning document. Third is to involve stakeholders in the program, starting from the preparation until to the implementation stage. And fourth is to do mainstreaming was that continuously. I think that is the strategy. And about the challenge, regarding the challenge, FCPF Carbon Fund program is relative a new program, not only for East Kalimantan, but also for Indonesia. So there is no knowledge, there is no experience that can be used to prepare the program. Another reason is that the FCPF Carbon Fund program was that I mean, this program is a jurisdictional program. So the preparation must be done not only at the province level, but also at the district level, even through also the village level. Another challenge is that the FCPF Carbon Fund program is a result-based payment program. This means that to implement this program, Kalimantan province must provide its own funds. And if the program is not success, there will be no compensation for the cost incurred. I think that is a big risk that have to face the East Kalimantan province. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prof. Daddy. So it seems that you have quite a complex challenges, yeah? But I think the progress show that it's good that you have many stakeholders in East Kalimantan that work together with the government to implement the program. And I think one of the stakeholders is actually NGO, yeah, Prof. Daddy, yeah? So I think this is a good segue for me to ask Rainy from TNC. And I understand that the Nature Conservancy is a member of the FCPF Participants Committee, right, Rainy? And TNC together with, through its local partner, Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara, has also been supporting East Kalimantan government in implementing the FCPM. So could you explain to us what actually the motivations of TNC to be involved in the processes? And based on the implementations, what do you see as the key success or achievements?
Yeah, thanks, Herlina, and thanks for having me here on the panel. Yeah, TNC was motivated to participate in the FCPF for several reasons. I'll just share a couple. The first one was that the FCPF provided the opportunity to really test out how a carbon market might work. So when we first started with this initiative, like a decade or so ago, the carbon market was really small. There was only a few pilot projects, and especially in the forest and land sector, it was just a really emerging area. And so the FCPF really allowed that chance to test out how a market would work, what the challenges would be, what the successes would be, and allow us to sort of innovate and adapt in a more controlled environment. The second thing that really motivated us to participate was the readiness funding, because the professor just shared with us the challenges that governments face when they have to actually do a lot of the upfront investments in MRV systems, safeguard systems, benefit sharing systems, all the FPIC processes, and then the actual hard work of reducing deforestation on the ground. All of that before they have any guarantee of payment in an emerging, uncertain market. And so the readiness funding of the FCPF was really, really important and attractive to us because it provided both of those elements of that upfront finance paired with an opportunity to get paid for results-based payments later. And so that's why it was a really innovative space that we really wanted to support and get involved in. And I think so far it's been successful. We see the advanced payments today to Indonesia. And of course, there's tons in Indonesia, a lot of issues. And so to get over that bar, I think is just a huge success story for everybody involved.
Thank you so much, Renee. So it's good to know what actually motivates TNC, yeah, Prof. Daddy, to participate, and also the role of NGO in the FCPF implementations. So let me turn to Pak Andre. I hope that Pak Andre is still online. Can we have Pak Andre on the screen?
It's working, Bu.
It's working? All right, good. So Pak Andre, you have been actively participated in FCPF East Kalimantan implementation processes. What are the key lessons from the East Kalimantan FCPF program? And since you're also involved in other World Bank programs, how does it compare to other programs that the World Bank support? For example, the one in Jambi.
Thanks, Bu Erlina.
Bu Ami, Padedi, and colleagues from Costa Rica, from FONAFIFO and TNC. First, my greetings from Bali, where the G20 is happening, and this progress actually is recognized even here, and a bit generates a lot of excitement among partners to further support Indonesia in its trajectory towards follow net sink. So it's highly exciting, and I would even say inspirational, right? That these results of East Kalimantan have been recognized at this point in time. I take note of Bu Ami's challenge. As Bu Ami knows, we also worked together to make sure that this advance payment would be fast-tracked, and this counted with the support of the FCPF. So maybe one thing I would like to mention here is the FCPF. The World Bank is the trustee for that, but it's really a partnership of developed and developing countries, with several nations actually, right, providing the funding that comes to these to the Red Plus countries, including Indonesia. I think this is an important point, because this means that, as our colleague from TNC just mentioned, several partners are actually learning at this stage. Now, what are some of the lessons here? I think Padadi talked about them already, yeah? So I would like to emphasize a few things. The role of multi-stakeholder consultation in a coordinated manner. This is really a testament to the role of actually Professor Dadi and his teams through the One Perubahan Iklim, right? That has been part underlying this program from the beginning. The critical role of partnerships on technical assistance. And here I would like to remind all of us that TNC had been working in Barao district, and to a certain extent, at least how I see this program, that Barao was a bit of, that Barao engagement was a bit of a seed for the overall program. Then you had several other partners. I mean, Triple GI, GGGI, with dedicated support in in Samarinda, in Balikpapan, others, right, NGOs. So we should not underestimate how much support at the subnational level is needed to bring this infrastructure in place to make this work. Political commitment. I mean, Pa Gubernur Isranor now maintains his commitment to the program. This has continued throughout changes in government. And here I think there is one important, very important point. The need for the payments, right, to be probably accelerated, because maintaining political commitment gets more and more difficult when there are promises made that cannot be fulfilled due to the lengthy processes, right? So over the past years, this has been one point that we as the World Bank, I mean, we have heard a lot from East Kalimantan and from KLHK, from MOEF, and we take note of that. I think we as a whole, as a community, need to think how to make these processes more simple and more in line with the political calendars, right, and the realities at the subnational government. One more thing on lessons: benefit sharing, taking the time to build the consultation and create the benefit sharing as a flexible document. What I mean here is that there has been very complex reflections on how these benefits will be reaching the different actors in forest and non-forest areas of the province. But it's clear that as the program evolves, as the program is implemented on the ground, it will need to be adapted and improved. So I think building these flexibility is important. And one last that Padadi mentioned, building these programs into the provincial level planning documents. In the case of Indonesia, the province prepare the RPJMD, right? So the medium-term development plans. And right now, many provinces will be updating their medium-term development plans. So I think it's a great opportunity when we start thinking about scaling up. It's a great opportunity to support more provinces following the great progress that East Kalimantan has made. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Andre. You hit many important points that I'm sure we will talk a little bit more later on. So since FCPF has been implemented in 47 developing countries across the world, let's turn to Costa Rica. They just actually received the first payment of 16.4 million US dollar last August. So Maria Elena, could you share with us what FCPF looks like in your country and what are the lessons and challenges? A note to the audience, Maria Elena will speak in Spanish, but there will be slides in English. And later on, Rainy has been kindly enough to translate the key messages. Could we have the slide? Yes.
Yes. Next, please. Bueno, Costa Rica, a pesar de ser un país muy chiquito en América Central, somos 5 millones de hectáreas. El 50% de la población del país está en bosque. Y parte de las lecciones aprendidas es que a pesar de que en 2005 Costa Rica viene diciendo que hay que reconocer el bosque como una actividad, es una paradoja que hoy por hoy Costa Rica necesite tener que demostrar acciones nuevas porque las anteriores no son reconocidas. Una lección muy importante fue el readiness con el FCPF, porque a pesar que teníamos la experiencia de implementar el programa de pago de servicio ambiental en el país y tener áreas silvestres protegidas, no teníamos bien claras cuáles eran las capacidades y los vacíos para implementar RED. Y el readiness vino a fortalecer la gobernanza, a crear un comité director, a crear grupos de trabajo con pueblos indígenas, a tener más claro el rol de la mujer en un plan de acción, a crear capacidades, a implementar el consentimiento libre, previo e informado, a tener claro quiénes eran los dueños de las reducciones de emisiones, porque en el país hay dos sectores, el público y el privado, a trabajar bajo un precio de la tonelada, bajo un estándar de requisitos, bajo costos de transacción. Entonces todo esto nos enseñó el readiness, tal vez para dejarlo aquí y luego para decir la otra presentación.
Costa Rica is a small country, 5 million hectares, but 50% of it is in forest cover. And it's a kind of a paradox because Costa Rica from 2005 already had strong role in protecting their forests, but they still needed RED Plus readiness funding. And so they actually had to have, the readiness funding was very important for Costa Rica because they had to put in a number of systems in place. They worked very hard on governance, so they set up steering committees, implementation committees, work groups with indigenous communities, made improvements in their MRV system, they applied FPIC. Some very key points that really helped Costa Rica be successful was that they have clear rights defined to their emission reductions, and they worked to set up strong standards and figure out how to cover transaction costs in the process.
Next, please. Y es algo muy importante para nosotros y es que RED en el país está posicionado en el marco de política nacional, está en el Plan Nacional de Descarbonización, está en la contribución determinada, está en la política de trabajo de género, en la política de pueblos indígenas. Promovemos la participación y la inclusión de actores, tenemos un sistema y hemos ido mejorando la robustez de información en el monitoreo y promoviendo la inclusión. Y promoviendo la inclusión no solo promoviendo la inclusión de otros servicios ambientales y la distribución de beneficios equitativa e inclusiva.
I got a little distracted there, but I'll do my best. The very important part for Costa Rica is that the Red Plus plan was integrated within the national strategy and policies. So it's part of the National Decarbonization Plan, part of the NDC, part of the Indigenous Peoples policies. And they worked really, really hard to get inclusion of a lot of actors throughout the country, including Indigenous peoples and local communities. They set up robust MRV systems and incorporated Red Plus into their land management systems, developed benefit sharing, and also have a wide, broad system for payments for environmental services, not just carbon. So all of those were important for Red Plus to be integrated within the whole national policy of Costa Rica.
Well, thank you so much, Maria Elena, and also Rainy, for the translations. And I'm actually very interested in your point, Maria Elena, that you talked that Costa Rica actually implemented Red Plus before Red Plus become officials. And I understand, Prof. Daddy, that actually East Kalimantan did the same. You have built foundations pre-FCPF. So could you elaborate a bit more, Prof. Daddy, about the conditions that being created before FCPF? And what do you think as the key success factors? Because I think those insights will be very important for other jurisdictions who will be interested to follow the East Kalimantan footsteps. To be engaged in the result-based payment. And since both Andre and also Maria Elena talk about the importance of multi-stakeholder body, as the managing director of DDPI, can you talk a bit about the important roles that DDPI play?
Okay, before I give response to your question, allow me to add more answer to the challenge in implementation of FCPF in East Kalimantan, okay? Yeah, the biggest challenge is actually to change the mindset of the stakeholders in the use of natural resources, especially forest. Why? Because for almost 5 decades, East Kalimantan has used natural resources in an extractive manner. So it will be not easy to change this behavior. It will take a long time and also a lot of resources, I think. Yeah, and regarding your question about the role of DDPI, yeah, well, about 5 years before the FCPF program started in East Kalimantan, DDPI, together with a development partner, prepare various documents related to climate change issue. These documents were then used as basis for the development of FCPF program design, which relies on the solution to address root causes of deforestation and forest degradation as a primary source of emission in East Kalimantan. I think that is the role. And during the preparation stage, the DPI roles are first coordination, collaboration, facilitation, and also source mobilization to strengthen the regulation and mainstreaming on climate change issue. And another thing is to strengthen the human resource capacity in government institution, the community, and also the private sector. And another role is to strengthen the supporting system of Red Plus implementation. The FCPF program implementation is carried out by East Kalimantan government through an implementing organization built for it. DDPI and development partner assist the Kalimantan province government in particular matter needed. Yeah. that is the role of the DPI, yeah?
Sounds like a very important roles, Prof. Daddy,
Huh?
that encompassing like almost facilitations to resource mobilizations, yeah? Thank you so much, Prof. Daddy. So, Rainy, TNC has been implementing jurisdictional RED Plus program also in Mexico and Brazil. And Pa Andre talked about the Brau Forest Carbon Program, and I know that you also follow the implementations and the progress of that program. So, and Prof. Daddy talked about the importance of multi-stakeholder forums such as the DPI and also other things like changing the mindset of the stakeholders. So, based on your experience in the different jurisdictional programs, how much of that, what Prof. Daddy said, actually resonate with you? And what are the key elements really needed for jurisdictional programs to bring about a positive and also lasting change?
Yeah, thanks, Herlina. TNC, in addition to supporting the jurisdictional program in East Kalimantan, is also deeply engaged in jurisdictional programs in Pará, the state of Pará in Brazil and the Amazon, as well as the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. And while they're all very different contexts, there's a lot of commonalities and common lessons that we can draw from these programs. And so I would say jurisdictional programs, they don't replace the existing decision-making structures or the authorities or the institutions, but there are three key roles that jurisdictional programs can play to bring those elements together. And so the first is really creating a network, a strong network of key leadership in different sectors. And so usually you have the forest sector by itself, the mining sector, the agricultural sector, and they're not really talking to each other or working together, and indigenous peoples are completely left out, right? And so the jurisdictional program can bring leadership from all of those different sectors together, create a strong network, and perform a very strong facilitation function. This is key. You need a really dedicated, skilled facilitator to work with all those actors and actually build trust, relationship together so that they can come up with a shared vision for sustainability across this huge landscape. So that's the first one, bringing these network of really important leaders across sectors together. The second thing that a leadership or that a jurisdictional program can really add value is in implementing systemic change initiatives. So systems change across a landscape needs, again, interactions from all these sectors. So the jurisdictional approach can help do integrated mapping and landscape planning across the entire area, not just looking at the forest, not just looking at the crops, and start to create a development plan that really integrates a lot of those sectors together. And then the third thing I would say is accountability. And so the jurisdictional program can help report out what happened, be really transparent about how the funds or resources were used, hold each actor accountable to the commitments they've made to each other, and really drive action in that way. And so I would say in all the jurisdictional programs that we experience, those are three key functions of the actual jurisdictional approach on top of sort of the decision-making authority that already exists within those institutions.
Well, great. Thank you so much, Rainy. Those are very important insights. I will go back to Pa Andre. Pa Andre, we heard already great insights from Prof. Daddy, from Rainy, and also from Maria Elena on key ingredients of success. And actually what we want to see is actually more large-scale, more jurisdictional program. We want to see more FCPF implemented in more places. So my questions to you, what recommendations do you have to have this type of program to go to scale in Indonesia?
Great. No, thanks so much. I think this is a key topic. No, I mean, again, once the announcement of Kali team happened, I'm sure that Buami was contacted by many local governments. Even we at the World Bank, I mean, some local governments contacted us to know how this could be scaled up. And I think this is a very positive thing. It's exactly the role of this type of instruments, results-based finance, to create these incentives for a different way of doing business in the land use sector, right? So moving to a low carbon, green growth type of trajectory. How to scale up? I mean, first, I think simplify. We need to simplify. Buami talked a little bit at the national level. In Indonesia, the passage of the legislations, such as the one on the carbon pricing instruments that clarify how RBF, results-based finance, is to be implemented, is very good. The baseline has been formally adopted. There is a monitoring, an MMR system in place. So creating this infrastructure, clarity on rules at the national level. At the international level, I think it is important also that more trust in the system is built so that the complexity of what countries have to comply with can be decreased. Or when they have the capacity, maybe the requirements can be simplified. Moreover, the changes in international standards, I think, are quite disruptive for the programs. I mean, I'll give you an example. In the East Kalimantan case, the World Bank, through the FCPF, through the World Bank, we will not be able even to compensate Kalimantan for all the ERs that they have generated, because they have really overachieved from what was expected right at the beginning. So we can purchase more. Purchase is not really the right word, right? I mean, we can provide results-based finance for a certain amount, but there might be even more. Now, there is an uncertainty whether the standards used by the FCPF would still be applied or accepted, right, by other entities. So I think that, like, the least we rock the boat on these issues, the better, because going back to the drawing board on these types of programs do take a lot of time and create uncertainty for these subnational governments. One. Number two, empower local actors. I mean, we need to support local governments to build capacity. I think, Boami's team has been working now on this idea of creating a rumah carbon, so a carbon house to provide support to other provinces. I think this is really needed. I also encourage the other partners to support, right, provinces that have expressed interest in engaging in these types of programs, because again, it takes time. And then the last thing, I believe we need to come up with systems that provide financing for performance, but earlier on. What I mean here is there could be systems that reward the subnational governments for intermediary results. I have a concrete example. We are now working with MOEF, KLHK, on a mangroves program. It's channeled through the Environmental Fund of Indonesia as well. And that program is not paying for emission reductions, but it is disbursed against performance too. Performance in terms of planning of mangrove rehabilitation and of successful rehabilitation. So we have come up with indicators which will be monitored and verified by third parties against which payments would be made. But they would be unblocked quicker, right? Because they are earlier in the results chain. And this provides then reassurance to the local government that there would be incentives coming up. Last thing is, I think, FONAFIFO. I've always been inspired by FONAFIFO since the day I spent some time in Turrialba learning about Costa Rica's PS system. And I think Indonesia now moving with BPDLH has an extremely exciting opportunity that BPDLH, so the IEF, the Environmental Fund, creates a window that supports subnational government in scaling up these programs, provides technical assistance, and again, results-based finance. So I think fully implementing the IEF is the way to go. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Andre. They are important conditions for scaling up indeed. Thank you for sharing that. So let me ask the last questions to Maria Elena. I'm sure East Kalimantan and Indonesian stakeholder would love to get insights from you on this one. So how can East Kalimantan and Indonesia governments look for other opportunities and support in improving their efforts to reduce emissions from deforestation and forest degradations?
The presentation, please. The presentation.
Can we get the presentations, please?
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
Bueno, acá puse como 4 puntos importantes en donde se puede incorporar estas oportunidades y son mejorar la gobernanza, porque si tienes identificados bien los actores y defines bien la inclusión de estos en la participación del programa, te permite inclusive hasta crear el sistema de distribución de beneficios, procesos de trabajo con las peers. En Costa Rica hay 24 territorios indígenas y con todos hemos trabajado de forma voluntaria con pequeños y medianos productores y productoras. El acceso a mercados y la estrategia de financiamiento. ¿Por qué? Porque es importante el tema de transparencia y de no tener dobles contabilidades. Entonces, cómo hemos manejado internamente la titularidad del carbono y los sistemas de monitoreo. ¿Por qué? Porque te permite integrar otros reservorios o interactuar con otros paisajes, que es a donde debemos migrar, a integrar la finca y otros servicios ambientales.
So she's going to bring 4 different points into the discussion here. The first is on improving governance. So it's really important to bring in all of those different actors so that you can define the benefit sharing system equitably and with the co-creation of those same actors. The inclusion of all the indigenous groups. In Costa Rica has 24 indigenous territories, and they've worked voluntarily with all of them throughout the process to make sure that their voices are heard. The third one is really on financing. So they've really got very clear rights to the carbon defined. And so it's very transparent. And that allows them to access other sources of funding because, of course, the donors want to know where their funding is going. And that transparency is critical. And then finally, with the MRV system, incorporating other reservoirs, not just carbon, and thinking about other ecosystems and landscapes to make sure you have an integrated MRV system, not just focused on one asset.
Okay, thank you so much, Maria Elena, and also Rainey for the translations. I have a lot more questions to ask to the panelists, but we, at the moment, we are very honored to have the Ibu Sri Wahyuni, the Secretary of East Kalimantan, with us today, and she's willing to share a few words to us. So with that, I would like to invite Ibu Sekda to come to the floor. Yes, silakan Ibu.
Thank you, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, please allow me to deliver the special remarks from the Governor of East Kalimantan, Mr. Isranur. East Kalimantan Province is one of the priority provinces for REDD Plus implementation in Indonesia. In October 2015, East Kalimantan Province was selected as the implementer of a jurisdictional REDD Plus project through the FCPF Carbon Fund Scheme. On this happy occasion, allow me to give our appreciation to all those who have been involved in the long process of designing and implementing the FCPF program since 2015. The success that we have achieved today would not have been possible without the full commitment and support of various parties in East Kalimantan, as well as at national and international levels, not only from the government institutions, but also NGOs, academics, community leaders, and the business sectors. I need to emphasize that the motivation and commitment of East Kalimantan Province to implement the FCPF program is because this program is in line with the vision and mission of Green East Kalimantan that was declared in 2009, long before the FCPF initiative began. The ultimate outcome of Green Kaltim is improvement of environmental quality, protection of biodiversity, acceleration of green economic growth, and improvement of people's welfare. This initiative has been mainstreamed and incorporated into the 2019-2023 East Kalimantan's medium-term development plan. The planning, capacity building, and actions to reduce emission in the FCPF scheme have been running for quite some time and have served as a training ground to strengthen the readiness and capacity of the government institutions and other partners in East Kalimantan in accelerating green development goals. Our success in reducing emissions, as reported to FCPF for the period of July 2019 to December 2020, increases our confidence in continuing the FCPF program until 2024. This success should be an encouragement for other local governments in Indonesia and abroad to carry out similar initiatives in their respective jurisdictions. Of course, there is still a lot of homework for us in East Kalimantan. We will continue our transformation towards a green and climate resilient economy. However, it is necessary to ensure that the spirit and actions for climate mitigation through reducing deforestation and forest degradation will not only benefit the national and global interests, but will also benefit the interests of the people of East Kalimantan, including for the welfare of indigenous peoples and local communities. The slogan, "Healthy Forests, Prosperous Society," should really be realized in East Kalimantan. I would like to end this by saying that East Kalimantan will be happy to receive ideas and information regarding various options and economic scenarios that we could explore post-2024 when the FCPF program ends, so that the benefits arising from its implementation will continue. Thank you for your kind attention and cooperation. On behalf of Governor of East Kalimantan, Mr. Isran Nur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Sri Wahyuni, to convey the special remarks from the governor who's not able to join us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have actually around 15 minutes before closing. So I'd like to open questions from the audience. Please introduce yourself and then convey your questions as briefly as possible, and let us know to whom you ask your questions. Oh, yes. Yes, the gentleman on the right.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the floor? All right, from Mas Iwan on the left. Okay, so let's take two questions first. Please.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all of the presenters. And my question actually is on the price for a ton of carbon or carbon dioxide. I think the price is very, very low for forest carbon, and it needs to change because there is a lot of work that needs to be done to preserve the forest into the future. So $7, $10 is $9. These are really the very, very low. It doesn't compare to the opportunity cost of converting that into very useful, productive land use. So I think we need to be a bit serious. I know that the World Bank is trying its best to really bring incentive to red countries, forest countries, but it's not enough really. If you want to keep these forests, and we know the value is really tremendous in many, many, many ways. The oxygen we breathe is from forest. So the price, how much is the price? How much price did you negotiate with the forest carbon facility? Is my question actually.
Thank you so much. Prof. Daddy, do you want to take the questions?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, I don't know what is the exact price for carbon right now. But in the frame of FCPF Carbon Fund Program, the World Bank pay us, the Indonesian government, $5 per ton of carbon. And the agreement for that, what's that price, was established in year 2020. Yeah? Although the preparation for the FCA program implementation has already started in 2015. Yeah. So in 2015, we already agreed with this $5. We don't know that year to year, the price is getting high and higher, yeah. But we are happy what we have resulted until now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Dadi. Reni and Maria Elena, do you want to respond to that questions?
Yeah, I would say that back when the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility was getting set up and setting the price, it was, of course, a lot lower back then. And some of the analyses then were focused really on the opportunity costs of land. And of course, now we know that there's a lot of other costs involved in setting up all the systems for RED+, the MRV system, doing all the FPIC, and actually implementing on the ground, accounting for the true cost of everything involved, the labor of the local communities doing the work, all of the different benefit sharing systems and safeguard systems and monitoring. That all adds up. And so I think as we've learned, the actual true cost of carbon is much more than $5 a ton, and I think we're starting to see the market reflect that. Hopefully, donor governments and others who are purchasing carbon will start to increase the prices to really reflect that true cost of carbon.
Okay, thank you so much, Reni. I give also opportunity for Pa Andre on the line to respond to that questions.
Hey, it's great to see Dr. Itep too. We work together in Ethiopia exactly on this topic, yeah? I would just say that we need to differentiate between, Buami talked about this, right? Results-based finance and carbon offset, right? So the FCPF is providing results-based finance, not purchasing carbon credits, right? So I think this is a very important differentiation to make. Very, very important. Sometimes I must confess that I do not like to say that the FCPF is carbon markets, right? Because it is a market-like instrument, but it's not a market, right? Well, there is a trick here for TNC and other participants. It is because they retain the credits, but for most, 95% of the FCPF, it is not. Having said that, by all means, I think Dr. Teptu is pointing out to a significant issue. Yesterday here in Bali, we also had a session on the East Kalimantan, and Pa Iwan Darmawan, the head of the Economic Bureau of Pa Isvanor, mentioned the thing that I think is very important. The permanence of these gains, to a certain extent, is conditioned upon communities, landholders perceiving continued benefits in comparison to other land users, right? And the fact is that these other land users are also increasing the price. Palm oil, mining, which is the case of East Kalimantan, right? The two most important sources of deforestation. So yes, we all hope that this would be reflected in higher prices. I think our colleague from Costa Rica also mentioned something else, which is another venue for this, right? Which is trying to monitor and account for other services. We are not there yet. I mean, even with carbon, we are still learning, but I think, always keeping in mind biodiversity, water, as much as possible, helps these countries make the case for higher prices.
Great,
Thanks.
thank you so much, Pa Andre. Maria Elena, please.
Sorry, but my English is terrible. I don't speak English, but I that we understand that Costa Rica tiene un programa de pago de servicio ambiental que paga $64 la hectárea de bosque. ¿Cómo hemos integrado los recursos de pago basado en resultado o de venta de mercado? Lo hemos integrado en un fondo común para poder reconocer un servicio ambiental. En Costa Rica se reconocen 4 servicios ambientales: agua, biodiversidad, belleza escénica y carbono. Y aquí con este programa vamos a reconocer uno y vamos a pagar $18 la hectárea. ¿Por qué? Porque hicimos una unión o un match de recursos de venta por carbono. Pago basado en resultado del FCPF y el GCF juntos en un solo saquito. Pero también hay que tener claro que si bien pagan $5, el periodo que nos están reconociendo es del 2018 al 2024. Entonces tenemos años atrás y el banco paga las auditorías y las validaciones y eso es lo que nos permite a nosotros poder tener más dinero para colocarlo en los esquemas. Si te olvida algo, me dices.
So Costa Rica has a comprehensive payment for ecosystem services program, and they pay $64 per hectare for 4 different services. So water, biodiversity, carbono, and scenic beauty is the 4th one. So water, carbon, biodiversity, and scenic beauty. So they have a service or a program that pays for all those 4 elements. And so they're incorporating the payments from the FCPF into that same one account. So they're able to then use that money to augment payments for all of those different services.
Okay, great. Yeah. So is that okay? Yeah, great. I like the bundling approach. I think we should do it. Yeah, Prof. Daddy, yeah? All right, so there we have the third question. So let's go with the second questions first. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Iwan from Indonesia. When listening to this session, I feel nostalgic and then happy because when start the carbon fund, I'm like a marketing team pitching to the Pak Dadi and East Kalimantan government to accept the program when it's selected. So I'm happy because good seeds, good baby, nurtured by a lot of good people, it's resulting a good result. So again, congratulations. So my question is to Andre about when under jurisdictional carbon fund, is there another opportunity for East Kalimantan, for example, to pursuing another opportunity, especially like to the voluntary market, for the concession who will working in the East Kalimantan, the opportunity is still open or it's already everything under the sky of East Kalimantan will be goes to carbon fund schemes?
Great.
That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mas Iwan. Andre, do you want to take that question?
Yeah. Yeah, Mas Iwan, this is a very good question, and the answer is not very straightforward. So, in a jurisdictional program like that, in theory, it's accounting for everything that is happening in the province. So you would not have other deals, right? Now, East Kalimantan, again, I mean, with KLHK, they can always decide what to do with the emission reductions, with the assets, right, that have been created for the future. And the voluntary carbon market is one possibility. So, just to give you an example, in the third-party verification that is happening right now, conducted by INOR, a Spanish auditor, East Kalimantan opted to do a verification that would also look if the program complies with the standards set out by CORSIA, the international aviation, to increase the possibilities of reaching other markets. So they can. Now, what happens inside the program there is a possibility, but it would need to be nested, deducted from the overall program. The other possibility, and this is what I meant, and that's something for Padari, I mean, Padari Busek, that I believe that in the future, the benefit sharing scheme will probably need to be reconsidered. I have been hearing a lot from private companies, for instance, that only now really realize what this program is about and are ready to do more to help reduce deforestation even more in East Kalimantan or to increase forestry, right, through reforestation. But right now, for instance, in the East Kalimantan case, private sector cannot have monetary payments. So the question you have just asked is very pertinent, and I think it can then be solved by looking at the benefit sharing plan again in the future.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Andre. I think that's a very important role, and we are happy if more stakeholders want to do more, right, in East Kalimantan. So we have the third questions. Yes, please, madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity. I am Hajja Kade Sise from Sierra Leone. I'm the Executive Director.
Can you speak? Yeah.
Okay, I am Hajja Kade Sise from Sierra Leone. I am the Executive Director for Climate Change, Environment and Forest Conservation Consortium. I just want to commend Costa Rica and
East Kalimantan.
Yes, for the presentations on the Red Plus. Of course, the Red Plus is a mechanism for reducing emissions. So I want to ask Costa Rica, how are benefits shared among relevant stakeholders in your country? And for East Kalimantan, in Indonesia, you also spoke about the Red Plus implementation in 2019 in your country. So what are some of the success stories? Because she mentioned about success stories being made, but unfortunately she didn't talk, at least mention few of the success stories. So we also want to learn so that some of us can take those success stories and what are the approaches they used. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. So the first question is to Maria Elena on the benefit sharing. And the second question is Kalimantan, Prof. Daddy can respond, yeah? What are the success story from the FCPF implementations? Go ahead, Maria.
Vamos a ver si se acuerdan de mí. En Costa Rica tenemos 4 mecanismos de distribución de beneficios. El primero es el contrato de reducción de emisiones, el que vamos a reconocer a dueños y dueñas de terrenos con bosque por el Servicio Ambiental de Mitigación. El segundo instrumento es un fondo para promover emprendimientos solo con mujeres.
There are four ways that they distribute benefits in Costa Rica. The first one is a contract with landowners who own forest areas. They sign contracts with those landowners for their emission reductions. The second is a fund for sustainable enterprise development, specifically with women.
El tercer fondo es un fondo para implementar acciones con un sistema nacional de áreas de conservación y atender drivers de deforestación y degradación de bosques. Y el último es un fondo para promover emprendimientos con organizaciones locales de pequeños y medianos productores y productoras.
The third mechanism is to provide benefits to the national system of protected areas. And then the fourth one is to provide support to local organizations and small and medium enterprises to be able to implement their business activities.
Thank you so much. Prof. Daddy, do you want to respond to the success story from Kalimantan?
Okay. Through the implementation of CPF Carbon Fund program, East Kalimantan province develop a high quality of technical document for RED Plus implementation. Second, that East Kalimantan has reduced the rate of deforestation and forest degradation. Another benefit is we have a long time of experience, a collaborative experience involving different level of governments together with NGOs, the private sector, public community, and that is a very valuable experience, yeah, togetherness, a long time collaborative work, which is very useful to prepare or to implement another program, another different from the FCPF Carbon Fund program. And last but not least, through the FCPF Carbon Fund program, we receive reward and incentive for the carbon and non-carbon conservation in the natural forest resources in East Kalimantan.
Thank you so much, Prof. Daddy. Due to the time, we cannot take more questions, but please allow me to provide brief synthesis based on what we learned from the speakers. So first of all, Indonesia and East Kalimantan province has been making very good progress in implementing the FCPF program. And before FCPF program, East Kalimantan actually has built good foundations in the form of green visions, emission reduction strategy, supportive policy, committed leaders, strong participations from university, NGOs, corporate, and of course the DPI. Now, the support during the FCPF readiness phase actually enabled East Kalimantan to build even stronger foundations by refining its emission reduction strategy, develop MRV, safeguards, benefit sharing mechanisms that really follow high international standards, and getting more buy-in from different stakeholders. Those are key ingredients in getting the province to where it is today. Now, the journey, however, does not end here. East Kalimantan still need to consistently implement the emission reduction strategy and to deal with remaining challenges until, not only until the end of SCPF program in 2024, but also beyond. Now, Indonesia and East Kalimantan need stronger support from all of us to continue the sustainable climate resilience and green development strategy for the benefits of the nature, for the benefits of the people in East Kalimantan and Indonesia, and for the survival of our planet. So to close, because the time is up, please join me in thanking all the great speakers that we have today by giving them a big round of applause. Thank you so much for your participation, and thank you so much, Andre, for joining us all the way from Jakarta. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the distinguished speakers and moderator. Please kindly gather in the center of the stage to take some pictures. We still have one more session, so don't go anywhere. Please have some coffee or snacks outside for you, and you can bring them inside.
Can we have Andre at the back of on the screen to have pictures together? Or Andre's gone already?
I think he's still there.
Andre, if you're there, if you're still there online, can you turn on? Oh, he's gone already.
He's gone.
Yeah, it's already late in Jakarta. So anyway.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one more session, but we're gonna have a break for 7 minutes. Please come back by 5:10.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good evening to all of us. Before the event starts, I would like to invite all the guests to be seated as the event will begin soon. Also, please make sure that all guests have registered at the registration table. Your cooperation is appreciated. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ASEAN event organized by the Indonesia Pavilion with the topic of community-based climate action in ASEAN. First of all, I would like to welcome our honorable guest, the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for Socio-Cultural Community, His Excellency Ekapa Pantafong, Secretary of Directorate General of Climate Change of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Republic Indonesia, Bapak Agus Rusli, Senior Advisor for the Minister of Environment and Forestry of Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Nur Masripatin, our speakers, and all of those who attend the event. We would like to convey our appreciation for allocating time in between your busy COP27 schedules. Thank you very much. Now, with much honor, we would like to invite His Excellency Ekapa Pantafong, the DSG of ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, who will join us through video message to give the remarks.
Her Excellency Laxmi Dewanti, Director General of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, ASEAN the Working Group on Climate Change Chair, and the National Focal Points, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to address all of you today at the Indonesia the science event on the community-based climate action in Southeast Asia at the UN FCCC COP27. My appreciation goes to the government of Indonesia for providing the platform that the intelligence stakeholders to identify the opportunities to actively engage the communities in their efforts to promote inclusive and climate resilience in Southeast Asia. I also take this opportunity to commend Cambodia for the outstanding chairmanship to the ASEAN Working Group on the climate change for the past 3 years, and congratulate Malaysia as the incoming chair for the working group that they will continue to elevating the work of the climate change in the region. I also wish to commend the work of the ASEAN the Working Group on Climate Change and its participation at today's event on the community-based climate action in Southeast Asia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN is widely considered as one of the world's most vulnerable to the regions to climate change. It is evident that ASEAN region has faced intensified climate-related assets, such as cyclones, storms, and floods, among others. We fully acknowledge that devastating impacts on the ASEAN communities, especially to vulnerable groups, such as the poor, women, children, and the elderly. It is for this reason that the ASEAN puts climate change adaptation as one of the top priorities in our work with development partners to increase the resilience of the ASEAN community towards the risks of the climate change. ASEAN has been working together with partners and stakeholders on the multiple sectors in assisting the vulnerable communities to adapt to climate change through the various initiatives. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the communities that are central to the achievement of the goals of the International Climate Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, the adaptation actions require the engagement and cooperation from various stakeholders, including the local communities, at every step of the adaptation to the planning and implementation at the regional, national, and the sub-national levels. On this note, the ASEAN State of the Climate Change report published in 2021 calls for the community-based actions, namely by the identifying and using indigenous knowledge in the adaptation actions appropriately, reskilling the workforce on the priority the adaptation knowledge and the skilled areas, and the sustaining the actions through the public, the private, people, the partnership. I trust that the discussion today will further accelerate our action to support the communities and to provide the practical solutions to contribute to the sustainable livelihood and the resilient ASEAN community. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we recover from the ongoing global health crisis, I hope that we can continue to forge a closer cooperation and moved ahead in building a more caring, resilient, and sustainable ASEAN community. I am confident that the outcomes of the UNFCCC COP27 and the discussion today will strengthen our climate ambition and assist us further in moving towards a more sustainable future. I look forward to advancing the ASEAN community-based climate action and wish the event great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, for the remarks. And now, I would like to invite Bapak Agus Rusli, the Secretary of Directorate General of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the opening remarks.
Excellency, Deputy General of ASEAN for ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, Mr. Ekapop, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, Mr. Ekapop Pantafong, distinguished delegates, fellows, National Focal Point for the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change, ladies and gentlemen who are attending on site here at the Indonesian Pavilion and who are attending virtually. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace, blessing of Allah be upon you. Since the ratification of the Paris Agreement, ASEAN member states have been showing their commitment to reducing global greenhouse gas emission through their respective nationally determined contribution. Some members have updated or even enhanced their national determined contribution. Some members have also developed the long-term strategy. Furthermore, all member states are working diligently to implement their commitment through cooperation under the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change. Southeast Asia is one of the world's most vulnerable regions to the climate change, and its adverse impact due to its long coastline, high concentration of population and economic activity in the coastal, and heavy reliance on agriculture, fisheries, forestry, and other natural resources. It is also subject to increasing frequent and intensity extreme weather such as tidal, storm surges, drought, floods, and tropical cyclone. Therefore, the ASEAN communities are highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change ecologically, social, and economically. Responding to that, ASEAN needs to take practical climate action to build communities' resilience and further engage non-party stakeholders in generating climate action at the grassroots level. Indonesia has been implementing the community-based climate action through several means, with Climate Village Program or Program Kampung Iklim being one of it. Proclim is a program which combines climate change adaptation and mitigation effort at the grassroots level by involving active participation of the communities and various stakeholders such as government, local government, businesses, universities, as well as non-state institutions. Effective stakeholders engagement along with climate change adaptation and mitigation knowledge management at the grassroots level is one of the important aspects to achieve national and global targets in tackling climate change. In the spirit of supporting and empowering the community, I'm happy to share that the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Joko Widodo, at the Climate Change Adaptation Summit in 2021 has conveyed the target 20,000 climate villages by 2024 as the tangible community action in dealing with the climate change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under Indonesia G20 presidency, we are noting that the importance of promoting locally driven approaches, stakeholder participation, and inclusive governance arrangement in designing the implementation COVID-19 recovery measures, as well as measures for just transition towards low greenhouse gas emission and climate resilient development. Sustaining of the work of Presidency G20 in 2022, Indonesia as ASEAN chair next year would like to explore more how community-based climate action in Southeast Asia could be showcased as an integral effort to contribute to achieving climate goals. On this occasion, I am pleased and grateful for the attendance of the representative of the ASEAN member states who will share their experience how community-based climate action is implemented and encouraged in their respective country. At the end, I wish that this session can generate fruitful discussion and spark a good basis for further elaboration in 2023. On behalf of the DG for Climate Change as national focal point to the UNFCCC and ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change of Indonesia, I open the session. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening.
Thank you, Bapak Agus, for the insightful remarks. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ibu Nur Masripatin, the Senior Advisor for the Minister of Environment and Forestry of Republic of Indonesia, who will be our moderator for today's session. Ibu Nur Masripatin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Farah. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the session on community-based climate action in Southeast Asia. We are actually expecting all ASEAN member states represented here to share the context of our each country in this session. Unfortunately, we could only got confirmation from 5 countries. Before we start, I would like to invite the speakers to come forward and take a seat there. And I would start with alphabetical order. First, Ibu Tantri Arundati, the Director of Adaptation of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. So, Bu Tantri, please take a seat. Second, I would like to invite our colleague from Myanmar who will join virtually, Mr. San Win, a national focal point of ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change of Myanmar. The third, I would like to invite Mr. Benedict Chia, the Director General, National Climate Change Secretariat of Singapore. Please, Mr. Benedict, to join Ibu Tantri. And the next, I'm sorry, I supposed to invite Malaysia first. Mr. Ahmad Farid bin Muhammad, the Deputy Undersecretary Climate Change Division, Ministry of Environment and Water, Malaysia. Please, Mr. Ahmad, to join the speakers there. And The last speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Pam Fantan, Deputy Director General of Department of Climate Change, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Vietnam. Colleague, both the opening remark by representative of ASEAN Secretariat and the Ministry of Environment and Forestry has brought the context of our session today. To add to that, what was already mentioned in the opening remark, I would like also to inform here to colleagues that this session is meant to share information and lesson and knowledge from ASEAN member states related to the community-based climate change action. Also, to share information about regulatory aspect, policy intervention, the role of non-party stakeholder, and more importantly is how we promote this partnership, this collaboration, and invite support from international community. With that, I would like to start to invite the speaker to give the presentation. Before that, I would like to inform that the presentation we expect to be delivered not more than 8 minutes so that we could take a question from the floor. I was informed that Mr. Pam will need to leave us early, so I would like to invite first Mr. Pam to give your presentation or statement, please.
So thank you very much, Dr. Numaris Sri Patin, for introduction. Should I sit here or okay? Thank you. So thank you very much for invite Vietnam to join this very important meeting of the region. So every year Indonesia organize very good side event, and I see that this side event is much better than last year. So congratulations. So related to the questions that regarding to the policy instrument of Vietnam to engage community on climate action. So as you know that Vietnam considers climate change affect to everyone. So everyone should take a joint hand in the action. To get the involvement of community in Vietnam, we have to do for several years already. We have done a lot of things for several years already. First, we started with raising awareness to people, everyone to understand that matter related to climate change. Then we put our action into the steering committee, the strategies for encouragement of everyone to take part in the climate change activities. Then the last test that we put climate action into the law, and at the moment Vietnam, we already put the requirement for implementing our commitment at NDC to the law. That law had been was passed by the National Assembly in 2020, and at COP26, Vietnam announced a net zero emission by 2050. So after that, we the government issues a decree for greenhouse gas reduction and ozone layer protection. So that provide legal basic for everyone to participate in in mitigation and ozone layer protection as well as adaptation. In Vietnam, we put the requirement that owned facilities have to emit annual 3,000 tons of CO2 per year, have to do greenhouse gas inventory and emission reduction from now until 2030. The others can do as volunteer basic. So based on the step Vietnam put as first we raise awareness, then we put in strategy, then we put in the national policy documents, then we involve the community, everyone involved in the process of implementation of climate action to join hand with the government to do the work. For the second question related to the non-party stakeholder to take part in NDC implementation, that as we mentioned, climate change affects to everyone, so everyone, even state party or non-party stakeholder should join with us on this action. So how to involve non-party stakeholder into the NDC implementation? We start on the beginning by when we formulate our NDC. So when we design our NDC, we involve the non-party stakeholder as well in the process. So they know that what's going to be contributed, how to contribute, and where the resource is. Then after the NDC is approved, they know we have action plan, and then they know that they have to do something. So that's the thing that we involve not only non-party stakeholder but other stakeholder in Vietnam for taking action into NDC implementation. So I would like to stop my intervention here. Thank you very much for inviting Vietnam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pham. As Mr. Pham may leave us before we finish the session, if there is a question for Mr. Pham, we would like to take one. Okay. If there is no question, we will continue to the next presentation. But before that, I would like to congratulate to Vietnam for the efforts. Yeah. The second, I would like to invite Ibu Tantri to give your presentation.
Thank you, Ibu Nur. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and also the speakers. I would like, as what Ibu Nur already mentioned, that in this event, we would like to share our information about the program in Indonesia and also the lesson learned. So I just want to give some example. Yeah. In Indonesia, as we also already aware that climate change is already happened, and it's in our eyes that many flood, many extreme weather is already happened in our country. So we realize as a Indonesia government that we have a limited on our resource, such as whether it's financial, it's technology, and also our capacity building. So we are thinking maybe because climate change already happened, maybe since decade ago, we think that will be some community maybe already have a response to this kind of impact. As we know that the impact will give how to say, very big risk to the vulnerable people besides our ecosystem. Oh, I have to use this, right? Sorry. Okay, this is just for you to picture how the impact of the climate change to our country. Climate change is affecting the life of billions of people despite effort to adapt. So that is an urgent need to enhance local climate action. As Ibu Nur and also Pak Agus as our Secretary of Director General of Climate Change mentioned about the Climate Village program. This is a nationwide program managed by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to encourage the involvement of community and other stakeholders in strengthening climate change adaptation capacity and reducing greenhouse gases emission, and also acknowledge climate change adaptation and mitigation effort that has been done, which can improve welfare at the local level according to site-specific condition. This program is launching actually in 2012, and we have already have the legal basis for program implementation, which is the regulation from the minister, and also for the technical regulation that is a guidance for the people who want to have a climate village program in their area. So as the component of the proclaim is there is two components. It's adaptation and also the mitigation. So if the community has already done some action, whether action for the adaptation, like how is the community doing the control of drought, floods and landslide, and also doing some increased food security and also control of climate-related disease, then it means that they've already done their adaptation action. And if they also do some mitigation action like waste management, solid and liquid waste, use of new renewable energy or energy conservation and saving, and so on, that means that the community already done their mitigation action. So besides that, they have also had the forum that can gerak tuh apa Bu? That can influence the community in their area to do the action for adaptation and mitigation. So since 2015 until now, there's already about 4,200 locations that's already done action for adaptation and mitigation, and there is also spread out in our country the location of proclaim. So to know how is the contribution of the people to the decreasing the mitigation, we have tools, what we call it spectrum. It is an application to calculate contribution of local mitigation action in reducing greenhouse gas. Our president also already mentioned that in 2024 we have to have 20,000 location of proclaim. It's a challenge, quite challenge for us, because we have a limited resource. But we know that we have to do, we have to accelerate our action in implementation this program, because the people will get the impact from climate change. And according to the IPCC, the temperature still increasing, whether we already do done the reduction of emission. So this is an award for the community that's already done their action on the whether it's adaptation and mitigation, and we've already also give them some certificate to appreciate their action in their local area. So we also, through this program, also encourage the local government to have their regulation regarding the community in their area. We also give some appreciation to the local government that have already done their assist to the community, and also they gave some policy for how to help the community to do the action for adaptation and mitigation. And this is the kind of local government support. Many kind of support they give, such like the technical assistance, and also some of infrastructure. And we also how to say, engage the proclaim also engage the private sector to support the local community. Every year we also give some award to the private sector that already have give some assistance to the local community into proclaim program Kampung Iklim. So this is also, there is also a community involvement and support, and also the NGO. Okay. I think that is the end. I hope my time is not more than what Ibu Nur said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Tantri, for managing a time very well. The next, I would like to invite Mr. Ahmad Farid bin Muhammad to deliver your presentation.
Can I have my slide? Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thanks Indonesia for hosting this session. The topic is climate community-based action in Southeast Asia. So I will explain about what Malaysia have, just like what Ibu just now mentioned about the Indonesia program. Alright, so in the concept note, there are a few questions has been posed regarding on this topic item. Okay, the first one is on the what kind of policy or instrument to engage community in climate action. Of course, we have highlight three main items that is very crucial for good engagement for the community, which is the first one is inclusive and equitable decision making. We need to bring in the communities together and creating opportunity to provide input to decision to shape the climate policies. As you are aware that Malaysia, we have a very diverse races. We also separated by we have a peninsula, we have a Borneo and Sabah and Sarawak. We have many indigenous people as well. So these people are also receive the impact of the climate change. Even the recent flood that happening in Malaysia last year in December, also there's a lot of people, indigenous people in some area in Pahang and also some other state also got the impact of the climate change due to the flood. And this is something that we need to put them together to know that what our policy. And today also in COP also there are a few indigenous people also coming to attend COP. And yesterday also we had a session for them to share what is our program and what we have done, and to make sure that they understand that we are doing. And for further engagement also we invite them to give their view on what we are doing in terms of policy, just like NDC and also LTLETs And for information, we just updated our NDC last year, and a lot of engagement that we have done to the community via online, especially because the COVID-19 doesn't permit us to do physically, and a lot of series of NDC engagement after we submitted our NDC among the all the community as well, NGO and also the other stakeholder. And number two, of course, there are many meaningful relationship building. That means we need to bring a trust with the community, because if they are comfortable with the government, they understand what the government policy, then they are able to support the government. What happened if there are no trust within the community to the government? Of course, they will retaliate whatever action that we are going to do that. And the third one, of course, we need to provide the capacity building, just like opportunities in terms of tools and resources, including financial, to implement local solution within the community. I will show you our program at the later slide later on. Okay, the second question for the concept note is, what are the non-party stakeholders involved in the NDC implementation? Basically, the non-party stakeholders like NGOs, business and young people are the key in the climate action and NDC implementation. Yes, I already mentioned just now that when we formulating our NDC, for information, our NDC, we also include the accompanying information for adaptation. We have gone through a very thorough consultation, because even though the NDC is the mitigation action plan, but we also include the element of adaptation in 5 areas, so that all the stakeholder is not is taken care of. The community also has to be taken care, including the youth association. These are the parties that we take into account. And then for the solutions, the implementation of local mitigation adaptation measures, and so they bring in the local and also specific knowledge. And then in terms of the third one, we need to have accountability, to keep government accountable for NDC goal and the target. We need to inform them properly what are the target and the goal, then they understand that they are able to also implement what we have said. And for information also, for Malaysia, there are a few companies already embarked on their own net zero, like Petronas, also the TNB, Tenaga Nasional Malaysia, our power utility. So even the government doesn't explicitly mention about our net zero. We just inform that our aspiration is to become net zero at least by 2050, but these two companies already put the target to get the net zero by 2050, and there are coming a lot of pledge by the company and also from the SME to implement the ESG in terms of the mobilizing some of the effort to reduce the GHG. And we also, in terms of information, so we will share the information on NDC plan with a local community, translating to climate action into the meaningful information. Okay, now the third one is the question is what kind of practice and experience that can we showcase. So basically what Malaysia implement is the GES Small Grant Program, SGP. It's implemented by UNDP and administered by under supervision of my ministry, and it's also executed by UNOPS, small grant to local community, including NGOs, indigenous people for community action based for ecosystem protection, sustainability, livelihood, poverty reduction, population and traditional knowledge. So basically, this grant provide one application for $50,000 for one application to be implemented. So I will share with you some of the programs that have been implemented regarding on the climate.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, these are some of the focal area on the climate change. Okay, among other is renewable energy for remote area community, which related to macro hydro system, solar PV, also biogas. And the second one is promoting environmentally sustainable transportation, just like eco-mobility, energy efficiency, and also energy conservations. Okay, these are some of the area that SGF Malaysia funded, especially for the macro hydro project side. So there are some in Semenanjung Peninsula, Malaysia, and there are many in Sabah and Sarawak. You know why we use the project? Because some of the area in this kampong or this village, they are quite far from the national grid. So it's not viable for the power utility to install power at the area. So we propose the macro hydro project at that site. Okay, this is also some of the project model where on the macro hydro system layout, the community-based model, if we engage the community network, we identify established community-based organization, we develop the financing mechanism, and then we conduct the feasibility study and as well as implement a pilot project. So basically the unique approach is the community participate in building community own the project. So they own the project, and then we also had the protection of water catchment as part of the project, the socio-economic development, community income generation from this system to continue to maintain, and then the livelihood improvement in terms of health, education and income.
One more minute. One more minute.
Okay, no worries. Only a few slides. All right. This is a some example. This is mostly on the photo only. Okay, this is another example where they produce the biogas. This is the biogas digester to help get the gas for power. And this is regarding engagement urban community in sustainable lifestyle. Some of the climate smart innovative by using the agro smart. Okay, this is climate smart innovative. We use agroecology, agroforestry, and the practice on the ground is restore biodiversity in farming system to integrated farming, rotation cover crop, conserve biodiversity at landscape level through hydrogrow, corridor, vegetated ditches, repairing buffer, use the natural fertilizer and pesticide. Okay, these are some of the factors from the Kampung Tambatuan commodity. They help them to produce the paddy. Okay, this is a system rough intensifications. So the system is reduce water requirement, increase land productivity, promote less reliance on artificial fertilizer, pesticide, herbicide, and resistance to climate change. So basically, they increase the biodiversity in farther field. Also, we enhance the resistance to climate change and reduce GHG emissions. Okay, this is some integrated farming in Kampung Babagon, Sabah. They help the people, the community to create the income. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad, for the very informative presentation for us all. And the next, I would like to invite Mr. Sanwin from Myanmar. Mr. Sanwin.
Yes,
yep. Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. Yes.
Yep, very clear.
Thank you very much, Indonesia, for inviting me this very important event. So, can you share my slides? Or should I share my PowerPoint from my side?
Yeah, I think you should share the slide by, yes.
Okay, so I will make screen share. Yeah. Okay, so good evening everyone from Myanmar. So I'm Dr. Samwin, Director of the Climate Change Division, also the National Focal Point of AWGCC and other activities. And so regarding the event, I would like to present about community-based climate action in Myanmar. So by following the side events of Indonesia Pavilion. So there will be 4 main components in my presentation. So firstly, I would like to express about our policy, strategy, and master plan. So our policy vision is to have a climate resilient, low carbon society that is sustainable, prosperous, and inclusive for the well-being of present and future generation. In this regard, so we consider about our community in deep. And the goal is to set by 2030, we would like to achieve climate resilience and pursue a low carbon growth pathway to support sustainable development as well. And we have 2 main strategic objectives to increase adaptive capacity and resilience of communities and sectors, and to maximize opportunity for low carbon development in the different sectors. And we focus on 6 main sectors: climate smart agriculture, fisheries, and livestock for food security. This sector is mainly concerned with the community. And second is the sustainable management of natural resources for healthy ecosystem. And the third area is resilient and low carbon energy, transport, and industry, and low carbon and climate resilient power development as well. And the fifth area is climate risk management for health and well-being. The last one is the education, science, and technology. And according to our master plan, there are 6 strategic variety sector as well. And as we have to meet our commitment to the Paris Agreement, we have submitted our NDC to the UNFCCC in 2021 August. So that is based on the INDC, which has been submitted to UNFCCC in 2015. So the strategic vision is to ensure Myanmar to continue to develop and maintain conditions to secure well-being of our people. And the 2030 goal is to become a climate resilient country, which also contributing to global effort to cap greenhouse gas emission contribution to climate change within a realistic timeline of 10 years. We have 2 main objectives of our NDC: to build a resilience and to make development choices. And if I have to brief about our NDC mitigation targets, that there are BAU emission of 842.75 million tons CO2e, excluding the emission from agriculture, and fuel efficient stove and energy efficiency. And unconditionally, we will be able to reduce 244.52 million tons CO2e. Conditionally, we can increase to 414.75 million tons of CO2. And this is the energy target. So we are going to enhance the renewable energy share if we can have international support to implement our conditional targets for the energy sector. And second sector is the agriculture sector. So there's no conditional target under the agriculture sector, but we have conditional target. We are going to promote tree planting and agroforestry technique to increase the tree canopy cover across 2 0.28 million hectare of agricultural land, which has tree cover less than 10% per hectare. If we can implement this target, we will be able to reduce, or we will be able to sequestrate the CO2 of 10.4 million tons. And third sector is the forest and other land use for the sector. So unconditionally, we will be able to reduce emission from deforestation 25% by 2030. In this regard, we will be able to reduce 123.6 million tons of CO2. But conditionally, we will be able to reduce 256.5 million. So in this, to meet this target, we will have what we call Myanmar Reforestation Forest Rehabilitation Program. And we also have the National Red Plus Strategy and Action Plan as well. And then we will also include the measuring and reporting capacity for Red Plus to encourage through the national scale, national forest inventory, and efficient satellite-based forest degradation or restoration monitoring tools as well. And
2 minutes more, Dr. San.
okay,
2
so
minutes more.
I speed up. And we have also the mitigation co-benefit targets, which is the pure efficient cost of dissemination to the community. Okay, and we also have microgrid on and off-grid real irrigation program as well for both unconditional and conditional targets. And the last one is the energy efficiency policy targets. So based on the 2012 energy consumption, we are going to reduce 20% of energy consumption by 2030. And local community indigenous people platform. So we have very unique indigenous technology that is called floating garden technology. So this technology is unique indigenous technology by the Enter in the southern Shan states of Myanmar. And we are going to develop the indigenous technology to promote their livelihoods as well. So if you look into more detail about the location of the unique indigenous technology area, we can visit through the through the Google Earth pathway. So that this how we can see the floating garden in the Inland Lake and the Shan State, which is in the eastern part of Myanmar and southern part of Shan State. So that is the unique indigenous technology of our Myanmar. And okay. Okay. So can you see my slide?
Yeah, we can see.
Sorry, I cannot. Yeah. Okay. And we have also adaptation and loss and damage activity
The
as
time
well.
is
So
up,
we
Dr.
consider
Sanvin.
5 main sectors. Yes, let me conclude this one. So first one is climate smart agriculture, fisheries and livestock for food security. Second one is the sustainable management of natural resources for healthy ecosystem. And third one is the resilient, inclusive and sustainable cities and towns where people can live and thrive. And climate risk management for people, health, and well-being. The fifth is the education, science, and technology for the resilient society. Yes. And in conclusion, we still need financial and technical support to implement successfully our NDC conditional targets. So thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanwin, for sharing with us about Myanmar NDC target and also the community peace program. Then next, I would like to invite Mr. Benedict Sia.
So thank you so much, Indonesia, for organizing this ASEAN event and for inviting Singapore to be part of the panel. In terms of community-based climate action, maybe I can start with an announcement that Singapore made a couple of weeks ago, where we announced that we would increase the ambition of our long-term target, net zero by 2050. As part of the announcement of reaching net zero by 2050, we had indicated that community engagement, stakeholder engagement, is absolutely critical. This is not something that government can do on its own. It needs to work very closely with different partners of our community, both within Singapore and outside Singapore, in order to meet our pledge. In Singapore, we categorize our community as 3 Ps. The first P is the people sector. So this is essentially the local green groups, the local community action itself. We see the people sector as playing a critical role on a couple of fronts. One, I think as a number of the other speakers mentioned, is to increase awareness of climate change as an important issue. What are some of the things that we can do to address climate change? What are some of the trade-offs that we encounter when actually trying to address climate change? The other area in which we see the people sector contributing is to give us feedback and inputs when before we decide on key policies. So in the run-up to us announcing our emissions target as well as key policy levers such as our carbon tax levels itself, we had engaged and fairly extensively, and we had general consultations with the people sector. The last pillar of the people sector is really to translate awareness and policy inputs to action itself. And there are a couple of examples which are related to climate change. So we have got fairly active groups that work on community farming projects. Nature groups have also been involved in preserving the mangrove swamp areas in Singapore. Apart from mitigation, emissions reduction, very recently, a couple of, just last month in fact, we started this thing called Our Coastal Conversations. So this is essentially engaging the people sector on adaptation measures. So our Prime Minister in 2019 has said that in order to adapt to climate change, Singapore will probably need to spend 100 billion Singapore dollars, if not more, especially given that we are a small, vulnerable island state itself. And right now, as we are going about building these adaptation measures, our coastal conversations is a critical and important part of the discussion, where we try to bring in the local people sector, let them understand what are some of the trade-offs, how they can plan and design some of the coastal areas. The best outcome of coastal adaptation measures is one which is seamlessly integrated with the local infrastructure and the local community itself, and not one which is just made up of hard pumps and hard tidal gates, which would be aesthetically not very pleasing. So those are two areas in which we see ourselves engaging our people sector in order to drive climate action. The other P in our 3P is actually the private sector. And the private sector, because they are companies that are more forward-looking, some of them can actually lean forward and move faster. And one example I can think of is the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, GFANZ. So this is an initiative which is ground up by the private sector. A number of financial institutions have voluntarily pledged net zero pledges as member of GFANZ. They are also working to set meaningful interim targets, because setting a net zero by 2050 target is not very meaningful if you don't have clear interim goals as you work towards net zero. Our central bank has also supported the formation of the GFANZ Asia Pacific Network in Singapore, and we feel that this is critical in spearheading Asia's efforts towards a credible and inclusive transition towards net zero. And maybe just to end off this point, I had used the financial sector as an example because the financial sector does play a catalytic role in terms of encouraging change. The financial sector generally recognizes the longer term impacts of climate change, and therefore, through their lending practices, how they give out loans, how they provide financing, can actually shape and can have a multiplier effect on many other parts of the broader economy itself. The last P is what we call the public sector, and this is essentially government organizations. And here, I think what we see is government playing a facilitative role, trying to encourage co-creation of climate solutions. Earlier this year, we launched 50 million Singapore, what we call the SG Eco Fund. It was launched by the Ministry of Sustainability and Environment. And the purpose of this Eco Fund is essentially to open it up to the people, private and public sectors, the 3P sectors, and to encourage them to support ground-up projects that involve the community and that advance environmental sustainability in Singapore. Projects across a broad range of areas related to sustainability, including climate change mitigation, waste reduction, as well as the conservation of nature and biodiversity, have been supported. And maybe I'd like to end and round up my presentation by highlighting that when we think about the 3P sectors, we are actually not looking just at the 3P sectors in Singapore. We are also looking for ways in which we can help support community-based climate action in other ASEAN countries. My fellow panelist, Ibu Tan Sri, just now was mentioning to me that Temasek Foundation in Singapore has been supporting community-based projects in Indonesia. And I think it's very heartening to hear that. And given the number of foundations and family offices in Singapore, I do think that there's scope to encourage more of that action. The other channel in which we have been having conversations with many of the ASEAN member countries, although a number of them are not able to be on this panel, is what we term cooperative approaches under Article 6. So these are essentially carbon credit projects. And Singapore's approach towards these carbon credits projects is very much community-centric. We want to implement these projects in a way that maximizes community benefit, because we think that is absolutely important for the project to gain acceptance itself. The other example in which we are planning to implement this is what we call share of proceeds. So we are comfortable contributing 5% of any proceeds share to adaptation measures in whichever country, host country that we work with. It's not compulsory, it's only highly encouraged under Article 6.2, but we think this is very important to maximize community benefits, and we have therefore decided to go ahead with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benedict, for your intervention, very informative and very well managed in time. So, colleague, the time is almost up, but I would like to take up one question, if any, from the floor. Yeah, Pak Faris, please.
Thank you very much. Faisal Parish, Global Environment Centre, Malaysia. Just a quick question to Benedict. You mentioned about the Article 6 activities. So can you just elaborate on that? Singapore is planning to, as it were, purchase credits from other countries in the ASEAN region or beyond. Can you just elaborate on that? And positive to hear more about that community-based approach on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Singapore has been in active discussions with more than 20 different countries around the world. A number of these countries are actually ASEAN member states itself on what we call cooperative approaches under Article 6. We take the approach that whenever we do a project, the community must benefit. So if I can just give you an example. We are interested in things like forest restoration, mangrove peatland restoration projects. And in implementing some of these projects, our approach is that we should maximize local participation. The local community should provide the firefighting squadrons, the verifiers, the validators, and it should maximize the participation itself. And if there's a local company that can develop the project and implement it, I think that is something that we prefer. Because that's where you get the local community to realize that actually there's something in it for them. And whatever additional benefits or that is being derived, for example, we unlock additional mitigation potential, emissions reduction potential, that will be shared, but we will design the sharing such that the host country is not affected by its ability to meet its emissions targets. I think that's absolutely critical. Overall, everybody must be able to achieve a higher level of emission. So that's our overall approach with many different countries. Our willingness to do a 5% share of proceeds, even though it's not mandatory for adaptation purposes, is also testament to the fact on the importance that we place on community-based climate action. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benedict. As the time is always limiting us to continue our discussion, before I close this session, I would like to invite Ibu Tantri and Mr. Ahmad to give a closing statement, 1 minute each.
Thank you, Ibu Nur. I think the impact of climate change is actually directly impact our community. So that's why increasing awareness to the community is a must. And climate change is, how to say, many things that many people say it's kind of like something that's not reality, but according to our experience, you can do the action and help the planet as healthy again by doing the action for on adaptation and mitigation. Thank you.
All right, for me, community also is very essential for Malaysia to be engaged. They also are facing the vulnerable, so they also need information, they also need knowledge. So at wherever they are, they need to be educated, they need to disseminate the information, and therefore they are able to become our ambassador to help a country or the leaders to mitigate and also to adapt with the climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad. If Mr. Sanwin still with us, 1 minute for you for closing statement.
Yes, I'm still with you. Yes, you're right. The community participation is very crucial to implement or to tackle the climate change successfully in our country as well, the same as our ASEAN member states. That is very critical point. So we have to encourage our communities, and we have to raise awareness to the community, and we have to mainstream and climate change into community in different sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanwin. Colleague, please join me to give applause to all panelists and our appreciation to all participants. With that, I would like to close the session. Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you, Ibu Nur Masripatin, for leading the fruitful discussion, and to our amazing speakers for the insightful presentation. Now, before we end our session, I would like to invite all speakers and the moderator to come to the stage to receive a small token of appreciation from us. I would also like to invite Bapak Agus Rusli to give the souvenir. To all the speakers and the moderator, please come to the stage. Once again, thank you everyone for gracing our event with your presence. We truly appreciate it. Also, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to apologize if we have done any mistake throughout the event. I end my duty as Master of Ceremony for today's event with Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we close the session, I would also like to invite Bapak Agus Ibu Nur, and also for the speakers to take picture together. Ibu, please come to the stage again. And also to our director, Bapak Wahyu Marjaka. Yes, please, Bapak Ahmad. Excuse me, Pak Benedict, please come to the stage. And also, if the technical team could show Mr. Sanwin picture on the back. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Lestari. Okay, that's Bapak Sanwin there. Once again, thank you so much to Ibu Nur Masripatin and all the speakers for today's session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.